All right, guys, we are shutting the space. We are moving across to party.com. Click on the tweet in the nest. Jake, thanks for joining. Let me put the volume on. Your camera's the wrong way around if you want to rotate it. Awesome. Looking smart. Brilliant. Sorted. Everyone come across to party.com. Let me just do that. Everyone come across to party.com. Yep, sorted, Jake. How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, Suleiman, I can hear you.
Brilliant. Let me just move everyone across from the X-Bit. Just give me like a minute and then we'll get into it. I've got both of the links that you sent me. Was there anything else you wanted?
I'm sure there's some other videos on my page and whatnot. It's all good though for now.
Awesome. Right, guys, come across to party.com. Click on the tweet in the nest. It's fire. It's going to be fire. We've got lots to speak about, lots to get through. It's going to be good. So make sure you come across to party.com. Just give me 2 seconds. So yeah, the tweet is in the nest, and we're going to speak to Jake Lang. He is a J6er. He was incarcerated for a very long time. We'll speak about that as well, and then we'll speak about his exploits into Dearborn, Michigan, and possible future ones to Minneapolis, which I just saw today, and he sent me the link of. So we'll see that. We'll see what happens with that. Everyone, if you're on the X-Base, come across to party.com. We've got 1,000 people already across. I want everybody else to come across. Let's get to 2,000 people on party.com live so we can have this conversation. Everyone come across. Okay, Jake, thank you for joining us. Appreciate you taking your... Oh, well, let me show your screen on the thing. Wait, that's not the right one. There we go. 1 second. Here we go. Okay. Oh, let me take the... 1 second. Here we go. Right. Jake, thank you so much for joining us. Jake Lang is a J6er. He went into Dearborn, Michigan, created headlines. Many of us pushed back on him. He disagreed with what we said. We disagreed with what he said. We thought, what's the best way to deal with this? The best way to deal with this is via conversation, live for the audience to see exactly what's going on. If you're on the X-Base, I'm about to end the X-Base in literally 15 seconds. So if you're not on party.com, you're lame. You're going to be missing this debate. I can see some of your J6s on the space as well, ready to listen. So if you're there, we are going to be joining party.com. So click on the tweet in the nest. It's just above me, Maze, and Santino. You know Maze, right, don't you, Jake? She used to cover a lot of your J6 coverage while you were there in prison. But just above me, there is a tweet in the nest. You click on the tweet in the nest, come across to party.com. I'm going to end the space in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, go for it. Okay, Jake, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you coming on. I want to give you the floor. I want you to explain to us. Actually, should we talk about Jan 6 first, or do you want to speak about what happened in Michigan first?
We could start chronologically, kind of. I think it's kind of important to kind of build the character around who I am and what I stand for.
I agree.
January 6 is a huge part of my life. And first of all, I just want to thank God Almighty, Jesus Christ, for bringing me home to my family for this Thanksgiving celebration. Exactly this time last year, I was in the DC jail, and I was only with one Jan 6er at that point. They had segregated us out, and I came back into DC jail for the third time. So I had one J6 guy with me and a pod full of a bunch of other people, mostly African Americans and some Spanish guys, as well as some Muslim guys in there as well. And I had to, as we did every single holiday, we had to kind of make like our own makeshift meal to like celebrate. So we bought a bunch of stuff off commissary, and we were using the microwave to cook up different types of meals and stuff. And of course, we invited the Muslims to eat and other people that weren't able to afford food themselves for the celebration. But it's just such a drastic and radical difference from where I was at last year. Just thinking about my last Thanksgiving meal, how we had to, kind of band together in this adversity, and just it was incredible. So now being home with my family, I'm in a much better place, and I'm really grateful. So I just want to share that gratitude. If everybody in the audience is listening, you don't know how good you've got it until it's all gone. So just praise God every day, because his blessings are in an instant. He could pull away his grace just an ounce, and you could end up in solitary confinement for years like me, or on a hospital bed, or without a job, without a home. It's all just dependent on every last breath of his grace. So just give glory to God in this beautiful holiday season. So I have to start there, because I've been doing a lot of downtime since Dearborn, thinking about how lucky and blessed I am to be home and to be alive.
Well, in terms of Jan 6, I would say a lot of my audience is probably on your side in that regard, because many of them spoke out against the fact that a lot of people from Jan 6 were incarcerated without a trial, without a fair trial, and many people spoke up about it, as did I. So, but let's talk about that first, because I want to give you a fair shot. This isn't just going to be a full-on attack, right? We're going to disagree. As I said, I told you on the phone, there'll be things where we probably agree on as well. So let's start at the beginning. You went to the Capitol. What did you do in the Capitol on Jan 6? Actually, let's start before that. What was the reason for you to go to the Capitol?
So January 6th, obviously they stole the election. Everybody knows it. They disenfranchised millions of Americans by putting this shill in there. President Joe Biden is currently, as we speak right now, he's being erased from history. All of the auto pen president, completely senile, weak, feckless leadership of Joe Biden's being disappeared. But we were very fearful that the continuous lockdown scenario that we saw in New York City, that we saw in all the blue states and all the blue major cities, they just had this draconian deep state lockdown on us. And I was living in New York City at the time. I'm from New York, and I had lived under real life, police state rules. 8 p.m. curfews, subway shut down, Lyft and Uber shut down, City Bike, the bike you can rent. Everything was like a technological shutdown. So I was very fearful, as any, logical American would be, that Joe Biden represented the Democrat Party. The Democrat Party used basically every ounce of governmental power, even overstepping their rights, and they shut down everything. And they turned our lives into literally like a 1984 dystopian George Orwell book. So I went there because they stole the election and COVID lockdowns were egregious. And I was there to protest the stolen election, to stand with President Trump, and to stand up against what was basically a Marxist coup d'etat. They installed puppet Joe Biden, Beijing Biden, we call him. They installed him into the presidency, and that didn't sit well with me and a million other patriots that showed up that day. So we stood up and did what Americans are called by God to do. It's our duty to defend our country against tyranny.
So I haven't had a chance to look at your specific case. I did speak to a few Jan 6s, and there were many people who got incarcerated and they did nothing, right? Some said that you were actually one of the more aggressive people on that day. What was it that you were basically charged for?
So I was charged. I was never found guilty of any crime. 4 years and 6 days in prison. I never had a trial. But that doesn't mean what I did was not something that, on facial value, you look at it and you go, that's pretty serious. But at the end of the day, we have a right to defend our country versus tyranny. And they were murdering unarmed Americans that were protesting there that day. 4 Americans lost their life. They were not armed. They were killed by the Capitol Police. Ashley Babbitt, as we all know, God rest her soul, was shot point blank range by Officer Lieutenant Byrd, who's still out there running around with his freedom as they weaponize the entire DOJ against me and my brothers. There's murderers, governmental murderers running around right now. And then you had another woman, Rosanne Boyland. God rest her soul. Rosanne Boyland was a 38-year-old woman from Georgia, and she came to the Capitol. She was like kind of like amorphous politically. She didn't really fit into any type of mode. She was kind of like an internet, e-girl type of thing, but she really loved our country. And she was there, and she got trampled by the Capitol Police maneuver to throw an entire 3 dozen or 4 dozen patriots down a flight of stairs. They pushed us backwards down a flight of stairs. She got caught in that stampede. She was trampled. She was covered with chemical weapons and spray, CS gas, pepper spray, tear gas. And she basically succumbed from a combination of those things, plus Officer Lila Morris, Metropolitan Police Officer. This woman beat Rosanne Boyland with a stick while she was on the ground unconscious, which undoubtedly added to this kind of conglomeration of her, injuries that ultimately led to her death at the hands of the Capitol Police. I was right there. I had my hands on Rosanne Boyland trying to pull her lifeless body from the bottom of this dog pile when that did not work, I was able to grab the black protester and one of my best friends, Philip Anderson, who does some of my protests with me. He's the guy that we did the demonstration with the George Floyd and Derek Chauvin outside Derek Chauvin's prison that went super viral. The man laying down on the ground when we demonstrated that he didn't die from a police chokehold. It was an overdose. But anyway, I saved Philip Anderson in that moment by God's grace alone. I was just in the right place at right time. And after those things transpired is
so
when
Philip Anderson, just on that, Philip Anderson, he's African-American, right?
Yes.
Okay,
he's a great patriot. Yeah. One of my best friends. I love him. And
really, you're both very different because he's been on my spaces. He has different positions to you. He
does have some different positions, but what Ronald Reagan said, a person who disagrees with you on 20% of things is not 20% your enemy, but 80% your friend. True. And me and Philip are, 95% friends, and just a few things, especially to do with Trump. I'm a Trump loyalist through and through. He's not so much, but that's his right. I got my life.
He's against the Zionist control of the United States of America as well.
I am also against the Zionist control and the communist control and the Qatari control of America. All three got to go. Those are the three biggest wars right now in America. Get rid of Israel influence, get rid of Chinese influence, get rid of Qatar's influence, and we might be able to save America. But let me digress here because in that moment when Rosanne Boyland was murdered, I had to pick up defensive weapons as a group of me and the other patriots made like a defensive wall between the police that were like in this baton death march, killing people, crushing people, and the unarmed protesters. So I racked up a bunch of assault charges there, which were just defensive charges. Nobody got injured. They tried to put me away for legitimately, if I was found guilty, I was facing over 200 years in prison with all the charges.
What did you do?
But legitimately, I was going to do 30 years in prison is what I was told by my prosecutors when all said and done. If you don't take this plea deal, Jake, you are going to do 30 years in prison. And the plea deals went from, small amount of time. And then when I kept on, denying them, they kept on, saying we're going to charge you more. And the next plea deal is going to be 9 years. The next plea deal is going to be 15 years. And I said, I will never plea out against this deep state weaponized government because it is my honor I have to wear the rest of my life, not, some type of lack of integrity.
I think you did the right thing not to plea out. But the question is, you mentioned that your actions were done defensively. What were those actions?
I had a baseball bat and a riot shield. I didn't have them. Somebody handed me those things. I found those things. I came to the protest in business attire, similar to this, which I'm wearing right now, except I had a leather jacket on. I had business slacks on, business collared shirt on. I was coming from a board meeting for one of my companies in New York City, and I just happened to find myself in the middle of this like barbarian brawl with these very, very violent Capitol Police officers that were trying to murder unarmed Americans. And I was 25 years old at the time. I was a college wrestler, was raised by my dad never to run away from people who need your help. And I just went into the middle of that mix and tried to save a few lives. I did end up saving two men's lives, both Philip Anderson and Tommy Tatum. Credit me with saving their lives. So I was there for, a purpose that day. There would be men that, are walking around right now, my brothers that wouldn't be alive right now if I wasn't there. And there were many, many brave actions by many J6 patriots.
Did you hit some people with a baseball bat?
I defended myself with a baseball bat. Yes, against
how many people did you hit defending yourself?
I ended up with 8 assault charges and
8 different people.
Yes, 8 different officers throughout the day. Not all with the baseball bat. There was 3 assault with deadly weapon with baseball bat. 2 with a riot shield, and then some other scuffs that we had when we were basically wrestling over bodies, trying to pick up and to save these people and bring them to the volunteer medics like Philip Anderson, who was resuscitated, and the police were pepper spraying us, punching at people, trying to grab people and drag them in to arrest them. So it was like this whole entire, medieval warfare that they started. They were the aggressors. They shot us with rubber bullets, tear gas. They were literally flying these rubber pepper ball bullets that were going so fast that they ripped through people's faces before the crowd. Even like you see any of those major surges where we took ground, those major surges came because Capitol Police officers were ripping through people's faces from an elevated position with pepper ball bullets, and there was literally blood and gore all over. And you have to react.
So was this happening inside the Capitol building?
This happened on the outer west terrace of the Capitol building, this specific place, and a lot of it in the inaugural tunnel where the president comes out to do the inauguration, except for Joe Biden never did the inauguration. He he was hidden. He never even had an official public inauguration.
Okay. And then after that, you were incarcerated for 4 years without a trial. And you mentioned you were in solitary confinement was it the entirety of the time or something? What was the reason for why you were put in solitary?
So I did 4 years and 6 days in prison. 900 of those days, 900 out of 1,467, over 900 were in solitary confinement. Yes, it was very crazy. The first whole year was for COVID. That's how crazy. We were in the DC jail, Washington, DC, one of the most strictest COVID restriction lockdown states in the country, or territories, as we call them. But they had such a draconian, lockdown on us. It was crazy. 23 hours. Sometimes when I first got to DC jail, I had 45 minutes out of my cell 5 days a week to shower, use a phone call. That's it. And get back in the cell. And that happened. That lasted for like a month. Then they went to 23 hours in, 1 hour out. That lasted for like another 3-4 months. Then they went to 22 hours in, 2 hours out. That lasted. So eventually they worked us, down to when we were out of our cells 5 hours a day, which is the legal minimum requirement under like all the, the UN, Geneva Convention and stuff. So after the first year, then they got us to 5 hours a day out of our cell, which is still only like less than half the time you're supposed to be out. So all that time when we were in the first year was all solitary. We were all in the same unit in the DC jail, all the J6ers, but we were locked in our cells majority of the day over, like I said, 23 hours a day. And, that's where really God had moved on my heart in amazing ways. I had the Bible. I was able to sit, concentrate, read, fast, pray, sing songs of worship. It's just you and the Lord Jesus in that cell alone. What's that?
I said, what type of prayer were there? We're doing a bit of kosher prayer.
What?
I said, what types of prayers were there?
No, every prayer is a kosher prayer. If you're speaking the name of Jesus Christ, you're praying my language. And that was a blessing, though, hidden in the most incredible turmoil that a human being, it's just you versus yourself for years. Push-ups, sit-ups, Bible reading, looking out through your tiny little window with the grated, metal that's rusting and cuts your fingers if you try to touch out of it. I mean, it was really like some type of
you're making it sound like you made it into a very positive thing, and I have to give you credit on that, because let's be clear on this. This is why I'm vehemently against two things. One is, which has happened to you, which is that you were there without a trial. I think that goes against the entire notion of Western civilization. And I believe in terms of religious values, because everyone should be allowed a fair trial, irrespective of who it is, because we need to find out if someone's innocent or guilty, right? That's why we have this concept of a trial. And the second thing is solitary confinement. Solitary confinement is one of the worst things, in my view, one of the most inhumane things you could do to a person. To remove him from society, to make sure that he doesn't contact anyone, it socially impacts you, it mentally impacts you, it physically impacts you, it psychologically impacts you. And I would say that in terms of what happened to you there, that is horrific. And I find that to be bang out of order. And that's what I've been speaking out against for a very long time. So I know you've spoke about how you made it into a good situation, and I have to give you credit for that. But it wasn't, you have to, or you probably would have been mentally shocked.
Crumble. It's either you rise up to the occasion, overcome the adversity, or you turn into a soup of a person. I mean, those walls can really encroach in on you and really turn your mind against you very quickly. And if you're not constantly looking to improve yourself, improve your relationship with God, fight the fight that is a very tough fight in there, which is getting the word out to the people, because we had to come up with all these ingenious ways. I ran podcasts from inside, because when you're able to use the phone, you're able to use the phone, and to the limits of what you can accomplish on the other end of a phone is the limits of what is stopping you. And so I had an entire team of volunteers building websites, making documentaries, fundraising for us, setting up interviews for me. And every week, maybe 2-3 times a week sometimes or more, I'd get an interview with OAN or Real America's Voice or Newsmax or Gateway Pundit, where I ran my podcast. And we were starting to get the real story of what really happened to us on January 6th out to the airwaves, and it really moved hearts and minds. It mobilized President Trump's voters for this amazing crusade. I always say it this way: the same way the left has abortion that they're super emotionally charged about, the right had J6 and freeing the political prisoners as like a top agenda piece to get out and mobilize voters and actually move people out of their homes into the voting booths in 2024. So it was this grand battle. Everybody that was out there and heard any of my interviews, or when I was on 12-day hunger strike, or when I got moved from prison to prison, because after that first year in DC jail, I got moved all around because I started gaining influence, and they tried to continually unmoor me from being able to have my brothers, my J6 brothers around me, or being able to use the phone, or have lawyer visits, or keep all my discovery in my case. So it was this giant battle against the system, and as God is my witness, and everybody who is watching this right now, prayers work. I'm living embodiment of the power of Jesus Christ, who literally delivered me from an impossible situation, spending pretty much the rest of my life in a prison cell. So I know faith beyond faith. I've seen it work. I've seen God move it and be able to sustain me in years in solitary, in prison after prison, in dangerous scenario, people trying to kill me with knives, having to fight for my life in prison all over the country, in Oklahoma, in federal maximum security penitentiary, Pennsylvania, in Brooklyn, New York, which is the most dangerous prison in the world. If you ever find yourself in prison, you better hope you're not in Brooklyn, New York, because there's so many gangs. And this is one, and here's the segue, by the way, this is one of my gotcha points that I came prepared with here. Solomon,
go for it.
Here, you're not ready for this one. There's only one religion in prison that operates as a gang, and it is the gang culture prison. It is the gang culture in prison. Muslims. Muslims are more like a gang, literally a prison gang, because all other religions, when you meet a Buddhist in there, meet a Christian in there, meet a Jew in there, anybody else, what they're doing is they're doing their time, and they're trying to stay away from what's called like the prison drama, over fights over race, religion, this, that. So they're like what we call guys that are out of the way, right? But when you meet a Muslim in prison, that is a warrior that is looking to kill anybody who is not in his tribe, if his tribe is disrespected, that he sees in any way. So the religion of Islam, just from my personal experience in prison, is not the religion of peace. It is a brotherhood gang of people willing to kill anybody else that does not follow in with what they're doing. I believe that's how it operates from the smallest level to the highest level. So we can get into the spicy part now.
Yeah, we will. But just on the prison thing, and then I do want to get into the Dearborn thing, and then also like, there's a lot of questions people have got. The chat's going crazy. Everything's going crazy. It's you've got.
I'm sure it's either 50% we love Jake, 50% he's a Jew. Get him.
Yeah, there's a lot of he's a Jew, and basically my audience is largely Christian though, so they keep saying you don't represent Christianity. So we're gonna get into that, right? So now the question is, in terms of like the prisons. In the prisons, and by the way, in the prisons, obviously you have this kind of groups, right? Is the Muslim are the Muslims the only group in there, or are there other types?
So they operate on the gang level. So you have all race related gangs and neighborhood related gangs. So
like what?
You'll have gangs that are related to each other because they're from the same area, the same neighborhood, or gangs that are related to each other because they're the same race. The only one that's a gang, that's literally a gang that's related to each other because they're same religion is Islam. And you have Korean people hiding in the Islam. It's called a car. They're called cars in prison. The people you eat with, you work out with, and that you're willing to, at the end of the day, go to war with if somebody steals something, if somebody is disrespected, if something like that happens. The car that you're in is either based off your race or where you're from.
So what would the race?
There's one car that attracts all these different people. There's a lot of rats in there. There's a lot of people that are looking to get protection. And so they claim Islam, and then they get the protection of the Muslim Brotherhood. But they have to put in work. Putting in work is basically when you're a new member of a car or gang, they're going to send you to do the next dirty deed, the next evil deed. If it's stab somebody that they don't like, if it's rob somebody they don't like, if it's do anything like that, put something in your body to sneak it into the prison. You're going to be the next one. So Islam operates in prison, like straight up, like the Bloods, like the Aryan Brotherhoods, same thing.
Yeah, okay. Let me ask you some questions, Jake. So you mentioned there was other gangs, right? You mentioned the Aryan Brotherhood.
Yes.
What is that gang based on?
That gang is based on race, being white.
Okay, and
then the Aryan Brotherhood's also just the same as black and white have their own gangs, but then they subsect into where you're from. So you have like the Aryan Brotherhood from Texas, and then you have like the Bloods from New York compared to the Bloods from Chicago or something like that. The Bloods from New York and the Bloods from Chicago are not going to be in the same gang, even though they're underneath the same hood of like blood. Same way as Aryan Brotherhood. So they're not going to fight.
Can I join the Aryan Brotherhood gang?
No, you cannot. No, you cannot. And guess what? And here's another good prison proof. I can, because I'm white. So all the people out there, Jew.
So even in prison, you were manipulating people.
No, I am white. I am. I mean, it just is what it is. People know my background and my heritage on my mom's side being a Russian Jew, which is a white European Jewish person converted God knows how long ago, being Ashkenazi. But
we'll get into that. We'll get into the Ashkenazi bit. No, we'll get into that. Let's deal with the prison thing, because I think it's an important thing you relate. And the reason I asked that question is, you quite rightly said that I would not be able to join the Aryan gang. I also would not be able to join the black gang, right? Because I'm brown, right?
No, there's a lot of people that look like you in the black gangs. So the gang culture has changed a lot, and Bloods have Spanish in them. A lot of the all the kids that are half breeds, half white, half black, half Spanish, half black. People that look like you two that just grew up in the Bronx or whatever, and they're banging blood. There's a lot of Arabs in the Bloods too. So
the reason I'm making that point. Yeah, the reason I'm making that point is, for example, you mentioned there's an Aryan gang. I wouldn't be allowed in that gang. Now, and obviously you said, depending on the situation, you may be allowed into another race gang, even though you may not be part of that race. But again, I'm guessing it'll be a lot more difficult.
Yeah, basically black, Spanish, and Arab in the Bloods run together, depending on that. But there is specifically only Spanish gangs, like the Three Woos, the Trinitarios. Those guys, they're vicious. In Brooklyn, there was the Trinitarios and then the Black Bloods, but sometimes there was Arabs in either one of them. It just depends on where they grew up. If you grew up in an area that was mainly with those people and you didn't have like the Muslim Brotherhood gang around you and you went to prison, you would be with the people from the Bronx, 181st Street gang or whatever. There's so many of them.
I understand. So the reason you have a Muslim gang, and by the way, for someone who's never committed a crime, like I don't like prison or anything like that. I'm like an academic. That being said, the reason you have that is because
you're soft. Just say you're soft. We all know.
I don't like violence. I don't like violence.
This baby tissue.
I don't like violence.
Soft,
I don't like violence. We're civilized people, you see. We're civilized people. You Jews like your violence, don't you? That's the problem. Well, normally you'll get
Crusaders like our violence too, brother.
But anyway, coming back to it, the thing with the prison is, you're right. They have this gang culture, this gang mentality, and as you said, you have the Aryan gang, you have the Mexican gang, you have the black gang, and then you have a mixed gang, as you said. All of those gangs you mentioned, especially the aforementioned, are based on race, right? And then you have the Muslim gang. Now, the thing with the Muslim gang is people can become Muslim irrespective of what their race is, because just like Christianity, Islam is a global religion. And so what it is you have people, as you said, you have Koreans who go into the Muslim gang for protection. And so that gang becomes a lot more, in a way, accommodating, because you can get in there.
You're misrepresenting. You're misrepresenting this, because what I'm trying to say is it's really, really bad and really dangerous, Suleiman. Basically, you have religious. So I'm going to give you 3 examples here.
Yeah.
You have people in prison that they're seeking God. They're looking to find religion, whether it be a Jewish person, a Hindu person, Christian person, and they're trying to stay out of prison culture. They're not gambling. They're not dealing drugs. They're not buying drugs. They're not getting into gang fights. They're not playing, the prison rules over whose phone time it is, and somebody's going to get stabbed because he skipped 2. Yeah. So you have every other religion in prison. The people that are seeking to follow that religion, they kind of find themselves on the outskirts. They're not, trying to be in the mix, right? But the Muslim gang is most certainly in the mix. They control the food carts, right? Which is where all the pipeline for all the drugs moving through the prison is. They operate like every other gang. They're looking for all kinds of violence, all kinds of drama. And that's a problem that I agree
with you though. This is the thing you got to understand. I know that this is an issue. There is a Muslim
people that are looking for God are going to the Christian car and they're studying the Bible with the guys, and they're learning how to share. They're learning how to pray. They're learning how to live like a normal person that should be out in society. People that join the Muslim car are looking to be in a gang and go to war.
No, well,
they're looking they're looking for criminal behavior.
But listen, prison is violent. Prison is violent, as you know. You went there. Prison is aggressive. There are people who abuse people. There's a lot of rape that happens in prison. There's a lot of stabbings that happen in prison. There's a lot of violence that happens in prison. Weaker people will end up following the gang. Now, there may be people who don't have either a weak mind or are physically strong or whatever it may be, who might separate themselves from this gang culture. But generally speaking, in prison, people end up following gangs in order for protection and wide range of things. So my point is this. Of course, there is a Muslim gang. I'm not denying that. Just like there is an Aryan gang, white gang.
There's no Christian gang. There's no Jewish gang. There's no Hindu gang.
Well,
there's only one religion that's willing to subvert their own ideologies.
No, but that's the point, though, because
offer each other protection.
Yeah, but that's the point. So the
religion of peace is actually the biggest gang in any prison in America.
Okay, so let me make my point because you keep interrupting. So I agree that there is a Muslim gang, and the reason there's a Muslim gang is because the Aryan gang is a white gang, and whites are largely Christian, depending on the situation. And also you have
most of them are actually like Nordic. They're like they believe in Odin and Odinists and stuff like that.
Okay, so that's why they don't have Christian gang. So, and then in terms of that, then you got the black gang, you got the brown gang. The point is, what I'm trying to say is, gang culture in prisons happens. And so when people become part of the Muslim gang, it's more accommodating because it's not based on your skin color. It's not based on race. It's based on a universalism, which in a way can be used for good, as per what I believe that Islam should be, or it can be used for bad because you can accommodate as many people as possible and then control the prisons. So, of course, Islam has, and so does Christianity, but obviously they're not being able to foment control in prison systems. And the reason they're not being able to do it is because when you look at Christianity as a religious concept, it isn't a law-based system. Hence why, if you were to create a structural gang or a structural society based on Christianity, it's a lot more harder to do. Judaism would be, but obviously Jews generally end up not going to prison as much because they commit white collar crime, and a lot of times they get away with it. So there's a little bit more of a complexity in that issue in terms of why that doesn't happen. There's a theological, philosophical reasons. But that being said, of course that happens, but I don't think that's a strong point because all you're proving is there's different types of gangs and gangs are violent, and then one gang is more dominant than the other gang, which I don't disagree with.
It is a strong point because the correlation does not stop in prison. And, you know, you have a largely Islamic audience here. And so there will be
most of my audience is Christian. But let me...
So then they have to... Then the chat, I'm sure I can't see the chat or whatever. What I'm trying to make the point is because...
they're all saying you're not a real Christian, but they're all Christians. They're like... But anyway.
Jesus Christ is Lord and God.
No, but we're going to speak about that. So what day did you get out of prison?
January 21st, 2025.
Okay. And so you do the Dearborn, Michigan thing. What's the reason why you decided to go into Dearborn, Michigan and do what you did?
So, you know, ever since I got out of prison, I felt that, you know, obviously my time and the influence that situation provided me to be able to have would, you know, to not just to throw it away, but to continue to build off of all this tribulation that God brought me through, to sculpt a character in me, to sculpt some type of boldness in my heart, to preach the word of God. And everybody who saw me, you know, one of the last times I went as viral as this was the day I got out of prison. I came out with my Bible. I've been leading Bible studies in my prison cell for all different race, color, creed of people. I had at many times 18-year-old black men in my cell learning the word of God with me, hanging off the top bunk and sitting on the toilet and sitting, you know, clamoring on top of each other because I was somebody that was well put together in prison. I had, you know, a lot of goals. I was doing very well as far as, you know, my outside life. I had friends, family, you know, commissary coming in. I was sharing with people. So these young men, they never had a father figure in their life. And they see me on the phone all day long doing podcasts, working, you know, making something of myself, working out. And, you know, they want to know that peace that I have. They want to know who I am and, you know, what differentiates me from somebody who's going to sit down and play cards all day when I never would, you know, sit down and play games. I'd either be working, writing something out, on the phone, working out, something like that. So anyway, I had all these young kids come to me. I baptized over a dozen men, actually about 24 men in prison, about 18 men, dozen and a half. And all of them, some of them were MS-13 gang members. A lot of them were J6ers. A lot of them were young black men. And I felt this calling when I get out, continue preaching the word of God, continue to reach people, but get active because, you know, President Trump and this agenda that he has, although he's doing absolutely stellar, there's only a certain amount of, you know, work that the government can do. They plateau after a while, and the rest is culture war.
Good question. When you were in prison, were you a victim of anti-Semitism?
No, I wasn't. No, in fact,
I mean, I heard that you mentioned it on Spaces. I heard that you mentioned Spaces that you were getting anti-Semitic attacks.
No, I never got any anti-Semitic attacks. There were some people that I had brought underneath my wing in prison, some scrawny white Jewish guys that I had to say, hey, they're with us. You know, they're going to get eaten alive here in Brooklyn. They were they were only eating kosher. So they were only eating matzah and apples because they weren't giving them any other kosher food. So these guys were like 90 pounds. One of my other brothers, J6 brothers, can tell you, we basically pulled them underneath us and just said, like, you know, nobody's going to bother you. You guys are with us. Eat at our table.
Who's Tim Hale?
Tim Hale is that kind of, okay, so that's a different scenario. From the J6ers or from actual prison? Because you're talking about two different scenarios here.
So explain Tim Hale, because he has come out. Apparently he shared a cell with you, right?
Yeah, for a short time. Yeah, we used to be best friends. We were great friends for a little while there, sharing adversity together, getting to know one another, roughly the same age, from almost the same area, the tri-state area and whatnot. But eventually jealousy just took over his heart, because I started my own January 6th organization. His aunt had one. I started out fundraising. I made some really big documentaries and just like jailhouse drama. But yes, he would try to basically undermine, similar to a lot of these like right-wing influencers that just came out of the woodworks. Like, I haven't done hundreds of interviews preaching the name of Jesus, running podcasts, baptizing people for years. Even before prison, I was running podcasts for, you know, teaching the Bible, and baptized before I even went to prison. But none of that matters to these people. They were looking to misalign my, you know, patriotic fervor and say that it's some type of Jewish subversion, some type of,
we're gonna go,
you know, Israeli this. You know, and
we're gonna go through that. We're gonna go through that in terms of whether it was, because I don't think.
So basically, Tim, God bless little Timmy, I call him little Timmy, stuck in a well, is crying. He's cried so many tears over me that he's got his own well. He's cried himself.
He said he was your cellmate and you were a Fed.
Oh, yeah, I'm a Fed. I did 900 days solitary confinement. I have absolutely zero documentation of me ever working with any law enforcement agency. I've never sat down with the prosecutor. The only time when I first was arrested by the FBI, I sat there for 2 hours on the trip from Newburgh, New York to New York City, and literally, excuse my language, shit on these guys for 2 hours straight. I told them how our founding fathers are rolling in their graves, how they're traitors, you know, all this stuff, just berating them and endlessly barreling on. By the time they got me to the FBI field office, they looked at each other. They said, this guy's not going to answer any questions. Let's not waste our time. And that was it. I said, okay. And then they fingerprinted me and I left. So, you know, and there's no record anywhere of any way, shape, or form. I've been the reason why there was been a split in some of the January 6th community is because early on I came out with a speech to the whole unit, and I said, no plea to tyranny. That was the name of the speech. And I told them how our honor and our integrity was on the line. We cannot plea out. We have to stand firm. What we did on January 6th is what our founding fathers would have done. And a lot of guys, obviously, like 80% of January 6ers took plea deals. And so I very on the onset, you know, got a lot of stigma against me because I was like, you know, using this strongly worded language of let's, you know, stand up and never bow down and stuff. So obviously some people.
I am reading here, Maze just sent a message. She said she was basically relaying your information through prison on Spaces, and in there you did say that you were Jewish.
Yeah, well, I have Jewish bloodline. I mean, if you count Jewishness as an ethnicity, not just a faith, then I guess 50% of my ethnic background is Ashkenazi, Russian, Jewish, but you know, that's not my faith. I guess that would be, but I'm also personally wanted to start to question if Judaism is even an ethnic background, because there are different ethnicities it comes from. Sephardic Jews are from like the Middle East and North Africa. I'm from Russia. What kind of ethnic tie does my genome have with a Sephardic North African, dark skin?
Well, those who believe basically those who claim Jews are an ethnicity. And by the way, if you don't, that means you shouldn't believe that the state of Israel should exist, because the claim is based on ethnicity, right? Now, the claim is that
they should exist as much as they can fight for their existence, just as any other people.
Yeah, but I'm America
first, they say they're America only. I don't really even have an opinion on the matter. Care less.
We're going to get into whether you have an opinion on it in a second. But the claim is, because I understand both sides of the argument, but the claim is that your Jewish ancestors bred out they bred into Eastern Europe, because remember, they were basically removed from Israel, and they went to many different regions. They scattered, and as they scattered, when they went to Europe, they married white people, and then you were the offspring of that, and they went to the Middle East and married brown people, and then or Arabs or black people. And
my argument even goes before that, but it's so nuanced, and I really want to focus on macro level discussions with you, because you do get into these micro nuanced things.
So let's get into this, because one of the things
want to be there, but I do believe, I have to say this, I believe the 12 tribes of Israel were white. All right. God, and I say this famously, God would not make himself not a white person. Okay. Jesus was white. That's hilarious. You got it. That's the best. God would never make himself not white. So I believe Jesus was white. The 12 tribes of Israel were white. So, take whatever, however you want to take it. Internet.
What's the basis of your belief?
There was, now I got to quote the people I don't even want to be quoting. But anyway, Stu Peters had on this biblical scholar, not Stu, but this biblical scholar. I said his name a bunch over the last couple of weeks, but anyway, it's escaping me right now. And he was saying that the 12 tribes of Israel were actually white men, and I believe that to be true.
If it's the guy I know, that guy's Jewish, right?
No,
it might be one of your cousins.
No, maybe God willing, who knows? But no,
okay, let's get into the Jewish thing, because I think it's only fair for you. Because one of the things you're upset about is the fact that people have been calling you Jewish, and they've been calling you a Jewish. No, not
upset about being called Jewish. That would be insane to be upset about being called Jewish.
But a Jewish subverter.
Using that predicate to say that I'm a false Christian, that is some type of see. There are some people on like the middle ground area, like yourself, that were like blaming my Dearborn March on me being Jewish. That is an argument I'm willing to have, and we can go through that. But what I'm not willing to stand for, which is why I really, really push back hard on these people, is saying that I'm somehow tied to the state of Israel, and I'm being paid by them to do subversive things in America. But they'll go back and say I wasn't even in prison. They will tell me, and it's offensive to me, because this was a huge psyop, that I wasn't even in prison during those years that I was in prison, starving with rats crawling around my feet without sunlight. People have been saying that for years.
I mean, out of the main people that you were upset with.
No. Nobody out of the main people said that, but it ties into this whole entire, like, January 6th was an operation, and Jake was a provocateur, bad actor, paid shill, all those words, right? Well, Jewish bad actor.
Yeah, but let's get into it.
And then again, he's a Jewish bad actor here.
No,
and
but look, a lot of us do believe
7,000.
But Jake,
plus 7,000. See, that pisses me off, because then that goes at the integrity of my movement, the integrity of who I am and what I stand for. You can call me a Jew all day long, couldn't give it, crap less. I'm gonna look right in the camera. I look more white than you do. 90% of you shit posters from India call me, oh, you're Jew this, Jew that. I stand up for white people. I believe in the God of Jesus Christ. I stand up for Republican Christian values, and I'm here fighting the good fight, and my skin's white. So shut the fuck up, or come and see me at my next march instead of just being a keyboard warrior.
So let's get into that.
I would in prison. When I ran the white car, I would have sat down the white guys and put them in line. If you're not with us, guess what? You have no protection.
Okay, Jake, the problem is that one of the problem that people have, and we're going to go through why people think that you're Jewish, right? And why people have question marks about your integrity. But in terms of the reason why people have a look at people like you with acutely, is because a lot of Jewish people, Jewish Zionists, for a very long time have subverted by making themselves seem white, and have destroyed Western society, and have caused issue between Muslims and Christians. So now I want to see, because
I agree with that. Well, let me add to that, because one of the things that pushed me over into like the I'm just America first, America only, is like reading articles in like the Telegraph or all these other bullshit UK programs, written by some white liberal lady saying like, white people need to stop having kids, and all this like Hollywood subversive Jewish, basically satanistic, they're Luciferians. They don't believe in the God of the Bible, Yahweh, that's for sure. And so, you mix that in with like the owners of the porn companies, Blacked, right? Pushing this interracial, disgusting filth on our children, the porn company Blacked and Pornhub and OnlyFans being owned by Jews. I mean, they're not any type of Bible believing Jew, but they have the same, I guess, ethnic background or whatever. And so, yes, I vehemently stand against those people. And that's why I'm a Christian, because I don't have I don't have any leeway in the social sphere of being a Christian, nor by the word of God to promote sexuality of inner bestiality. I mean, it's disgusting.
So Jake, we'll speak about that in a second, because this is going to be about the broader issue that you have with Islam, right? But just before that, because we need to understand, right, like in terms of you. So you are somebody who was a Jew. I mean, we've all seen the video, right? You went to the wall, you kissed the wall. I mean, not just kiss the wall, you snog the wall. Like, you were in there so hard, I've never seen anything like it. I actually thought some porn director was directing it. But you also had the tiffle on. You were getting in there like really hard. So explain that to us. What were you doing at the wall with the tiffle, with the Jewish tiffle on, really submersing yourself into the Jewish identity?
Well, so, you know, when you grow up as something having a heritage of Jewish people in your family, even though I went to Catholic school, right? First Holy Communion, baptized, prayed every night with my 6'3" German father, last name Long, you also have an identity, small amount, obviously, even though no matter how secularized or Americanized, my mother is, which she, we never went to temple like that. Once a year, we would light the menorah for Hanukkah, and it wouldn't be like, it wouldn't be part of like my everyday identity. It was just like, hey, our ancestors, 3,000 years ago did this. So, one time out of the year when we had the Christmas tree, we'll do the menorah and, and sing the song. So it was more like family heritage based, not, religiously based, because my mom's a secular Jewish woman and she doesn't go to temple. I've been to temple maybe 3 times in my life.
Hanukkah's a religious concept though.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, it's from the Bible, from the Maccabees book in the Catholic Bible about the miracle that was delivered by the hand of God, but it's part of the Christian faith. Jesus in Matthew 10, and whoever, let's talk. Matthew 10, let's go to Matthew 10, because Jesus is celebrating Hanukkah in Matthew 10, by the way, the festival of lights there. So let's not get too crazy here, because
the Jews are better Christians, basically, you're saying.
No. Christians are better Christians. Jews gotta work on themselves. We got too many Pornhub owning Jews out here. So listen, when you go to Israel to visit a family member, right? You're walking through Jerusalem, and I was already 20 years old. I never had a bar mitzvah. Like at 13, like if I was a Jew, if anybody in my family was even remotely Jewish, I would have been forced bar mitzvah at 13 years old. Never had that. Never even had that in the question, because that's not the way I was raised. I was raised an American white Catholic kid. So when I go out there to go visit a family member in Israel, I go and get the tourist trap. Boom. Right now, we'll give you 2 bar mitzvahs for the price of 1. My 80-something-year-old grandmother was there. My mom, people that are in my family that are Jewish. And so they want to do the celebration, go to the Wailing Wall there, and you pay $300, and some guy wraps your arm up and stuff. He says the word in Hebrew, you repeat the word in Hebrew. So it's like a tourist thing.
You were like a good Jewish boy.
I was a good Jewish boy for one time in my life. My family was happy.
You had a certificate and everything, right?
What's that? See, I don't know what a certificate is.
Like an award. They were giving you an award. Like there was this paper.
Certificate. I can't understand half the shit you say because you're not speaking English.
No, I'm speaking English, but it's British English.
I don't know about that.
Yeah.
But no, a certificate. Yeah, if you see the certificate says 13 on it, like for a 13-year-old boy.
I thought you were 13.
Yeah, I was a little bit big. Everybody with my grandpa was joking about it the other night. They were like, that's a big 13-year-old. And so anyway, it was just a part of like going to Ireland. If you're Irish, right, you go and you kiss the Blarney Stone. Even if you're not Irish, there are just certain things you do. I'm obviously having a Jewish background. I went to the full level there, and I didn't just kiss the wall. I got the whole bar mitzvah experience there.
Yeah.
But it's not like something I came home with. It's not like right when you kiss the wall, your soul leaves your body, and now you're an Israeli agent and an asset for the rest of your life. There are people, Americans, that have visited Israel, kissed the wall, and they're still America first, freedom fighting patriots who will take a baseball bat to the skull of tyranny if need be.
I mean, the thing is, so I've seen people go to the Wailing Wall and kiss it who are also not Jewish, but none of them had the tiffle on. They didn't do the bar mitzvah.
Because I had Jewish bloodline, so it was something that they offered me.
So you had that, but then but your recent claim in this space is, in this conversation, is that while you were in jail, you were a Christian.
Yes, while I was in jail, but even before I was in jail, during COVID 2020, I used to be very deeply involved in New York City hospitality and nightlife. I was 7 nights a week out, living a wanderer's life, right? The quintessential every night out, girls, parties, all that. It was 7 years straight.
So you rejected Judaism then. You were a Christian.
I wasn't anything during that time. I wasn't following Christianity or Judaism. But
sorry. I mean, when you came out of prison, you rejected Judaism and you were a Christian.
Yeah, as much as a Jew can reject Judaism being the basis, the first part of the Bible, I reject more of the Jewish subculture that goes along the Americanized or the Zionisticized ideology of a Jew, as far as like this having beholding
which denomination of Christian are you?
Me, I'm a born again believer, Bible believing, Bible thumping, rough and tough.
Which denomination?
That's called a born again believer is a non-denominational, somebody that it believes in the word of God purely. They can go to any church, anywhere that Jesus Christ's name is spoken. We can be there in the midst.
Let's look at this though. So you have that situation. You're a born again Christian.
Yeah, in 2020 during COVID, basically. So why is it on nightlife stopped for me, and I had to look myself in the mirror, and I got close to God. I started reading the Bible, going to church, was baptized. Really had an awakening in my soul, saying, you got to get out of this childish nonsense and start to put together a life of legacy like Charlie Kirk would live or something. So
why is it on June the 3rd? So you come out of prison. You've been out of prison for 5 months, right? You're a Christian. You've baptized lots of people, as you claim. And then on 13th of June, you post the video of you snogging the wall. Why would any Christian post a picture or a video of him snogging the wall with the tiffel on?
Well, first of all,
because that's you representing your Jewishness.
First of all, Paul, that could have just as easily been Paul snugging the wall there, right? Saul turned to Paul. But the reason why I posted those videos is because, and this is so easy, I saw the Islamic Muslim invasion of Israel like coming to a head. No, I really did. I see, you see this.
How did the Islamic Muslim invade Israel? What are you talking about? Israel struck first.
We hear,
Israel struck first, bro. What are you talking about on the 12th of June? No one denies that.
No, first of all, October 7th, but I'm not here to.
October the 7th was again.
Listen. Fuck Israel, fuck Palestine, fuck all you guys in the Middle East. How about that?
I'm not in the Middle East.
We don't want to argue it. We have an epidemic in our
No, but you're not answering the question. Why did you post on the 13th of June? Why did you post on the 13th of June? He's not answering the question.
No, I will answer the question. No matter what happens, if I see Jerusalem fall to Islam, I will crusade, whether it's by the side of Christians, by the side of Jews. I don't want those dirty bastards, those pedophile worshiping bastards in the Holy Land.
They don't worship a pedophile.
Taking it over.
Wait. 1 second.
That's
1
how
second.
I feel. I feel
1 second.
like
1 second. Obviously, you support the Jews.
So that's why I said that.
Yeah, but listen. So obviously, what you basically said is because there's two fallacies in your point. Because it wasn't Christians. Because actually, the Christians in Gaza, where the oldest church are, they stand with the Palestinians. You don't stand with them.
All these nuances
you don't stand with them. You stand with. You don't. Let me finish my point.
Nobody believes it.
No, but
we see the videos of Christians being beheaded. They're treated like
that's not happening. Right, Jake, you need to let me finish my point. I'm going to let you finish your point.
You're trying to psyop your people. Oh, Islam and Christianity, they go together so well. It is such a disgusting.
All right, Jake, are you gonna let's have a civilized Jake, we need to have a civilized conversation. You need to let me Jake.
We don't want to be your friend.
Jake,
get out of our country.
Okay, Jake, can we have a civilized conversation? You say something and then I say something. We can both scream over each other, but no one's gonna enjoy that. People want to hear your position and people want to hear my position, right? So I'll cede the floor to you if you want to give your position, but then when I speak, if you can let me finish my position, this is how academics speak.
I was saying the Holy War. I was coming at this as a Christian crusader. That's like my new. If you ask my political party, right? If you ask my ideology, if you ask those things, I'm on full crusade mode. I believe like 50% of white men my age are basically past republicanism. We're past MAGA. We're past America first. We're past America only. We're in full crusade mode. So the reason why I posted that photo, albeit not in good taste with the, with today's viewing of what the fidelity of kissing the wall looks like, was really to make a statement like, I'm ready for a holy war and fuck the Muslims. Let's go to war. That's what I'm saying, because that's what it truly is. Look at London. Look at Berlin. Look at Rome. Look at New York City. Look at these places where these parasites have infected us. President Trump's doing the Lord's work right now. I don't want violence. I want holy deportation. If you ask me, the best holy war right now would be holy deportations, mass denaturalization, mass deportation. Get all you guys out. Every green card holding Muslim jihadi, get them out. We don't want you. We're taking our gas stations back. We don't need you to pump our gas that badly. Please leave our country. We are on crusade mode here. The future of Western civilization, the future of white civilization, the future of Christian civilization is independent upon getting you guys out. And if that means destroying AIPAC in the process and a bunch of these other NGOs, Jewish and Catholic NGOs, because the Catholics love, for some reason, funneling frickin' brown people into Europe like it's no tomorrow. But so do the Jews. So we need to reject all the ideology.
Okay. Do you want to? You're just going into so many tangents, Jake. You're going to so many tangents.
Crusader pill, my friend. I just Crusader pill.
Let me respond.
Audience,
okay, let me respond. Let me respond to your alleged Crusader pill. And let's talk one topic at a time, because you're trying to scattergun loads of points, and then we're going to end up monologuing like 10 minutes each, and it's going to be boring for both of us. So, in the first problem with your point is that you posted on the 12th of June, Israel attacked Iran. Israel attacked Iran despite the fact that the United States of America had planned negotiations on the Sunday. So they're the ones who were attacking. The second problem is that you posted a day after that. You posted supporting your nation of birth, which is Israel, because you're an Ashkenazi Jew. And so you need to have a bit of control. You need to have a control.
What are you talking about? I was born in Middletown, New York.
Okay, you need to have a bit of control, right? And what I mean is, you guys believe it's your birthright. So just let me.
I don't believe that.
No, I mean Ashkenazi Jews do, but look, you need to. Ashkenazi Jews do. Look, you need to have a bit of civility, right? I know you believe in Jewish supremacy, where you guys can overtalk.
Civility. I'm on Crusader mode, brother.
But I know. No, it's not. I only have this problem with bacon. I only have this problem with Jewish. I only have this problem with Jewish supremacists. They believe that they can overtalk people, but you know what it is? All man is equal according to Christianity and Islam. So let's try and base it on that as opposed to Judaism, right? So now, in terms of, and so this is why I let you speak, and I disagree with everything you said, and you did scattergun. Now, in terms
you said it was my country of birth, so that's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you guys believe it's your birthright. So what happened was, when basically they went to war with Iran then were about to respond. And you saw the response that happened. This gave you this kind of longitude, this love towards what you guys believe is your birthright. And so then you posted, and what did you post? You could have posted anything. You posted a video of you snogging the wall, having the tefillin on. As you mentioned, your family is Jewish. You just mentioned it earlier on here. You have a massive links to the heritage. And so that's the real reason why you did it. And this is the problem with what people have seen, because if that video was from when you were 20 years old, if that video was from when you were 20 years old, that's a different story, because I can understand why.
The video is from when I'm 20 years old.
I mean, if you'd only posted it when you were 20, that would have been a different story, because I can understand.
Say holy war.
I can understand why someone would do that, even though I wouldn't be so influenced. But I can understand how maybe a weaker person, by the family members, push them, and they're like, okay, I'll be a good Jewish boy or whatever, and they'll do it.
But you nice thing to do for your 80-year-old grandparents.
But you end up doing it on. You end up posting on the 30. He can't help himself. He can't help himself. You can't control the Jewish supremacists.
Because we're getting into it now. So
the Jewish supremacists can't control themselves. The Jewish supremacists can't control themselves, and so. In reality, and what the worst thing about what you did was, not only did you show yourself snogging the wall, representing your connection to Israel, you also were clamoring for war with Iran, and you wanted US troops to go to war with Iran. Your actual tweet talked about how you wanted America to join the war and that you would also join. You wanted Americans to risk their lives, to put their lives on the line for the state of Israel that has occupied the United States of America and destroyed it. Destroyed the US, destroyed the UK, destroyed Western civilization. Again, it shows, that you were acting as a traitor, even though you may or may not have realized it. In addition to that,
I don't agree with that.
Well, I'm going to give you a chance to respond on that. I think
let me respond to that.
No, but I need to respond to all your points. But I need to respond to all your points. This is why I didn't think it was a good idea to do the scattergun, which you did. Let me cover them points, and we'll talk specifically about this point. The second thing is, you said that we worship the pedophile prophet. First of all, no one worships the prophet, peace be upon him. The second thing is, he isn't a pedophile. We can discuss this as well.
P be upon him? Did you say
Peace be upon him.
Peace be upon him.
Yeah. I know you Jews don't like peace, do you? The Jews don't like peace, you see. So I understand why you guys would get confused with that word. But
Jesus
that being said,
himself said, "I came not to bring peace, but a sword of division."
Who said that?
Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, said, "I did not come to bring peace, but a sword of division to separate the sheep from the goats."
Okay,
the sinners from the
I don't know about that. I'll take your word for it. And
from the mongrels.
Okay. So now coming back to it, that's the other fallacy. The other point you made is about Europe being taken over or UK being taken over by Muslims. Again, that's fake news. Now, in terms of going back to the point in terms of Israel or you being a subverter is because you leave prison on January the 6th. You then on June 13th, after this war starts, which hasn't got anything to do with the United States of America, even Charlie Kirk, who's probably one of the most pro-Israel Christian guys in the United States of America, didn't want the United States of America to join the war with Israel against Iran because he didn't want US boots on the ground. But you wanted it, but we obviously know why, because of your ethnicity. In addition to that, your claim was about Christians. And the other last point is in terms of Christians, because I'll try and keep it specific because I think it's going to get boring if we scattergun. In terms of Christians, your camera's turned to the wrong.
Is it right now?
It's right now, yeah. And then the other point is in terms of Christians. Yes, there is the oldest church in Gaza. They were and stood with the Palestinians. They're against the state of Israel. And the Israel actually sniped and killed 2 of the old Catholic women. Now, you can hold the position that, look, Christians, there's some Christians who are for and some Christians are against, and it's kind of, there's some nuance. I don't agree with that position, but you can hold that position. That's fine if you hold that. But then that, again, doesn't preclude you to say that you want to join Israel for a war when it makes no sense from a Christian perspective. Christians have had their Holy Land in Israel for thousands of years. Go.
Let me break it down this way, because we have to separate the Israeli government from the Israeli people, because the Israeli government well, you have to separate the Gazan government, Hamas, from the Gazan people too, because those are two different people. One of them is a militaristic, horrible, horde of Muslims trying to kill people, and the other one are people just trying to live their lives, which I support the Gazan people. I support the Israeli people. Both of their governments are disgusting. I don't care what anybody says. The Israeli government, first of all, don't support the Israeli government because of the things that we just recently talked about. The Luciferian, New World Order, central banking system, there's a million names for Illuminati. That area, the Marxist people, they're colluding along in with the Chinese and the Qatarian to try to eradicate white people from Europe and from America.
Why do you think white people have been eradicated, Jake?
Why? Because white people vote differently. Muslims vote 80% Democrat. They're for big government, big state, big Allah. They love bowing down. They love being sheep. They hate small government. They hate personal rights, just like Jews. Jews also vote 60, 70, 80%. Jewish men vote
80%.
Jewish men vote 60%. Jewish women 80%.
No,
Democrat.
80%.
That's why why do these people want to destroy white, Christian, Western men, American and European? Because we vote correctly. We vote for small government, individual liberties. Muslims don't do that. Nowhere in the world.
Who's these people?
Nowhere in the world where there's Muslims is there any type of constitutional, God-given, actual human rights. It's only dictated by big government, where it's Sharia government or just their big crappy government.
No, I'm asking you, Jake, you're not understanding the question. I'm asking you. I agree with you.
No, but listen.
You're not listening to the question. You're not listening to the question.
As I've already spoken.
No, you're not listening. You're not listening to the question. I'm asking you, which I agree with. There is a population collapse amongst the white population throughout the world. Right? Me and you discussed this. We agree with this. I'm asking you, how did that happen? How did the white population collapse? Who was the cause of it?
PSYOPs. Am I on? Okay.
Yeah.
PSYOPs.
By who?
Different people, but for mainly
by different people. Which different people?
Well, obviously the child. First of all, let me get to my main point. The main person, the Israeli, Jewish, Luciferian, Zionist, New World Order, central banking system, Rothschildian people that have pushed hookup culture, gangster culture, interracial culture, all that garbage on the American people. You're not going to hear this from fucking Mossad agent. So everybody calls.
Well, I don't know. You're not being very clear. You're not actually blaming the right people.
I just said all of the names of the same standard of people that we've hated for a long time. people that Jesus Christ called the synagogue of Satan, false Jews who pretend to be Jews but are not. False Jews, those who do not even follow the written word of God in the Torah. They have no God. They're godless. They worship the dark.
Seems like you're scared to blame where it's Jew.
Not all Jews, because it's not all Jews, because you can go into a regular Jewish community and you're going to see, and I don't agree with the Hasidicization, just like the Islamification of any area, but you can go into a regular Jewish community and see family values and, the whole entire entrepreneurial, no crime, nobody's homeless, all the women are dressed modestly. So there are many Jews that try to follow the, righteous teachings of the Torah, but we are talking about the usurpers. We're talking about the top class, the Muslim caliphate, the Islamic caliphate, the Catholic Church, the Marxist communist Chinese, and the Israeli Zionist Jews. We're talking about the top level of all those different entities, right? All of them are super corrupt.
Who controls the media?
They're all co-op. All of those entities I just named are all corroborating to destroy white civilization, because we're the only ones that will refuse to have an overlord. We're the only ones that can stand on our own 2 feet without our government babysitting us. White men are the only ones who can live in a republic. And that's why the Jewish invaders are sending in hordes of mongrels, Indians, Pakistanis, Muslims, who are all Democrat, big government, just complete simps that are willing to live on their knees. White men, white Christian men specifically, are willing to die in wars to protect the integrity of freedom, our freedom, individual freedom. That's why the Jewish people, or whatever you want to call it.
Can you see why people think that you might be a Jewish subverter? Because once again, you said a lot of things, but you haven't touched on the root of the issue.
I just said,
I'm going to explain to you why. No, but I'll explain to you. I'll explain to you. And I'll explain to you, and then you can respond, right?
Jewish. I said Jewish. Israeli,
I'll explain to you.
Zionist,
bro, I know what you said. I know what you said. Let me explain to you with the fallacy of your statement.
The top crust.
Let me explain to you the fallacy of your statement. So what you did was you made 2 fallacies. The first one is in terms of the data. You claimed that Muslims vote Democrat. Actually, the data shows.
I just typed it into Grok.
an hour
before we got on.
Yeah,
here.
It's not. So it's about, according to some polls, is between 50 to 60% voted Democrat. Dearborn, Michigan, the place you invaded, voted Trump. Jews on the other side. People can fact check. Jews on the other side, 80% of them voted Democrat. So Jews vote Democrat more than Muslims. That is unequivocal. Now, in terms of the second point, the reason why you're being deceptive,
between 70 and 80%.
You need to let me finish.
We don't want you here.
The reason why you're being deceptive is this, because what you say is, guess what? The problem is it's Jews and it's Muslims and it's the CCP and it's this and it's that, and you try and hide the fact.
All of them.
You hide the fact of who the real power broker is, because in reality, other people are trying to fight for power. Nobody's stupid to understand, no. But the person who sits at the top, and this is where your deception lies, because you won't mention, you'll try and make them equal to everybody else, is the Jewish Zionist. Because in reality, it's the Jewish Zionists who control the media. It's the Jewish Zionists who control Hollywood. It's the Jewish Zionists who control the music industry. It's the Jewish Zionists who control the politicians. It's the Jewish Zionists who control NGOs and lobby groups. So when you look at all of the key components of how the banking structure, as you mentioned, when you look at all of the key components that control the things that actually impact society, the thing that causes population collapse amongst the white population, destroys the black families, and bombs the Middle East, it is actually done by Ashkenazi Jews. And so when you say that, when you make this claim, in reality, you're hiding it because you're like, oh, it's one amongst like many.
No,
that is part of your subversion.
I didn't level them in
That's part of your subversion. Go ahead.
I didn't level them in any given order. And believe me, what you're saying is true. I'm not here to fight that. You're going to see a lot of people think that we're going to fight. I'm here to just say Muslims and Islamic people don't belong in the West. I don't like the way they live. I don't like the smell.
Why?
The look.
Okay, let's talk about that then. If we agree on that, let's talk about the next thing. So
I'm America first, America only, and any subverter, including all of the Jewish overlords that you just named, plus how many politicians are getting umpteen dollars from the CCP and from Qatar? How many freaking right-wing influencers that are like simping for Muslims, for no reason.
They're not simple for Muslims. I'll tell you what it is. Let me explain to you. Jake, let me relay this point to you.
They're getting paid from Qatar.
Jake, let me relay. No, they're not being paid. No one's being paid by Qatar. Let me just. I'm talking about.
Come on.
I'm talking about in terms of the right wing influences. That I know none of them are the ones.
You're like the Muslim version of what you claim I am. Qatar can do no wrong.
No, I'm the opposite. Jake, unlucky.
Paying anybody.
Jake, you're unlucky. Jake, you're unlucky
because all the blame and like
out of us two,
it's all the Jews. It's all the Jews.
Yeah, Jake. Out of us two,
it's also Qatar.
No, but Jake, the problem you've got here is. The problem you got here is, as my audience know, I'm out of us two, I'm the only one who is banned from the GCC because of my positions. So I have no affinity to any of these countries. Now, in terms of
you don't know where I'm banned from? I was banned from life. I was sent from the Are you kidding me? Listen, banned from living life. You kidding me?
That's a good one. That's a good one. I give you that. I give you that.
Oh, my YouTube account was banned. I was like, I was banned from talking or seeing my parents for 18 months. I was banned from getting a haircut or shave. For years, I had a big beard.
Okay, let me respond to your point. So in terms of Qatari influence, I'm saying when Jews make the claim that there's Qatari influence, they do it on purpose to hide Israeli influence.
I'm not doing it like they're doing it.
Qatar is trying to influence. There's no doubt about it. And I disagree with Qatar because they basically have a deal with Israel. They've got the biggest American base in Qatar, and they've had that despite basically making sure Palestine doesn't have a state or something like that. So I have major issues with Qatar in terms of their foreign policy, in terms of their actions and what they've been doing. So I'm on your side on that issue. What I'm saying is the people you've been attacking, and this is important, the 4 or 5 people, the influencers who you've been attacking, those people.
I've been defending myself against claims that are not true, that I'm being paid by Israel.
They're not paid. I'm saying they're not paid by Qatar. They're not paid by Qatar. Now, I'll explain to you why.
I don't know if they are, but some of them are. I mean, who knows who's getting paid?
They're not. I know them. I know a lot of them. I know a lot of them. They're not. So in terms of specifically, let's look at your point. So I mentioned about you kissing the wall. Then what happened was in August time, right? The state of Israel and Jewish Zionist billionaires did a study and a poll, and they said, what's the best way to stop hatred against Israel? And what the poll and the NGOs found was that the best way to stop the hatred against Israel is to start attacking Muslims and Islam. So every one of these right-wing influencers is aware of that. Then what happens? Literally 4 weeks later, 6 weeks later, good old Jake Long, the guy who's snogging the wall, Jake Lang. It comes along and literally does his direct attack on Dearborn, Michigan. So now tell me, why did you go for Dearborn, Michigan? And also,
so let me explain a little bit of the transformation between June and now. I'm starting to read the room in American politics and see, regardless of your personal view on Israel, let's say, or the Israeli people, you're starting to realize that the breakup in the party, right, in the Republican MAGA right wing, is not worth ideological hills that you're willing to die on for no reason, for things that really don't matter to the integrity and future of your country. So you start to look around. You start to see, is this picture, is this imagery, is this stance going to be toxic to the end goal, which is securing a beautiful white Christian country majority for my children? That's the end goal. That's all we voted President Trump in for. So you start to say, is the ideological hill that I'm willing to die on, oh, Israel this, Israel that, regardless of my heritage, regardless of my personal understandings of what Israel's like or the people of Israel, is the imagery, is holding that stance beneficial to my ultimate goal, which is trying to propel the furtherance of Christian white America and the sanctity of Europe and of America remaining demographically not completely shattered, and in other ways a free society with, conservative values and family values. So I start to look around. In these last few months, I start to listen to more podcasts, hear more people speak, and say, maybe at this current juncture, and maybe forever, that these stances are actually hurting and pushing and driving Americans further apart, when we need to be uniting and saying, white women, we need babies, let's go. We need to stop the Jewish, brain control, the goy slop of NFL football players, 6'8" black guys, and that's the only thing that's sexualized in this country. All the white girls are they're fetishizing black guys, and you have all this goy slop, disgusting propaganda that's destroying the mind. So I'm saying, is Israel or anything in the Middle East, even mentioning anything in the Middle East, in whatsoever furthering the goal of bringing back white Christian American families, bringing back safe, small town, ideological America. And I start to look around and I go, this is all bullshit. I have one crusade I'm on, and it's to save white Christian America before the only free country, the only free people, the only people that look like me, that are my gender, my age, my race, my skin color, my heritage. We're the only ones that vote Republican, small government, family, individual freedom values. And I want to make sure that my people stay in control of my country. And that's it. White Christian men. And that's it. That's the only goal I'm looking to make right now. So that's why I announced a march on AIPAC, because I don't like those dirty bastards foreign influence either. I know right now the best thing for America, the best thing for the Nick Fuentes, Jake Shields, Jake Lang, Ben Shapiro, all this movement. Ben Shapiro's really not with us, but
he's with
for
you.
all this movement, he's definitely
related
not.
to you.
Well, God forbid. The best thing right now is to drop all these stupid ideological molehills that we've been battling on over anything outside of how do we get back the white birth rate and, livability in America, because all these things it's like arguing over an anthill in another country while your daughter's daughters are going to be Muslim or black. Your grandchildren are either going to be black or Muslim if we don't get it together, America. So drop all the Israeli shit. Who cares? Tell them no more.
Drop it.
Trump, close off Israel from any more visas here. Close off Palestine. Let them fight it out. Let them declare the winner in their own medieval way. I fully support men striving against one another. It's one of the things that makes men men. So let them, winner takes all over there. I don't give a shit anymore. I just want white America to have a revival. That's where my ideological shift. That's why you're not going to see me post anything else about Israel or about the wall, about anything else. I'm going toe to toe with the Pakis, with the Indians, with the Muslims, with the ghetto blacks, with all of the South Americans that flood over here, and with the Muslims. We're going head to head.
Notice
White
he didn't
men
mention Jews.
are saying we've had enough. Get out of our country.
Notice he didn't mention Jews.
I said Israel.
You keep saying this is
I said Trump.
No, but this is the problem. Jake Lang, listen.
Get him out of here.
Jake Lang, this is the kind of, again, another example, because you know what?
You're not even listening when I say
no.
Trump,
you said
ban
Israel.
Israeli visas.
You said
don't even hear me.
listen. It's because you. I understand your deception. You see, this is the thing. So you mentioned Israel. Yeah, you mentioned Palestine, but when you said about the United States of America, you mentioned every single race. You mentioned even one religion. But you didn't mention Jews.
Jews are white, by the way. Look at us.
I mean, you guys can say that, but people don't realize they're not, right? So listen,
I don't agree with that.
I mean, I know you don't. Of course, you want to subvert.
Somebody come up to me and tell me I'm not white. You know what I mean? Tell me that.
I'm telling you, you're not white. You're Jewish.
How can you, some dirty Paki or whatever the hell you are?
How is a little Jew saying it?
Tell me I'm not
with his
white.
little yarmulke and his snogging the wall. Like, what are you talking about?
No,
you were doing OnlyFans with the wall, bro. Like, I never seen anyone go out that hard into a wall ever in my life.
Listen, you're pro destroying my race and my people, white people,
bro.
That's all you want.
No, you guys want to destroy white people. That's the problem. Is you Jews who destroy the white people. This is the problem, though, isn't it, Jake Lang? You guys destroyed the white people. This was the issue. This is what you're trying to hide, and this is why people don't trust you. Because if you said this, you said no. But listen, when you was given that kind of monologue, you said, "Listen, I'm gonna go after the Jews, and I'm gonna go after the Muslims. I'm going to go after the blacks, browns, whites, Pakis, Indians, and Jews." I'd be like, look, this guy's actually blagging it. He's blagging it, but he didn't.
On my page right now, I
don't care about your page. I'm talking about what you said in this conversation. I'm talking about this conversation, not what you said after.
We don't want any more Israelis. We don't want anybody who looks like you.
Yeah. But you should be... Okay, so we'll talk about that in terms of like who you want in the country.
The question is Greece, Israel, Europe, white countries, right?
Should someone like you be in? So what is one of the things you said is you want? Do you want to deport Muslims? 1 second. Do you want to deport Muslims out of? What is your ideal? We'll go into Islam in a second. What is your ideal America?
What is my idea of America?
Ideal America.
80% white.
80% white. It's right now. It's about 58 to 62, depending. Right?
No, it's about 60%.
Yeah, that's what I
give
said.
Or take.
Yeah, that's what I just said. You just said no. So in terms of you need a 20% shift, right?
You love to like push that 58 because you just want to like you love it. You actually goon later on. You'll goon to that number becoming 57 because like you have this tribalistic, you want to see.
No, I don't. I want America to stay. No, this is not true. I want America to stay a majority white. You want to subvert it and destroy it, and so you are pretending it's higher because you don't want the problem to seem that bad. Because your people destroyed white America, and you want to help them. But anyway, in terms of percentage,
white Christian men are the only ones.
I mean, you're Jewish, bro. Like you're Jewish. You admitted it. So in terms of 60 to 80%,
being Jewish is what? Being Jewish as a faith, or being Jewish as even a race? Because I'm not even.
I didn't say race. I said ethnicity.
Russian.
Ethnicity.
Russian.
You're a Jewish ethnicity, right?
Yeah, but how is my?
This is why you went to Israel, and then you had family in Israel, as you said, and this is why you snuck the wall.
Would you call, so just take away the religion of Judaism for a second. Would you call anybody from North Africa the same ethnic or racial background as anybody from Russia? How? They're not. They're Sephardic Jews that are from the Middle East that are not the same ethnicity as Russians.
Let me ask you a question.
Take away the faith.
If
a black Moroccan, I have no African in me. I'm white. I'm Russian.
I know. We'll talk about this issue.
And Irish and German.
Yeah. We'll talk about the issue in a second because I'll explain to you how that works in terms of when you procreate, how you can then create either a hybrid, which is what you are. You're a hybrid. You're a hybrid of a Jew and a white person being created. You're a mongrel, right? That's basically what you are. So,
no, but the Ashkenazis converted to Judaism. They're not from the Middle East.
Now you're saying convert. Now you're making it into a religion. So you can't switch. You have to keep it as ethnicity or religion.
Exactly.
What it is Jews.
Too much conflation there.
From
Ashkenazi Jews are not Sephardic
Jews.
We are from
I know they're not. Jews from Israel. I explained this to you already. Jews from Israel scattered to the world. Those Jews procreated and their children became mongrels like you.
Some converts, though, like the Ashkenazis, were Turkish converts. They were white Turks that then
Turks are white. So listen, Jake, let me ask you a question.
The northern Turks are.
Listen, Jake, let me ask you a question. So in America, you've got...
Go to northern Turkey.
So 60%, it's right now 60%. 60, 62, 58, it don't matter to me. It's too low. Whatever the percentage is, you want to get it to 80%. How do you get it from 60 to 80?
Denaturalization. That's going to be the word of 2026. Denaturalize these anchor babies.
Who gets denaturalized?
Migration.
Chain
migration.
Who gets denaturalized?
All of the H-1B visas, chain migration, refugees and their children, any green card holders and their children.
All green card holders.
What? Gone.
Okay.
All of them. Bye. Sorry.
Irrespective of race, or does it matter?
No, the Europeans get to stay, of course. Okay. We're a European white Christian country. Okay. They get to stay, of course. Okay. But not if they don't espouse American values. Then they got to go as well.
What's American values?
Small government, pro-individual freedom, First Amendment, Second Amendment. Very simple. Those are American values in the shortest small sentence. So if they're online posting pro-homosexuality, what about people who are not green card holders, but for example, I don't know, you mentioned before to me on the phone call, like communists. Commies, yeah, get the commies out too, of course. But listen, there is freedom of thought here in America.
Exactly.
But if you have people that are not from here, if they're first generation anchor babies, and they're communists.
What about? Okay, let me give you an example. My friend Jackson Hinkle, he's American.
Being American is just like being Irish. It's just not a passport.
His parents came on the his parents came on the Mayflower, so he's original American, unlike you. And
how do you know where my father's at? I've been generation 8 or 9 generations on my father's side.
You spoke on the phone. But he's from the Mayflower, which is well before. He's from the original founding of the United States of America.
God bless him.
But he's a communist. So would you deport him?
No, he's allowed to stay because he's been here for so long.
Okay, that's fine.
But first generation anchor babies or green card babies, that even if they're from European descent and they're communists, they got to go. If they're from European descent and they're first generation and they're not commies, they can stay.
Okay, cool. Easy. And what about Jews?
We're talking ABCs here.
What about Jews?
Which Jews? Sephardic Jews or white Jews? Ones that have been here for 5, 6 generations or first generation? First generation Jews got to go. First generation Jews got to go. Just like all the other minorities.
Is that including? And I'm talking all. So Sephardic, Ashkenazi, Mizrahi.
I mean, now you're talking about if they've been here for a long time and they're Americanized, secularized, or even if they have faith, but they're not trying to Islamify or Jewify, like through the Hasidic Jew. You know, they have their own communities, own
well,
language.
you can't just blame Hasidic Jews, because when you look at the destruction of the United States of America, it's not just done by Hasidic Jews.
I'm talking about Hasidic Jews because that's the one
people who are Ashkenazi. For example, but if you look at the owner of OnlyFans, he may even be your relative, right? He's an Ashkenazi Jew. If you look at many of the people,
no idea, but I hope he is removed from this country and OnlyFans is shut down.
Yeah,
I mean,
so what about
that's easy, but
what about second generation? What about second generation? I just want to try and understand your position. I'm going to issue. I just want to understand it. What about second generation?
Now that's a different story. That's not from the age of mass migration. Second generation, their families, in even Black, Spanish, all those people. They have been baked into back when the American dream was still alive, when people were looking to assimilate. Nowadays, all the people, all of the invaders right now and their first generation children are taught to grow up to hate America. They don't share our same values, so they have to go. They really do have to go. We want to restore our country and our national identity to what it used to be like. Now, we'll take 10% Black, 7% Mexican, and 3% Asian. That's fine. We'll do that. That's fine. We can keep them around. I wish there was more Asians because they're very well behaved, but they have like a couple billion over on their side of the planet.
Okay, so you just mean first
to make this another breeding ground.
That's fine. I get the logic behind some of your positions, so that's not like there's nothing to debate there really. I just wanted to understand what your position was, because what you're basically saying is you want first generation.
We want people that are going to vote the way that we vote. Jews don't vote like us, so they got to go, unfortunately, because they don't vote like we do.
But you said second.
You don't vote like we do. Your people, you all got to go before you turn us into a socialist, tyrannical society. Okay. It's unfortunate. Even people in my own heritage, right? They don't vote like me on one side of my family, half my side. So they got to go.
Do they need to go?
They got to go. Got to go home. Sorry, find some. Okay, now I have
You're gonna send your mum back. You're gonna send your mum back to Israel.
She votes the way we vote, so she's okay. Listen, this is the most based answer for the question of Israel ever. We need the state of Israel because we need somewhere to send all the Jews when we kick them out.
See, this guy's always advocating for Israel. Then he says he's not a subverter.
Come on, that's pretty freaking based.
Then he says he's not a subverter. But anyway, look, you go. Why was it you invaded Dearborn, Michigan?
I came to exercise my First Amendment right to show the low impulse control of those chimps in Dearborn, Michigan. That
I thought you talking about yourself.
No, I did not assault anybody, even when I was assaulted.
That's true. That was, but what that kid did, just for the audience, I believe someone. First of all, you got a strong chin, bruv. But also, what that kid did was unacceptable. But they were like, and he punched you, right? And I hope he does get the full extent of the law based on that, because you cannot be violent against someone. You can disagree with someone. I disagree with you, but I would never be violent against you. We're having a conversation. This is what civilized people do. This is what Western society. This is what we are. We're Western. This is the key tenet of Western society is having conversation. I know you like a bit of violence on your baseball bats, but I think a key tenet of being Western society, especially British, is being a proper gentleman. So I disagree with the actions of that individual, but anyway, you invaded into the town. What was the reason for it?
This is America. We don't have borders between our states like that. And you have a man in a car, you can go anywhere, and it should look like America. It should sound like America. Should have the same food as America. Should be America.
Wait, so America has all type of, bro, I'm regularly in America. One thing I love about the US is you literally can get the best food of any culture anywhere.
You sound like Piers Morgan. I'd trade a bunch of Englishmen for a thing of curry.
I didn't say that though. I didn't say that, but you said no, but I didn't say that. I didn't say that. You just didn't understand the point. It might be too complex for you. Your claim was that the food needs to be like America, and I'm saying no matter where you go in America, you actually get different types of food.
Okay, I don't mind if there's like, a couple foreigners there. And I
didn't say about foreigners. I'm talking about food. I'm not talking about foreigners. You're confusing. You're acting like Piers Morgan. You're acting like Piers Morgan. You think foreigners mean food. I'm saying food.
Yes,
you could be making tacos. You could be making tacos as an example, right?
You can get that in America. But the point is to not have one ethnic background, Islam, which is not an ethnic background, but all of the subsects and the ethnicities that go mostly attached with Islam, take over an area, and they completely Islamify it. Everything.
What?
Street signs, language, prayer calls, music, food, the way people dress, everything. So yes, I agree with you. In America, you should be able to, because it's a beautiful big country.
But Jake,
you should be able to go in
Jake,
every major city and get like a couple different dishes
have
from
you
a couple
been
different
to
countries.
like
But you shouldn't have.
But have you traveled America? Have you traveled throughout America? So, for example, as someone who travels to many states in the United States of America, you actually have that. For example, I went to San Francisco. They had Chinatown. It was literally full of Chinese people. Their stores were on the streets. Their signs were all in Chinese, in Mandarin. Literally, you had the entire area of that specific place in San Francisco, which was completely Mandarin. So you have many places in the United States like that.
So there's a difference there. It's because when you're getting that baked into one large city, right? Like, for example, Little Italy in New York, right? But you have right next to Little Italy, Little Chinatown, and you have in New York City and in huge cities like you're talking about, you're going to have the races naturally come together and the cultures naturally come together. You have an area where there's a bunch of Turkish people, bunch of this, bunch of that. That is an American normal-ish thing. Not the peak of what we're looking for, but hey, it's no problem in a major city like that. But when you're talking about whole entire subsect, city council, the whole entire area, whole city, a massive area, 100,000 people.
What percent of Dearborn? Well, I know that figure. I just want to know.
They say 55, but that was taken years ago. It's already past 60%, guaranteed. It is 60% plus.
Is that Middle East? I'm asking you a question. Is that Middle Easterners or Muslim? Because I was looking at the figures, and what it said was when it comes to the Middle Easterners in that area, it's like 35% of them are Christian. 55, 60%, 65% are Muslim. Like there's a big variation. But then what they say, so I assume from that, because I couldn't find the data, that because they do say 52% as well. But then, so I assume from that you've got Middle Eastern Muslims, and then you've got other non-Middle Eastern Muslims, and then you've got
replicating,
and then you've got like Middle Eastern. Let me finish my point, right?
All the kids surrounding.
Can you just understand, right? So and then you've got Middle Easterners who aren't Muslim as well in Dearborn, Michigan. Is that right?
Yeah, I did not personally, and I'm not going to say something. I'm not going to lie. I didn't meet a single Middle Eastern person there that wasn't Muslim. Right. I guess this phantom 35% complete bullshit of Muslims of Middle Easterns in Dearborn are not Muslim. That's crazy. That's wild, diabolical, absolutely diabolical.
Stats are
every single person.
We don't believe stats.
Oh no, not that stat. Are you kidding me? Dearborn. Not. Every single brown person in Dearborn is Muslim. I mean, let's be honest there. Okay?
I disagree with that. Me and you should go there together.
There was not a single one that came out of the thousand.
I mean, they were
kids.
That I met. They were like kids around you, bro. Of course.
Yeah, they were replicating like crazy. Every single kid. You can't find 300, 400, 17-year-old to 25-year-old. They were in that age range there. You can't find 300 white kids in that age range to come out of their house and do anything on any given time anywhere. In Dearborn, they're all these kids the same age are being pumped out. The takeover is here. Oh my Lord.
The Jews don't like that, do you? The Jews don't like that.
They all look the same. They all dress the same stupid haircut. It's crazy. All screaming Allahu Akbar, spitting on me, throwing food on me, throwing dirt on me, punching me, slapping us in the back of the head. Everything
you were basically like saying derogatory terms. You were smacking bacon on the Quran as well. So you were inciting as well, right? I mean, they were going physical, which is unacceptable.
Go and walk down, let's say Boston, where there's hundreds of churches, very, very well-known Catholic area, right?
Yeah.
Christian white area. Go and burn a Bible in the middle of the street there and tell me you're going to have a mob of 500 angry Christians.
But if I went to, you wouldn't. I agree with you.
Literally pick up handfuls of mulch.
Jake, I agree with you. If you did it to Christians, I agree with you. This has been, if you look at my X page in 2020.
Or Jews,
wait, one second. I'm gonna deal with your people in a second. I'm gonna deal with your people in a second. But in terms of Christians,
saw a mob of Jews.
No, but I'm gonna explain it to you. I mean, I disagree. Right, listen. So 2023, I agree with you. If you look at my X page, one of the things was when people were disrespecting Jesus and disrespecting Christianity, I used to tweet about it. That's actually what helped me become even more bigger in 2023, was because I was like one of the few people.
Are you sure that's not when you figured out how to buy all your followers?
No, I didn't buy any followers. I've got a huge amount of followers, but then you guys, your cousins got me demonetized, and you got my account deboosted, and you got the algorithm changed. So unfortunately, even though I've got 750,000 followers, unfortunately, last year I was the most viral account. I would get the biggest retweets, the biggest likes, the biggest shares, big everything. And then your people, because they control society, which is what you want to hide, they managed to basically attack my account.
But I don't want to hide anything. I just want white people to have more babies in America to turn back to what it was. Great.
I agree with you on that. But you interrupted me, because what I was saying was in 2023, when I talked about the disrespect of Jesus and the disrespect of Christianity, that's actually what helped me blow up initially from a very small account. But when it comes to Jewish people, it's very different. If you were to go to a Jewish place or a synagogue, you do have people come out and get violent and aggressive. You do have authorities involved. For example, there was a protest just a week after yours or a few days after yours. What happened? There was just a protest outside a synagogue. And the reason the protest was there was because they were selling illegal settlements in the West Bank. And what did they do? Your people, they called it a pogrom. They called it that they were being attacked. They went outside and physically started confronting people. They got the president of the United States, even when Mamdani and the president were in the press conference, they asked a question about it. So I would say that your people, the Jews, actually become not only physically aggressive, but they even get the media involved on their side.
Personally, I mean, your number one MO from this entire interview here is to pull me into talking about Jews. It's like your number one MO.
No, because I want you to be consistent.
And you'll always hate the Jews.
You mentioned it. I'm asking you to be consistent. I'm asking you to be consistent.
I know, but it's like your whole identity is wrapped up into like pushing, just like, what they'll call these other influencers. Their whole identity is like wrapped up into this thing. So
yeah, because you protected them. You're getting exposed. You don't like it. I'm just saying, be consistent, Jake. I know that you're cousins. I know you're the brothers.
You're sitting there eating God knows what. God knows where.
Well, you guys have got no food. The Jews have got no food. You just stole other people's food. You guys stole other people's food. You got no food.
We have the best food.
Well,
listen,
the Jews have the best food. I'm Israeli.
Every conversation is just going to be like warping it back over there.
No, I want you to be consistent. No, but that's the point. No, but that is going to be it. So whenever you mention a problem,
we know that.
No, but this is the issue that I want you to understand. I agree with you on this, by the way. I'm not disagreeing. That one of my things is this: that when you make an argument, I just want you to be consistent. So if you said, look, I've got a problem with Islam on this, but I have the exact same problem with Judaism.
I don't like the Hasidification.
No, you keep saying Hasidification. This is the problem. You basically atomize it when it comes to the Jews.
For the people who don't know what
atomize it when it comes to the Jews. And I'm trying to say that if you said, look, I have a problem with Islam because of this, and also the Jews have the same issue, or whatever, the Christians or whatever, but Christians should be allowed because it's a Christian country, but these three have the same issue, I'd be like, okay, you're being consistent, Jake. I understand but when you're like, oh, I've got a problem with Islam, but I'm going to be hypocritical and not mention the Jews, that's actually what I'm doing. That's what I'm calling you out.
This interview, you're. I mean, this is ridiculous. I never did that. This interview.
I'm just giving you an example. You literally said Jews don't do that, and I gave you an example of when they do.
Q question 100 times over.
You just said, Jake,
you are so fixated. So
Jake, you just asked.
Your whole identity is wrapped up into hating Jews. If you were just walking around with,
he doesn't like it.
100%. And so many people are, and so many white guys are too. It's like,
it's because your people have been destroying society.
In symphonies, in ballerinas, in building tall buildings, in being great American patriots, being masculine, strong, smart, active. My identity is in the things I believe in. Your identity and people like you is in the things you hate. You are known for the things you hate. White American Christian men are known for the things you love.
Literally attack Islam. Your identity is to be a hater. Your whole identity is to go to places and get thrown out. You basically went to J6 and you got incarcerated, which I disagree with.
You were thrown out of CPAC.
You were thrown out of CPAC. Your whole identity is to attack people and then try and go viral. That's literally your whole goddamn show. What are you talking about?
Listen, January 6th has nothing to do with
What about you getting thrown out of CPAC? What about getting thrown out of CPAC? What about getting thrown at CPAC and you were complaining that you were Jew? You complaining about anti-Semitism. You complaining about anti-Semitism. So listen.
No, I was complaining, first of all, because there are certain people inside the conservative movement, just as we know very well, that have been trying to smear my good name with he's a Jew, so you can't trust anything he says. Get the fuck out of here. None of you people, all of these bench warmers, the bleacher creatures who sit and watch men of action, and all they do is ridicule. To the glory goes the man in the arena, the one who's fighting for his country, those who are standing up and doing something instead of every single living, loving.
What's the crime rate in Dearborn, Michigan?
What's feminine?
Jake, this is just
podcasters. Bro, this is just talk about drama.
What's the crime rate? What's the crime rate in Dearborn, Michigan?
I know that there are people that have threatened my life, punched me in the face, spit on me. I didn't ask that question. You're so
emotional. It's just about you all the time. I'm asking you, what's the crime rate in Dearborn, Michigan?
I'm telling you that there are unanswered crimes caught on video in Dearborn, and that Sharia law police will do nothing about it.
So, okay, let's Okay, you let me educate you. So the crime rate in Dearborn, Michigan is actually
So
less
welcoming.
the crime rate in Dearborn, Michigan is less than the rest of Michigan, and it's one of the lowest throughout the country. So whatever's happening there is that it results in lower crime. In terms of other issues that you've got in terms of what's happening in Dearborn, Michigan, you believe there's too many Muslims in the area. Maybe you want to put some kind of quarter in certain areas. That's your prerogative. That's your choice. But you have certain areas where there does be a larger proportion of a specific race depending on what that area is. So that happens in the United States of America. Now, one thing I want to ask you about is this. You mentioned about Sharia law coming.
Totality. Let me just make a
Sharia law.
comment.
What is Sharia law? How is Sharia law coming to the United States of America?
It's a total, and it's already in England, by the way. Every divorce is not happening in civil court; it's happening in Sharia courts. Every single matter of, and that's true. There's 82 active Sharia courts right now in England, and it's coming to America. And I'm sure there are no divorces, no matters of any civility ever being dealt with in civil courts in Dearborn. It is all happening between the imams. This is the reason why Islamification is so destructive and dangerous to America. Because not only is it the brownification of America and the removal of our natural ideology or heritage and things of that nature come with being a white Western Christian man or any of those things, but it's also a political ideology and movement. They build their outposts, their mosque, their forward operating bases. These are insurgency, militaristic outposts that not only are there to sculpt a religious fervor, but to change a political ideology and operate as another outpost. So the reason why Islam, on its facial value, on the actual way that it changes the makeup of America, is more dangerous than, let's say, a Korean town, three towns down. There's a town that tends to have more Korean people. They're not in all ways looking to usurp the power structure, the ideology, the language, the food, everything. So Islam is an all-encompassing natural enemy to Western freedom and Western civilization. It brings all the necessary component to make itself antithetical to our way of life. Other people from every other country come here, settle down, move into areas where they're the predominant people. They don't breed with 5 or 6 wives. They don't open up military outposts. They're not running to take office and act like a tribe to get more of their people. Look at the Dearborn, Michigan mayor. $4,500 to the next brown baby that pops out of the 5th wife of Muhammad over here.
Okay.
They're hijacking.
You're doing the same thing. You're doing scattergun. You're doing right. Listen, Jake, you're doing scattergun. Jake,
for their own
replacement
of white people.
You're doing scattergun. So let me respond to some of your points. And can you just keep it as like 1 or 2 points at a time, and then I can respond to them. So in terms of the Sharia courts, and I know this is going to upset you because again, it just demonstrates your kind of hypocrisy. But when it comes to Sharia courts don't supersede the legal system. The legal system is still present, just like Jewish law doesn't supersede. In the same manner, you do know that there actually are the similar number of Jewish courts.
You're so fixated. Nothing of this has to do with Judaism.
He doesn't like it when you talk about his people. He doesn't like it when you talk about his own people because they are as religious as Muslims. This is why it's important to know. So they have that, and actually, Jake,
infatuation.
Jake, another thing that you won't like because you want it hidden about your people is that actually in the United States of America, right? You've never had Sharia law supersede American law. American law, the Constitution has always taken control yourself. You're chimping out. Control yourself. What is the Jew doing? The Jewish supremacists can't control themselves. They don't have any kind of civility. Bro, you guys are uncivilized. Have you got any kind of Have you got any civility?
No, because you're
do you believe in Jewish supremacy? What is this Jewish supremacy?
Like you're so like
what is this Jewish supremacy? Why can you not? Why can you not just control yourself?
Why can you not control yourself? The land right now, but the matters.
What is this Jewish supremacy?
Let me finish.
What is it? No, I'm going to finish my point. I was speaking. So I was speaking. I was going to give you an example that there's never been a scenario where Sharia law has overtaken the American system, the American Constitution. The only religion that superseded American law, superseded the Constitution, was your people. There was a court case called Avitsa, and you love your litigations, you Jews, as well. As you know, you're one of the main proponents of that. That shows your ethnicity. But Avitsa versus Avitsa,
find the core, baby.
Yeah, of course, you're Jewish. So Avitsa versus Avitsa is one of the court cases. You should look into this, where actual Jewish law How can a foreign law supersede American law? It never happened for Islam. It's not happened for Christianity, but it happened for Jewish law. It happened for only Jews. That shows the level of Jewish law that has actually overtaken and occupied the United States of America. But you won't talk about that. You keep saying don't talk about them. Don't talk about. Let me talk about Muslims. And when we expose it, you don't want to speak about it because in reality, you know the truth is going to expose you. You know your people are going to be exposed, and you don't like it. You don't like the fact that your religion is superseding the American Constitution. You guys should be deported because you are actually taking control of the United States of America and destroying it. You're destroying it through the legal system, through the police system. I went to New York. You guys had your own police system. I went to a synagogue. I went to the Brooklyn, the underground sewers. I don't know if you were there or not, Jake, but I went there to investigate.
Prison.
I don't know if I'm talking about the sewers. You know where the Jewish from the synagogue were jumping out.
When that story broke, I was in prison.
No, but I still operating, so I don't know if you were there. Now, so when I went there after you were released from prison, what happened was it was still operational, but they had Jews there. They had their dress on. They were dancing around. They were having their own religious, like dancing on the streets of New York, Brooklyn. You had their own police. They had their own fire brigade there, their own police. And then they had the New York police who also was situated there. So American taxpayers were being paid for it. But someone like you won't speak about that. Someone like you can't. That's why people consider you a subverter.
Because
you're carrying out the actions either knowingly or unknowingly, either paid or unpaid. You're carrying out the actions of the Israeli government. This is why people don't trust you.
So let me address these things.
Go.
I already said.
And you'll see now, I'll be civilized and I won't interrupt it. Yeah, go ahead.
I've already said I'm against the Hasidification. Those are Hasidic Jews, Orthodox Jews. They're changing the environment to fit it in a way that's un-American. I've already said that. So your argument that I'm trying to hide and your people, you're subverting, I already addressed this already. I'm against Hasidification of anywhere, just like the Islamification. I don't want to go into any place in America, any whole entire city, let's say like a Dearborn, that would be all Jewish people with their payas and different food and different language and everything. I would say this is un-American and we need to get them out. Same way I would say with Muslims. Now, that's dispelling your entire red herring argument. You're trying to subvert and divert the entire argument because you have a sexual infatuation with Jewish people for some reason. It's crazy. It's like it's locked in. It's key. We're arguing about
hypocrisy.
We're arguing about Sharia law in Dearborn, and all of a sudden you're like, let me take a right off the highway, 95 miles an hour, jump off an embankment, and oh, you like that? By the way, throw that up there quick for you. Let me just drive off the embankment and start talking about Jewish courts, friggin' Asvira versus Asvira. Listen, we're talking about brown people in Dearborn.
Yeah, you want to talk about that.
That'll attack Christians if you go out there and you rub a little bacon on the Quran. Okay? We're not talking about, so we can have that conversation. If you want to. Yes, I am a Christian.
No, I mean you're Jewish, and didn't you go with Cam Higby as well, who is again someone who went to a
trip to
Israel, who also was.
But I never met him a day in my life. I didn't have his number until inside Dearborn City Council. We exchanged numbers in there so I could talk to him in the future. I had no idea he was coming. I never invited him. So God bless him. Thank you for covering.
I listened to your speech in the council meeting. We can play.
Wait, let me address back because you never got to answer my thing in Sharia court.
No.
You cannot be this ignorant, Suleiman.
I'm very knowledgeable.
First of all,
I know the knowledge. This is why you don't like it.
Okay, listen. Let me tell you how a gang operates. Let me tell you about oppression. Let me tell you about how things happen in real life.
Yeah.
Instead of
Ashkenazis know they're better than anyone.
There's never been an instance where Sharia law has been in America. Listen. The women are oppressed and cannot and will not and are not allowed to go outside any of their current social structure. If they have a problem, it is between their husband and their imam. They will have acid thrown on their face. They will be beaten or they'll be ostracized for their community. Of course, none of these matters are being held in civil courts. They're all being taken care of behind the scenes inside their current social hierarchy because they are lesser than the men there. So they're not going to the courts to decide 90% of these things. They are saying their imam is telling me, you listen to your husband. This is what the Prophet Muhammad alaikum said to do. You have to bow down, wash his feet. I don't know his name even. I don't care about any of these disgusting ideologies. They're not going to American court. They're in a system of oppression where if they step outside of that system to seek any type of relief, they will be immediately ostracized or if not worse, beaten or have acid thrown on them. So don't tell me that Muslim women in strict Muslim households are going out and starting to seek relief from the American government on issues of divorce or other civil matters. They are stuck inside an oppressive system that they are not allowed to even talk to another man or shake another man's hand on the street, let alone go file a lawsuit against their husband or just file divorce papers. It's all happening inside those oppressive, barbaric Middle East and medieval imams and their oppressive power structure there.
Okay.
So don't tell me you're too ignorant to the fact that that's happening.
I actually have knowledge of all three religions, so let me debunk your claim on that as well. First of all, in terms of whether Jews, Christians, or Muslims should handle civil matters within their own religious, within their own society or community, I think that's extremely important, because I think society, and I know Ashkenazi Jews don't agree with this, they want to destroy the family structure amongst blacks, whites, but I actually think it's a good thing, because what happens is a woman, unfortunately, she does have this situation where she is manipulated, and this is why divorce rate is high. This is why there's population collapse. This is what you guys encourage. In reality, what should happen is when a woman wants to divorce a man, even if she's Christian or Muslim or Jewish, she should speak to the community first. There should be a situation where there's an ability to bring these people together before you go to divorce court. So actually, I think it's a good thing, and this is why divorce rate is lower amongst Muslim communities, and I think it should happen in Christian and Jewish communities.
Is there a threat of death?
Let me look. You're interrupting again. You're interrupting again, and then so that's the first thing. The second thing is in terms of the oppression of women. That's actually two of the things you mentioned in Dearborn, Michigan, in the council meeting. You mentioned about the rights of homosexuals, and you mentioned about the rights of women. Those were the two of the things you mentioned, right? And I want to speak about both of those things. And I know you don't like it, but as someone who actually studied philosophy and theology, this is why I know the fallacy of your argument. Because in reality, when you look at the claimed oppression of women, whether it's Islam, Christianity, or Judaism, all three religions have very similar positions. I know you don't, because you're a liberal Ashkenazi Jewish person, but they have very similar. Yeah, they have, in terms of homosexuality and feminism, you are quite clearly. This is a proof of it.
No. Because I believe in the freedom of people to exercise themselves.
Listen, I get it. You're a woke liberal. I get it. Let me debunk your argument. Let me debunk your wokeness. Let me debunk your wokeness, because he went to the council meeting and the two things he cried about is homosexuality, LGBTQ values, feminism, liberalism.
Values, right?
So
I have.
This is what they do.
Values.
Even these Ashkenazi Jews, even when they're in the right wing, they want to bring feminism in to destroy Christian society and Western society, and they want to bring LGBTQ. This is actually how you guys destroyed Western society. This is actually how you guys destroyed Western society. But let me tell you what actually the Bible says, because I know you find it to be evil and abhorrent. Because actually the Bible actually holds the same opinion on women. Actually, the Bible I think the Christian and Jewish position on women is actually, it makes more sense to me, because they're more stricter. They're more stricter on women than Islam is, because they say a woman, as an example, let a woman learn quietly with all forms of submission. This is Timothy 2:11. I do not permit a woman to teach. I do not permit a woman to teach or to exercise any authority over a man. And then he also says Adam was not deceived, but the woman was deceived, and because she is a transgressor, she is. And also in terms of inheritance, a woman doesn't have inheritance rights in Christianity and Judaism.
That's not true. There's nothing in the Bible that says anything about inheritance from in the New Testament. In the Old Testament, yes.
Numbers 27:8. Let me read it to you.
Numbers is a Old Testament text.
Numbers 27:8 says, stating that a daughter does not inherit anything if she has brothers.
Yes, that's Old Testament. That's Jewish. That's Jewish ideology. That's not the Christian.
Timothy is.
Yes, so what I'm talking about here is the oppression.
Do you reject the Bible on that? Do you accept it?
I accept every written word of God.
Do you believe that under Corinthians that basically the man is the head of the household?
Any woman in any authoritative position in America, that is part of the feministic overhaul of our country.
That's what you're crying about.
What I'm saying when I'm talking about homosexuals and women, like I did in Dearborn, homosexuals don't deserve to be thrown off rooftops. That's what I'm talking about, the oppression of homosexuals.
So we'll talk about homosexuals. Wait. Let's talk about women first.
And women don't deserve to have to cover themselves from head to toe, where you can't even see their eyeballs, in the full burqa, full hijab, full crazy thing, and where they're treated like dogs and like breeding animals, where you have 4 or 5 wives, you don't love any of them, you're just using them all for breeding, for your political takeover of the world.
In terms of head covering, is that in the Bible? In terms of the head covering, is that in the Bible when you're praying for a woman?
What's that?
In the Bible, for a woman needs to cover her hair.
Wear any kinds of beads or anything in her hair.
No, I'm not talking about Judaism. I'm not talking about Judaism. You're getting confused. You're getting confused with the religions. No, so I'm saying a woman, when she goes to the church, according to the Bible, she's meant to cover her hair, correct?
Yes. A man's hair is cut short.
Exactly.
Naturally. A woman's hair, so she keeps away the angels from looking. But covering in a veil, not in the face.
Face. So face is different. So Jake, face.
Yes, the face is the natural part of a human being. How are you going to cover up somebody and make them live every day of their lives?
Okay, one second. Let's get into this. So we accept.
Oppression.
Yeah, I'm gonna speak about it. 1 second.
It's dehumanizing.
1 second. I know you're a feminist. Listen. So first of all, I agree. You want all Americans and everybody on the globe to wear burqas. Everyone. No, I don't.
That's your.
I'm going to explain it to you.
You need to the supremacy of the takeover of the whole world of Islam.
No, listen. You need to listen.
That every woman in the world, their identity should be there.
Jake, listen. You need to listen. I've written a book. I've written a book.
Conversation.
Listen,
no,
Jake,
you didn't. I don't even know who you are.
Listen, I've written a book on this. I've written a chapter on the niqab. I actually hold the position that this is not in Islam because it's not in the Quran and it's not in the Sunnah. So I believe that this was an innovation that happened later. So if you look at the biggest school within the Hadith, it's not in the Hadith either. So this is the point. This is what my book shows. It shows that actually this was never in the Quran and it was never in the Hadith. This was something that was created later, is my position. So I don't believe that there is such thing as niqab in Islam. Let me be clear on that. That being said, even though I don't believe that there's such thing, right? When I've mentioned the points to you. The first thing is in terms of rules over the women. I've demonstrated how Christianity, Judaism, and Islam are very similar. And and the covering of the hair, they have the same. Actually, inheritance laws are stricter in Judaism, right? And I believe it's a Christianity, but I can't find the exact verse. But in terms of Islam, the only thing you had left about Islam was the face veil. And I'm saying the face veil isn't found in Islam. But if a woman specifically wants to wear it, that should be her right to do so. I thought you believe in the right of a woman to choose. I thought you believe in the right for a woman to choose.
Because this is my most powerful point. I need to address this right now.
No, so but do you agree with that?
You live. I don't know what to agree or disagree. You live in a fantasy world. I didn't hear what you said, so I'm already on my next.
You're confused.
Topic.
Yeah, you're confused.
No. This is the biggest part about you. You live in a fantasy world. If you were the king of every Islamic bastard in the world, you would say no niqab, right? So according to your ideology, I'm just looking at in practice, okay? In practice, in every Islamic country, women are oppressed, gays are oppressed. Their actual life's in danger, and women are completely oppressed.
They're not.
In European white civilization, gays and women are not oppressed. They shouldn't have as much power as they have. God forbid. That's definitely wrong. But I'm talking about in the actual practice. You're talking about the religious texts. Christians say that the women should have no inheritance and they should cover themselves. And this is that. I'm talking about my society I live in right now. When I walk out on the street.
Oh, so you mean the fact that your society is liberal and it's rejected Christianity because of Jewish control? That's what you're supporting. Because the Jewish Zionists have destroyed Christian society, made Christians not Christians anymore. That's the society you like. This is the problem with you. You want the destruction of Western civilization. You want the destruction of the white population. This is the problem with you, Jake. This is what I've got a problem with you. You're
my hand is sworn on the Constitution of America and the God-given rights that are afforded.
Do they have a God-given right to wear the niqab on if they want, according to the Constitution?
Swear to a different ideology.
You to your Ashkenazi Jews. You want the destruction of the United States of America for the Jews.
You're just like the Sharia law police.
How? I'm against it. I'm just saying that you literally want liberalism in society. This is where our disagreement is. You're a liberal. You're a woke liberal. I get it. So this is where our disagreement is.
I'm an American, and
you're a woke liberal.
Assimilate to our country
you are an antithesis to Christianity. You reject Christianity.
Religious fervor comes before what we believe in this country, in America. That all men are actually created equal, and that there are certain rights inherent to us, given to us by our Creator. So I live by that.
So Jake, one question. Jake,
everything around you.
One question.
I want America to remain America.
I get it. You don't agree with Christianity. But listen, a question for you about homosexuality.
I agree with Christianity,
about homosexuality, because I know you look
living out of the Word of God.
You mentioned about homosexuality, and I know this is one of your other liberal talking points. You do know when it comes to homosexuality, what does the Bible mention about homosexuality? Because you said you read the Bible.
The Old Testament talks about killing homosexuals.
What about Romans?
Romans talks about that it is vile and decrepit. It's in Romans chapter 1.
Romans talks about killing the homosexual.
No, it does not talk
Yeah, it
about
does.
killing the homosexual.
It does.
It talks about that it's vile.
No, it doesn't. It literally says,
Yes.
if you look at Romans 1:29, it mentions...
So they're saying that their own stupid act of anal penetration is the just desserts they get for being gay. They're literally saying they're receiving inside themselves the curse of being homosexual when they get a penis in their ass.
That's not
They're
true.
literally,
Let me
that's
get
how the
Romans
end of Romans chapter 1 ends. I know Romans chapter 1.
Yeah, Romans 29 gives you a number of sins.
Romans 1:29.
129,
Yes.
that's what I said. So Romans 129 to 132 gives you a multitude of sins. And then
Yes,
it all...
effeminacy, homosexuality.
Exactly.
I know them. I read the
And then
Bible.
and then what does God say?
God said, what do you
terms
mean?
of
God,
punishment.
God, it is God's plan he has vengeance in his hand. It is not for a Christian to lay hand and kill anybody. Jesus Christ was brought a woman caught in adultery before him. And he said, any amongst you that are not sinners, you cast the first stone. So we have a teaching directly from the Lord not to be enacting God's old laws on our people because us ourselves are fallible. And Romans chapter 1 does not direct Christians to kill the effeminate or the liars or anybody. I mean, it does not direct that. It says God will have justice on them. God's justice will be on them. And he will bring justice to them. For every good deed will go rewarded and every bad deed will go punished. So, I don't know what you're trying to quote. Nowhere in the New Testament does it
I'm going to read it to you. I'm going to read it to you. Can I read the Bible to you? I know, and you'll enjoy me.
Which translation?
You'll enjoy me reading the Bible. I've got this from BibleGateway.com, so I'm not sure which
Is
version.
it on King James Version?
I don't know. You'll know better. It's from BibleGateway.com.
Probably on ESV, but yeah, you can read it.
Okay. So it mentions a multitude of sins, as I kept on mentioning to you, which you didn't want me to say. So it says in 26, it says, because of this, God gave them over to shameful lusts. Even their women exchange natural sexual relations for unnatural ones.
Yes,
in the
lesbians,
same way
a
the
reprobate
men,
mind.
bro, can you respect the Bible at least? I know you need to not jump out, right? Is like have a bit of respect for. Look, I'm respecting the Bible. I want you to respect it. If you were reading the Bible, I'd stay quiet.
Oh,
Please.
the mic drop moment. You got me. All right,
Yeah,
continue.
please. I know Jews
You
don't respect the
started
Bible.
ad-libbing in the
Bro, I
middle
know the
of-
Jews don't
of
respect
reading
the
the
Bible.
Bible.
Look, this is just
You started ad-libbing.
this is
so I
blasphemy to the
ad-libbed
Bible.
as well.
This is just blasphemy to the Bible, bro. Please, come on, let me read it. Is that okay? Can I respect the Bible?
It can only be blasphemy to something holy.
You don't think the Bible's holy? You don't think the Bible's holy?
I didn't do. Yes, but
Oh,
I
you
didn't-
don't? Oh, this is the Jew. You keep revealing yourself. You keep revealing yourself. You don't even see the Bible as holy. Okay, let me read the Bible.
That's not what I said. I was
Okay.
saying you can only blaspheme something holy. Meaning, when I slapped the Quran with bacon, I was not blaspheming anything.
But you're
because it's not
blaspheming the
holy.
Bible now. You're blaspheming the Bible now, so you don't even see that. as
I'm
holy.
not
Obviously.
blaspheming the Bible.
Maybe if it was the
I'm ad-libbing while you're
Torah.
ad-libbing.
Maybe if it was the Torah, you'd be snogging it as much as you snog the wall. Right. So 26.
Torah is the first 5 books of the Bible.
Yeah.
There, smarty
In
pants.
the same way, the men also abandoned natural relations with women and were inflamed with lust for one another. Men committed shameful acts with other men and received in themselves the due penalty for this error. Furthermore, just as they did not think it worthwhile to retain the knowledge of God, so God gave them over to depraved minds so that they do what ought to not to be done. They have been filled with every kind of wickedness, evil, greed, depravity. They are full of envy, murder, strife, deceit, and malice. They are gossips, slanderers, God-haters, insolent, arrogant, and boastful. They invest ways of doing evil. They disobey their parents. They have no understanding, no fidelity, no love, no mercy. Although they know God's righteous decree that those who do such things deserve death.
Yes, but
They
it doesn't
not
say
only
to kill
continue
them.
doing these things, but also approve of those who practice them. They deserve death.
Yeah, what the Bible is saying there is the Old Testament had laid out that those sins, some of them, are death penalty sins. They are deserved death. He didn't say give them death, saying they know that they're sinning against God to such a grievous extent that these things are worthy of death, not enact the death sentence yourself. That's not a New Testament
I mean, that's
teaching.
very liberal.
Anybody
walk.
knows that.
That's a liberal walk.
Anybody knows.
That's a liberal walk, but that's fine. So
No, that's not. You're not a biblical scholar.
I'm
by
not.
any means
I got this
necessary.
from a biblical scholar. He actually told me because I said to him because I had a debate
No,
and
this is not.
I got it from a
Being
biblical.
deserving
Because
of
I'm not an
death
expert
just
on the
because-
Bible. I literally asked the biblical scholar. I said,
If
"Listen,
I
I know it's
say
in the
there's
Old
something
Testament.
deserving
I
of
know
death,
it's in the
does not
Old
say
Testament.
go kill
I
him.
actually asked the biblical scholar because I said I know it's in the Old Testament. The Jews do believe in murdering the homosexual. You've never mentioned that, but also, is it in the New Testament? I know it's impermissible, but is it in the New Testament? And actually, the biblical scholar said to me, look, here it is.
But in Jewish countries, they don't murder homosexuals, and in Muslim countries, they do.
So the point is, no, but this is the actions of humans. I'm saying about religion. Your problem is Islam.
That's what I'm saying.
No, but your issue is the Islamification of America. And I'm saying Islam doesn't have that. So in the Quran, what is the punishment of a homosexual in the Quran?
I just need to look at any Islamic country. They're killing. They're throwing them on
punishment for a homosexual in the Quran? Can you not answer the question?
I'm arguing real life. What do Muslims do? Muslims kill gays. Muslims oppress women. That's what happens.
So listen.
You can say in the Quran, it does not say that. But guess what? In all the shithole countries you guys live in, that's what happens. So I don't care if it says it in the Quran, in Dr. Seuss, whatever.
What's the law in Uganda?
You guys.
What's the law in Uganda? What is the law in
America?
Okay, let me ask you a question then, because obviously you don't. So now you concede.
I don't care if it's in your book, if it's in a hadith, if it's in a dream of some blind homosexual rapist.
That's fine.
That got in some cave 8,000 years ago. I don't care where it's written.
Well, I know you're into homosexuality. That's why you try to defend it. I mean, I'm reading that you. I don't know what happened in prison. I don't know what happened in prison. That's why you love the homosexuals. I mean, I don't know what happened in prison. But let me just.
Is that not true in a hadith?
What?
He slept with a bunch of men.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. In a hadith,
no, it's not. That's fake news. There's no hadith that says that.
Whatever. I'm not here to argue.
Yeah, but the point is, but I'm not going to answer. So let me ask you about politics, because you talked about Middle Eastern countries. So the first thing is, you've conceded that when it comes to the Quran, it's actually not as harsh as the Bible or the Old Testament when it comes to the punishment of homosexuals. Now my question to you is, Uganda. What religion?
It's so.
What religion? Yeah, it confused you. What religion is Ugandans?
Ugandans are almost 50% Christian and 50% Muslim.
They're majority Christian.
Yes, they're majority Christian. Yes.
Yeah, the majority.
Doesn't mean we should take 300 million of them and put them in New York.
I didn't say that. You need to not get confused. Try and listen to the argument. What is their view on homosexuality?
I would say that the Muslims are killing the Christians over there and killing the homosexuals too.
This guy is a subvert. He can never answer a question.
Personally,
guys, he can never answer a question.
Holy jihad
Such is
on
the
Nigerian
level.
Christians
Guys,
killing gays.
Moving across. Sorry, if you're on YouTube,
can you show me widespread reports of Nigerian Christians murdering gay people?
So listen, this is the problem with this guy, right?
It may have happened a couple times. That's not the culture of Christianity.
Listen, I'm going to explain it to you. So let me educate you, because you clearly have no knowledge at all. So Uganda is a Christian country. Uganda actually has a penal system for homosexuality. There is an actual penalty of stoning for the homosexual based on Christian rules. Actually, I don't think it's stoning, but it's a death penalty for Christian.
I'm here to stand up for white
homosexual
Christian people, okay? I don't know what they're doing in the jungle in Uganda, okay? I just don't.
Okay, so now your position is this, because this is the problem with the fallacy of your argument. Let me explain to you what
I have never stuck up for African Christians.
The thing is, you have no logical consistency. You have no logical consistency in your argument. Because let me explain to you the logical fallacy in your argument. Because your first claim was Islam isn't compatible. I explained to you how it's actually more lenient than the other three religions. You then deflected and said, oh no, forget Western civilization. Forget the practicing that Muslims do in Western civilization. I want to now talk about practicing that's happening in third world countries, as you call it, or shitholes, as you call it. You then went to the Middle East.
Where your people are from. The shitholes.
Yeah, and your people are from as well. And so then the third world... Yeah, you're a Jew.
Conquerors of the entire known world.
You ain't the conqueror of nothing. People. I mean, yeah, you've conquered the United States of America, of course. But I mean, you've conquered the white people.
Well, hey, we can make the argument that both sides of my bloodlines are the ultimate conquerors of the world. So, I mean, be that as it may.
You conquered the white. You control the United States of America. So then you deflected and talked about third world countries. I then give you an example of a third world country. And you're like, no, let's not talk about third world country. So it just shows a lack of consistency of your argument. You have no cogent positions. Like, you don't even know what you're saying. Like, you have no consistent positions.
You see, this is the funny part. When I say Islamic countries, you have been goy slop fed into your own self-hatred of your own race and your own people, that you're assuming that they're all third world shitholes, which they are. But I
didn't assume it. I repeated what you said. I said, as you said. I said, as you said.
It's the same barbacy. They're all barbaric.
Is the UAE? 1 second. Is the UAE?
It's antithetical to constitutional republic rule of law.
Is the Is the UAE, Qatar, Saudi Arabia barbaric societies, or do you think they're civilized societies?
I think that they are totalitarian societies.
Agreed.
First and foremost.
I agree.
Secondly, they are also on their knees begging for American and European money. And so they are trying
What?
to.
They're begging for European money. Bro, do you even know politics? They just gave Donald Trump $5 trillion.
Of
Are you
course,
retarded,
they're
bro?
trying to appear to be westernized
Bro,
in every way,
you
shape,
just said
and
they're
form.
begging for
But
money.
guess what
That's
they
your
don't
country.
do?
Bro, is
They
this guy
don't form
retarded?
countries
Bro,
like that.
it's
They
your
don't form-
listen. This is just you do know my education audience is educated.
They
know that your country of
They
Israel,
are oil rich.
your country of Israel actually asked for money from the United States of America, begged
They
for
are
money from the United
oil
States of
rich
America.
from us.
The
That's what I'm
GCC. And I disagree with the GCC. I'm banned from that. But they give you the United States of America money. How are you saying they beg for money? That makes no sense. You know, people.
They're begging
My
for our
audience is smarter
business.
than you.
Hello.
My
They're begging
audience
for
is
our
smarter than you,
business.
bro. This is embarrassing.
They want to be in business with us so that they can continue to feign like they're going to build westernized civilizations in their totalitarian.
But you agree they're not
shithole
begging for money
areas.
because that was your claim. Your claim was they were begging for money.
begging for our business. They want to be in business with big bad white America.
That I
That's
agree with.
what-
That I agree with.
Of course.
That I
That's
agree with.
what-
But you said they were begging for money. That's where you lied.
It's the same thing. They're begging for business. They want to be in
No,
business.
they don't want
with
to.
us,
They're
or
not
else
begging for
the
business.
oil tax
They
fall off.
worship, as you said. I agree with you. They worship the United States of
They
America.
worship us over here. So
I agree.
they
Not
live
us, but the
in a
United States of America.
Totalitarian regime. They live in a totalitarian
I
regime.
agree.
Nothing to do with America.
But the
and how we
society,
run our country,
but
our
the
freedom.
country itself is there's no crime. It's actually in all metrics, whether it's economy, whether it's cost of living, whether it's the type of living that you have, it's not a third world country. And the reason I'm mentioning that is this, that in reality, what happens in a lot of these countries is you're right. They all love the United States of America. Lebanon, all these countries, I've been to all of them. They love the United States of America. They do worship I agree with you. They worship the United States of America. I didn't disagree with you on that. The problem is that because Israel controls the United States of America, true. Because Israel controls the United States of America, but not you, but yeah. Because Israel controls the United States of America, they basically have destroyed the countries in the Middle East. So the only reason these countries are, as you would describe them, shitholes, is because of Israel and this invasion by Israel and the United States of America for Israel. So I agree with you that they need to improve, but and this is why I support your people and in terms of them stopping the occupation of the United States of America, because I think the US can prosper and the world can prosper, and you can have less migration and you can have 80 or 75% as you want Western society or white people in the United States of America if you didn't have this issue. And this is why, when you're saying people like Stu Peters, Jake Shields, Myron Gaines, and myself, although I'm not American, why people are fixated about the Zionist control of the US and the UK. This is the reason why, because they actually want what you want. The thing is that the reason they don't trust you is because you're not going for those in power, because they control things. You can attack a Muslim. It's not going to change the fact that the US
I didn't go for those in power. How dare you? I went directly, physically to those who are in power with the most vigor.
With a baseball bat.
With the most vigor humanly possible. I'm a freedom fighter for the people.
No,
Anywhere
I'm talking about the Jewish Zionists. Jake, I'm talking about the Jewish Zionists. You have to understand one thing.
I want to wrap this up to
let's
one question here. Tomorrow, poof, Jewish Zionist control is over. America, freedom. All the chains are falling off.
Yeah.
All the Jews go home to Israel, for example.
Well, Antarctica maybe.
They go home to Israel. We give them Israel.
Antarctica, maybe.
Let them destroy.
Well, Israel wouldn't. If America's not there, Israel ceases to exist. Go ahead.
Okay, be that as it may. Do you think that every single third world scrapping, starving Pakistani and Indian and African and Muslim is going to stop clamoring to get in to our countries, rape our white women because they've been fetishized to absolutely adore white women? Do you think if Israel's not in the picture tomorrow, all of a sudden every Indian living in the slums of Mumbai is all of a sudden going to be like,
India's not a Muslim country.
I never wanted.
Indians are Hindus. You know that, don't you?
Yes, of course. They're living in the slums of Mumbai, like I just said. Do you think that mass immigration from the Middle East, Africa, India, Pakistan, and any other brown eyes country is going to stop and all of a sudden it's kumbaya? Yeah. Or do you think that these people, the Muslims,
Yeah.
the Africans,
Yeah.
the Pakis and Indians are still like the hordes of orcs trying to take over Western civilization. Do you think it's only because Israel has a hand in the pot here, or two hands in the pot, or two hands and 2 feet, as you like to describe it? They're the biggest culprit. Don't you think that even if Israel wasn't even ever ceased to exist as of tomorrow and Jewish people were a non-factor, don't you think the brownification of Europe and America still would be on hyperdrive because it just is a natural way? It's the king of the hill thing. When you're in middle school, you get on top of a big hill and all your friends want to come and pull you down off the hill simply for the reason that you're on top of the hill. It's still the king of the hill scenario.
I think it's a very good question. I think you've asked a very good question, Jack.
That's how I want to wrap it up.
Yeah, and I think you've asked a very good question. So this, and the US and the UK is very different. You know that, don't you? Because in the UK, for example, after World War II, Britain was completely destroyed. So my grandparents fought in the war with their alliance, and then they came to the UK in the early 60s, and we've been here for third or fourth generation. And the reason they bought cheap Pakistani labor at that time was because, you know, we used to have coal mines here, we had the steel mills, we had very difficult labor, and so that's the reason they were brought up here. But again, the migration was very minor. So if you look at the percentage of white people in the United States of UK, it was in the 90s for a very long time. The vast majority of mass migration into the UK has been over the last 25 years. Same with the US. And it's been due to the actual wars that have happened throughout the world. And so, yeah, I do believe, for example, Somalia was in the clean break memo. The Israelis wanted Somalia to be bombed as well, hence why you've got Somalis in Minneapolis. And the Middle East, Dearborn, Michigan, you've got Middle Easterners in Dearborn, Michigan. So I do say, 100%. If Israel ceases to exist, if the Jewish Zionists stopped controlling the United States, the migration would stop. The people it needs to stop anyway, bro, because it's just like what's happening now is a total collapse of Western society. It would stop. And also maybe the birth rate of the white populace would increase because you wouldn't have this propaganda in the media. Like, it's impossible not to see the propaganda. It's there every single day from a poster, from
every commercial's interracial.
Every single commercial. And so 100%, if all of that was finished, you have a small chance of the white race being saved. If the Jewish Zionists stay in power, even if you attack every single Muslim city there is, whichever one you want, white people will cease to exist. And that's the biggest problem. This is why people say that, look, Jake, if you really care about white people, you need to go for the people who
are APAC. I announced my march on APAC January 4th. 2026.
I get that.
I'm here for the fight.
But it's not just APAC. But you know this, don't you, Jake? It's not just APAC.
I know, but APAC is like the head of the, as far as Americans are concerned, that's the one thing that the social media, that's the place, that's the motherboard, the head of the snake.
People are aware of it. People are aware of it. Yeah.
Yes, people are aware. Zionist control of America is super deep. And I mean, we're talking about.
But if you look at even your actions, Jews as a population are bigger than Muslims. You're going to hit 3 Muslim places, right? You've hit Dearborn, Michigan. I believe you're going to Texas.
So I'm going to Texas December 13th. Then January 4th, we're doing Washington, D.C. APAC headquarters. Then January 17th, we're going to Minneapolis.
I might come to Minneapolis.
Please do.
Yeah. To give a different perspective.
And be standing on our side.
Yeah, I'll give a different perspective.
Not with the muzzies.
No, I'll come and I'll give a different perspective.
Okay.
I'll give a balanced perspective.
I'd like to see you there. But
so the point being, but can you see now, you went to 3...
So I disagree with what you're saying, though. I still
You went to 3 Muslim places for 1 Jewish place.
Even without the wars that caused by the global Zionistic banking, Rothschildian, Jewish system there. Without the wars and without the goy slop propaganda, I still believe, and this is just purely hypothetical, that
but we've got the evidence. We've seen what happened in the last 100 years.
But we're different. That the hordes of
we've seen what's happened in the last 80 years in terms of migration.
Societies and maintain a great, free, loving society like the Americans and like the Europeans would still find ways to be rushing. Maybe not in the same numbers, but I still believe that India, Pakistan, and the Middle East and Africa would still be trying to flood our countries just because it's a natural way of the world. They want what we have. We used to be a little tougher, and we used to put heads on pikes when a foreign invading group came to our borders and tried to rape our women, steal our resources, invade our countries, and take over politically.
But that's happened, right? The Jews have taken over the United States of America.
It's hard to go to war with them. It's easier,
Why? Why is it hard, Jake? Why is it hard?
They're hiding. They're hiding in every place.
You guys do hide. You're good at hiding, yeah.
Yeah, there are. So you got to weed them out. You got to weed out everybody. You got to.
That's what we're doing here.
That's why I'm here. We're weeding them out. I'm ready to call them out. I'm ready to get MTG'd at any given moment.
But the last question. Why is it you're only going to one Jewish place but 3 Muslim places? When you've conceded that they're in power.
Listen, AIPAC is where we're going. First of all, you have to build up momentum and a following. Right now, the boogeyman that you can see and you can feel and you can touch is the Islamification of America. And it rightfully so is the boogeyman because it's scary. So you get a lot of people unified on saying we're white, this is our country, we love our country, we love our heritage, we also love other people, we just don't want them around us because we have that right of self-determination. You get everybody on board, and then you can start making moves to go to other cultures, areas, places, and start to push back on other groups of people, Jewish Zionists, controlling class included. And you start to create an America first, America only, white Christian movement that can attack all these different fronts of this battlefield that is very vast. But right now, obviously, the fervor against Islam is so rightly placed because of the violence we saw in Dearborn, the inability to assimilate, and the violence we've seen in Washington, D.C. against the National Guard. God rest that young lady's
one last
soul.
question before you leave, Jake. Are we going to see you kiss the church as hard as you kiss that wall? Are we going to get a picture? Are we going to get a picture?
I mean, I'm not into performance art. I'm a man.
I mean, that performance on the wall was so hard, bro.
I was 20 years old. And I was
that was a joke. Look, I appreciate you coming on.
No, but my faith, me kissing the wall or me kissing the church wall, like you're saying, what we call that in Christianity is you can tell a tree by its fruits. And I fought for my country on January 6th. I've done all the fundraising, all of the podcasting, all the marches, all of the loving this country in every way, all the truth telling against the Zionists, against the Muslims, against the CCP, against all enemies to our way of life. And so you could tell this tree right here by its fruit. So if you want to see me kiss the church, just see me live my life out every day.
Well, okay, one last question about litigation, because look, at the end of the day, one of the things that Ashkenazi Jewish people are known for is their love for litigation. It's not something that's found as exactly. What's this thing where you're always
litigation is an American thing.
No,
though.
But listen,
it's supposed to be the absolute way to be able to battle out the truth from fiction.
What is
in litigation, going out and saying in a courtroom, we're supposed to have this legal procedure, which has been totally upended, by the way, with being able to charge people for crimes that have no victim in our country. It's been upended. There's like naval.
I'm just laughing because there's a Jewish guy trying to prove to us how our litigation is a good thing. But go continue.
No. I'm saying it right now. It's been completely usurped. The way that criminal justice happens in America, you can have the state charge you. Like me, I didn't have the actual people that claim to be victims of assault to me charge me. I had a entity known as the United States of America in all capital letters charge me in all capital letters, and it took it outside of actual common law court, which is one man making a claim against another, both on equal status, and they battle it out with a jury of their peers to determine who's in the right and who's in the wrong. That way of law and governance is completely gone. The Zio Jewish New World Order way of dealing with criminal matters is here, and unfortunately, I got stuck in it in a federal district of Washington, D.C., which is like a foreign land, foreign occupation, doesn't go by common law, doesn't have anything to do with natural rights and humanity. I'm going off on a tangent. I'm sure your audience loving this. But you're not tracking me. You're like, oh man, this is some Jewish talk here.
No, I'm just bored. It's like a Jewish guy trying to prove to me why
no, but it's supposed to be.
Look, bring it back to the point. Like, you've got political right-wing commentators, people who have made a significant difference in terms of a wide range of issues, in terms of supporting Trump for some of them. For some of them, it was standing against COVID. Some of them, it was against... I don't
think any of them supported Trump, honestly.
Myron Gaines did. And he gets crapped on all the time on my spaces about that. Also, some of them basically spoke out against COVID. Some of them spoke out against the Russia... I think all of them spoke out against COVID. All of them spoke out against the Russia-Ukraine war. So, largely speaking, they're on the right. Minor disagreements. And yet your response was to try and do litigation against it. It just doesn't look right. You know what I mean?
First of all, the Bible tells us a man's most prized possession is his name. And those who try to destroy a man's good name are trying to destroy him. And in order to prove, I said, first of all, I don't want to destroy any of those people because we do share way more than 80%. They're 80% my friends, as Ronald Reagan said. We share many hills that I'm fighting for and willing to die on for my country. So I said, first of all, I deserve the right to go on their platforms, which you have graciously allowed me to explain my positions on all these different questions, because that's the right thing to do instead of slandering somebody or making assumptions, especially for a public figure who's in such a position that I am, leading the first white Christian street movement in America that we've had like ever in a long time, maybe in the last 20, 30 years. And people just want to tear down that movement instead of, and the leader of it, instead of.
You're not the leader of it, bro. Come on, you just turned up.
I didn't just turn up. I've done my time in my country.
Sorry, let me rephrase that, because that's minimizing what thinking. You were in Jan 6, but then because you were incarcerated, many people had to take the mantle or had the mantle already, but continued to work on many issues. You came back into the political scene, specifically went after Dearborn, Michigan. People have been fighting against.
I did Austin Metcalf. I made global news headlines, just as big as Dearborn, when I stood up against black on white crime. I started talking about before Irina Zarewski.
No, but look, about the litigation though. Listen, the problem is, let me explain to you.
No, but see,
we've had this conversation on this.
Litigation,
No, but listen.
If I have an apology or the opportunity to explain my position on these platforms, I said I don't care to go to litigation.
It looks like, I'll tell you what it looks like. It looks like you're trying to blackmail them to get on their platform, because I'll explain to you what it is. We've had this conversation.
At the end of the day, you guys slandered me on your platform.
No, but there's no slander, because we've had this conversation. No, listen, we've had this.
But let me explain to you. Disingenuous faith in Christ.
But listen.
And you're saying that, not you, but they said I'm a paid Israeli spy.
Listen, but listen, the thing is this. I've already explained it to you. We've had this conversation, and I actually walked you through why someone would believe that either you were paid or unpaid, but you were intentionally or unintentionally were enacting the actions of the Israeli government. And I laid out the thesis, and people listened to it. And I think
can a white man say, "Get out of here, get the fuck out of my country" to Muslims without it being an Israeli spy? I mean,
because that's what they literally did a study. They literally did because Jake, they literally did a study 6 weeks before you did that and said this is the best way to deal with it.
I don't care if it was 6 days, 6 minutes. At the end of the day, white American men are tired of our homeland being taken
Jewish. This is the thing. This is why they come to that position.
We are tired of it, and people like me are standing up. We're pushing back. We're standing up.
I don't think you are.
It doesn't matter.
I don't think you are, because you're not doing anything. No, but Jake, you're not doing anything unique. This is the thing. For 25 years.
Show me another person that's ever marched through Dearborn, Michigan, slapping the Quran with bacon and peacefully protesting. Show me anybody that's out there on the streets doing the work.
You're not doing anything unique. But listen, for 25 years, people have been attacking Islam because Jewish Zionist billionaires pay for this to happen, right? They do fund people. This is why people think that you may have been, but I don't know if you were or not. But I'm saying they do fund people. Like, for example, the guy you met, Tommy Robinson in the United Kingdom, because you went to the United Kingdom, right? Tommy Robinson was paid by a Jewish Zionist billionaire, Robert Shulman, to attack Islam. So Laura Loomer, who, she was also paid by Robert Shulman. So the thing is, there are people who are paid for what you're doing, and it's been happening for 25 years. And so therefore, when you're saying you're doing something unique, when you're saying you're doing something something unique, you're just doing the same propaganda without realizing it for Zionists.
I burnt the Talmud, over 1 million views on my X page. People that are being paid to stir up strife, to kind of like hide the Jewish control thing, and they're just trying to get people distracted over here, are not doing the things I'm doing. There's nobody else that's doing what I'm doing, and also burning Talmuds, doing marches on AIPAC, talking about Jewish Zionist control.
No, but Jake, the AIPAC thing you did after. No, but the AIPAC thing you did after these tweets were going out, right?
I only did one march so far. I've only done other press conferences, a press conference about Austin Metcalf, a press conference about Emily Carlson, another white girl that was murdered on the train by a deranged black guy in America, racist, nasty, ghetto black man that decided to kill a beautiful young mother, 21-year-old Emily Carlson. I went out there and held a press conference and memorial vigil for her. And so I'm out here doing what needs to be done for the right reasons, because my heart's in it, because God is propelling me to do these things. He released me from a prison cell for a reason, Jewish identity, forsaken.
What would you say to people? One last point. What would you say to people that you're literally only doing this for fame? Like, and I'll explain to you the reason why people are saying this. Like, if you look at your history, you go, for example, you went to the Capitol, you did whatever you did. You went to CPAC, you were thrown out. You went to somewhere else. You keep on going to places, trying to create news and get thrown out. And this is just
first of
another
all,
example.
CPAC was, I bought a booth at CPAC for the second year. First year I was in prison. I sent my surrogates there to people that were volunteering my organization. We bought $10,000 booth the first year at CPAC. When I got out, I didn't have as much. We got like a $2,500 booth. I was there with the Gateway Pundit and with myself, Blessed News Network, to just cover the event. I bought a bunch of t-shirts that said full pardon, but Trump. We were selling t-shirts and making content. Before the event even started, I went to CPAC's booth headquarters and I said, hey, I'm here to pick up my 20 passes because I bought 20 passes with my booth. Actually more, 10 came with the booth and I bought like another 20. So I had like 30 passes, 20 of them I paid for though, separately. And I went to go pick them up for all the J6ers. And when I went to pick them up, they said, everyone else on your list can come in, but your security credentials have been revoked. So this was before any drama. It was like a private, me with some lady checking in at a booth. And when she said my security credentials have been revoked, I said, give me 1 second. I had my live stream already ready to go, live on Gateway Pundit, live on my platform. I hit go live, and I'm like, so you're telling me right now that my credentials have been revoked as I bought a booth and I'm a Jan 6er. 28 days ago, I walked out of prison. I made a whole big stink about it, but I should have. I mean, we should be being welcomed in the conservative circles, not being thrown out. And later that day, Joe Biggs, Enrique Tarrio, Stuart Rhodes, and Richard Barnett all got kicked out because they didn't get kicked out while they were inside. They never had credentials, their security pass or whatever. They weren't allowed in, just the same as me, high-profile J6er. So I never went there to cause a disturbance.
Let me just go with a couple of questions because actually a lot of people are hyped up and they got questions for you. Is that all right? 1 or 2 questions before you leave?
Yeah, it's okay. I'm supposed to be on another interview with the Iranian Jewish man that turned against Israel and going on there to stand with a Jew. I know. He's a good guy. He was on Jake Shields the other day.
Yeah, I debated him. I know who it is, Nima. He's turned on your people. He's turned on the Ashkenazis.
I don't care. Turn on him as long as you don't turn on white Americans.
So listen, this is a question. I think it might be someone. It's a J6er anyway, but he's saying that while you were in prison, that you basically almost created your own religious cult, which was like you rechanged the Bible.
Completely false. This is probably little Timmy who fell in the well and is crying.
Oh, you think it's Tim Hill?
Yeah, he's Tim. That's probably Timmy.
So he was your cellmate.
He was my cellmate for like 5 days, literally in the very beginning when we first got locked up. But no, I taught the Bible from the Word of God every single day to dozens of men. And I have literally hundreds and hundreds of men, both Jan 6ers and random inmates that will, attest to my just being a straight up born again believer and teaching not any denomination, not anything other than what the written word of God, the risen blood of Jesus Christ, through the death of the Lamb of God, we are saved from our sins, not by works, by grace alone.
I appreciate it. I just want to speed this up. So another guy's asking, it's an easy yes or no. He says, Sully, ask him if he's related to French Jewish former culture minister Jacques Lang.
I don't know who that is. I don't think so. Okay. I don't know who that is. So my last name is German, Lang, and my dad is Irish and German, and my mother is Russian. So I don't even know who Jacques.
And then there's claims here that you paid the Gateway Pundit to promote you. Is that true?
Never. I never paid the Gateway Pundit, or they never paid me.
And to be clear, he didn't pay me. He didn't pay me to come on this because I saw someone saying that.
I just threatened to sue you to come on.
No, I didn't bring you on because of that. When we had the conversation. I know. When we had the conversation on actually, funny enough, like one of my friends did say to me, did you say to him that he's not going to sue you after this? I said, nah, I didn't say that.
No, I never promised anybody I'm not going to sue anybody. But listen, as long as I have the platform to clear my name of allegations of being a freaking spy or a bad actor that's paid to do what I'm doing or disingenuous in my faith, that's all that matters to me because I'm looking at the end goal here. I don't care about your money. I don't want your money. I don't want to bankrupt anybody. I even said in my post, I wouldn't even accept the money from any judgment, because that's not my MO here. My MO is to clear my name, not to destroy people that are fighting for the same value systems that I am. That's okay. But you're not going to take me down in the process. I'll fight for my name.
Okay. Then someone said, well, it's the same guy again. He said, Jake got kicked out of the DC Bible study by Shane Jenkins. Who's Shane Jenkins?
Shane is one of my J6 brothers, but I was tossed into the hole, not kicked out of Bible study. I disappeared. I was leading Bible study before Shane. He's a great man, great American patriot. I was leading Bible study before Shane because I was there, literally arrested 10 days after J6. I got thrown in the hole for 3 months for asking to do these Bible studies because we weren't allowed out of our cells a lot. And I was saying we need specific religious time to come out of ourselves. I got thrown in the hole for 3 months. By the time I came back to the unit, there'd been a whole, like literally 30 new J6ers came and Shane started doing the Bible study.
Would you be willing to have a public conversation with this Tim guy? Because he's just spamming some, it seems like it's, I don't know if it's Tim or not.
Spam artist. God bless him.
Would you have it? We can do it on the platform. We can set it up.
We've already done too much to platform somebody who should be able to fight for his own namesake, right? It's like, here's a perfect example.
Yeah.
In sometime in the 80s or whatever, when Miller Lite first launched its beer, they went after, I think, Bud Light in like in a campaign, in an advertisement campaign. And Miller Lite was like a nobody or something on the map. But when Bud Light responded to their attack, it gave Miller Lite such a platform because Bud Light was this big, you know.
Yeah. That's why you threatened to. That's why you threatened to sue everyone, isn't it? Because you wanted that. No, you wanted the same thing.
Well, you guys, none of you guys have even close to the platform I do. By God's grace alone, we're at in the last 7 days, we're at billions of views, billions with a B. Okay, so you're like 30 likes and you're 20,000 views.
Actually, let's be clear on this. During the war with Iran, you know, when you were snogging the wall.
I know. Your has been. I'm today, you're yesterday.
No, it's not a has been. It's just that your Jewish Zionist brothers deboosted us. Algorithm. You know, your cousin Larry Ellison said we got an. You know, your cousin Jonathan Greenblatt and your other cousin Larry Ellison. They basically made the algorithm change. So what can we do?
Well, I don't want them. Kick them out. Ban them. Take away, denaturalize. Boom. If I was here, denaturalize Larry. All those guys, denaturalize them. Send them back to wherever they came from.
Okay, look, Jake, thanks for coming. I think we had a very long conversation. I think people enjoyed it. Try and reflect on some of the conversations. Maybe listen back and strengthen your arguments a little bit. But I appreciate you coming on. I think it was fun. I think
your arguments. You're over here pushing garbage in the name of Allah. Okay.
I destroyed your arguments. You had nothing left, bro. It was
not even once. I guarantee you.
Listen back to it. Listen back to it.
The Jew haters. All the America First white men.
America First. I'm like, this guy's not America First.
W's. White men in the chat.
He's like, W's guys, right now. Let's see the chat. Is this guy a Jew or a Jew or Christian? Jew or Christian? Let the audience decide. What do you think? Has he convinced you? Is he a Jew or a Christian? Let's see.
Jesus Christ is Lord and God and Savior of all heaven and earth.
They take it too long to
say about the Holy Spirit.
I think there's a delay. Anyway, guys, look, I appreciate you coming on, Jake. We had a good bounce as well. I think we had a bit of back and forth, but I think it was good and interesting.
You can't declare victory when I mopped you, all right? I'm sorry.
No, it was too easy for me. It was actually too easy for me. It was actually too easy for me. But what you can say is I tried to debate Suleiman. I struggled, but I think I did better than others.
I think that all of your arguments are based
everyone's saying Jew. Come on, someone say Christian. Someone say Christian, please.
Of course, nobody's you've got all these Muslims from India who watch you, brother. Come on.
Right, bro. Appreciate you coming on, and we'll check you out another time. You. Thanks a lot, then.
See ya. God bless you.
Bye.
Oh, man. Black people always late, dude. No matter how much I wasn't late. I was just stuck doing something else. Yeah, I wasn't late. Yeah.
So I was telling him I went to black church one time.
Yeah.
Showed up right on time. We were the only ones there.
Right.
An hour later, everyone filtered in. It lasted 4 hours.
That's so true, man. Yeah. How'd you feel afterwards? Feel good?
Oh, it was good.
Yeah. It was
Piano
very entertaining. Yeah. Yeah, black churches, man. Yeah, save this for the show.
Okay, we're ready.
Ready? So 77, we're going with 77?
Yes.
Yeah, welcome to episode 57. 77, you dumb. My thick tongue got in the way. What did I say?
You said 57.
You forgot that. I'm nervous. I got a white guy here and he's going to hold me to a house. All right, here we go.
Great show.
77. Yeah. Yeah, welcome to episode 77. We got Eric Olwell in the house.
Yeah, nice to
be
with you guys.
How you doing, man? Yeah.
Good.
So we came across you're starting a whole new community just for white Europeans, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. How's that been going? Have you had any pushback, or have it been more difficult because it's been labeled white European, or?
Oh yeah, I mean it's pretty controversial. A lot of people are mad. I'm getting death threats and stuff. But
Really? Where are you getting the death threats? Like on social media?
on Facebook Messenger. Yeah.
You got to turn that off.
I know, right?
People's calling me all the time on that damn thing. Yeah. Is it coming from other whites or is it coming
Mostly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Black people are fine with it.
Yeah.
They get it.
Yeah. That's crazy. It's white liberal women, I'm thinking. They are such an abomination, right? White liberal women? It's like, what the hell is wrong with you people?
It's better than the white liberal men, I'll say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't consider those men. Those are definitely females in disguise. Yeah.
No, it's actually been going pretty well.
Yeah.
So it all started, the pushback, like a month and a half ago. There was a guy on Reddit who posted on r/Jewish on Reddit this long thread about us.
Jewish guy, huh?
Yeah. Getting his people to complain
They start
to the
everything,
government.
don't they?
They do. It's really just them. Everyone's mad about it.
They got a whole state for them, but you can't have a little community for
That's
you.
right.
Yeah.
They have communities too. There's one right now forming in North Carolina.
Right. Yeah, I came across that. Yeah.
Right. But yeah, he tried to get his people to contact government and media, and they have. So, and it just blew up from there. Mostly it's helped though, because we've got a lot of new applicants. People are interested in it. And actually, someone approached the attorney general in Arkansas to ask what he thought of it. Initially, he said, there's no place for racial discrimination in a free society. You know, this raises all sorts of legal and constitutional issues.
Right.
And then like a month later, they checked up with them again and they said, according to their preliminary investigation, nothing we're doing is illegal. So that's a really good sign. Of course, that's Arkansas. So I don't know if it'll scale to other states in the same way.
Right. So, you know, right off the top of my head, it sounds illegal. So how have you been able to make it legal? Yeah.
Well, so the Civil Rights Act and the Fair Housing Act and similar legislation applies to the public domain. You can't discriminate in public real estate sales, but we're allowed to have private communities. That's really a more fundamental right than access to real estate markets. Freedom of speech, freedom of association. There's a huge body of case law supporting that. Even country clubs have been able to successfully discriminate on the basis of race or religion or all sorts of things. So that's kind of the line that we're taking. We are a private association. This is a private community. We're not selling real estate. We formed a company. So all of us that live there are shareholders in that company, and the company owns the land.
Okay, so it's a corporation selling the land. I guess as in not deeds are being exchanged, like shares in a corporation.
That's right.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. And it's actually worked out pretty well, even just for our own governance, because in the corporation, we have bylaws that say what you can do, what you can't do. We're pretty hands off, but in a community like this, it can easily go sideways.
Yeah.
So we can set basic standards.
One black guy comes, he's gonna fuck it all up. I'm just warning you. Hey, so you don't have a deed to your property; you have shares.
Right.
So that's how you show that you own this.
Right. Yeah.
That's
So
clever.
a share-
That's clever.
Right. A share is associated with some piece of the land that you then have the right to homestead and develop. And if you develop it, then of course that share will be worth more naturally.
Right. Do y'all got like say I'm white now, I come to your community, you give me the okay to build there. Do I have to go through your builders, or do you have or do they have the right to go through their own builders?
We tried to implement a policy of own work similar to, Orania in South Africa. You heard of them?
No, not too familiar with.
It's an Afrikaner town, so it's all white South Africans of like Dutch and French Huguenot ancestry.
Oh, okay.
They negotiated the existence of this one town during the fall of apartheid. So they founded, I guess, in 1991. And they have a few basic principles they've used over the years, one of which is they do all their own work. They saw that by relying on cheap black labor, South Africa became dependent on something that was corrosive to their identity.
I see.
Just like in the U.S., slavery led to a change of our culture that wasn't really intended. Wasn't good for blacks. It wasn't good for whites.
And look at the forced immigration from Latin countries. Their labor is so much cheaper than American labor.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah. No, and we want to encourage skilled labor. We also want to subsidize our own development. So we'd rather pay our own people who then will have money to invest in their own lots and building their own families.
So it's a lot like the Amish communities because they build everything.
Right.
They do everything. So that's pretty much how your community is?
That's what we're trying to do, but demand is outstripping supply. as far as
Right.
that goes. So it's hard to keep up with.
Yes.
People are allowed to use outside contractors.
Okay. Yeah. Got to take baby steps. Yeah. So your community, are y'all gonna, like, when I'm trying to wrap my head around, I have absolutely no problem with y'all doing that. I mean, this is a great reminder when you see communities of all ethnic groups building their own communities. I think it's a great thing. And it shows everybody that we still live in a free country. Like your groceries, are y'all trying to have farmland and do your own crops, animals, or are you going to have your own stores? How far are y'all going to take it? Or it's just a community for whites?
It's a neighborhood. Yeah, it's not going to become a town. We don't have a post office or school. We have a homeschool co-op. We actually have a policy where parents are either going to homeschool their kids or go to a private Christian school or not public schools.
They can't go to public school.
No, not at all.
Don't blame you. Yeah.
The surrounding area, though, is already pretty white. It's very conservative. Most people are Christians. There's really no in between. You're either you go to church every Sunday or you're doing meth in that part of the country.
Right. You know, it's funny. It's like I think y'all taking a step further, but for the most part, all communities are already doing what you're doing. Like, soon as I got enough money, I wanted to live in a white community. I did not want to live in a black community. You know what's funny? The first community we moved in 8 years ago when we came to Vegas, it's a white community. I was renting at the time because I was having a house built, but nice community. 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, on everybody's Ring cameras, a bunch of black kids came into the neighborhood and was like door checking everybody's cars, breaking into everybody's cars. They got a checkbook out of Keith's car, wrote a check for $5,000. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And no, it wasn't 5,000. It was 10,000. Oh yeah, 10,000. It was a $10,000 check. I'm like, how did they go into the bank and cash this? It was unbelievable. Right. But it's like, I'm living in a white neighborhood because I don't want to live in a black neighborhood because I've experienced that in my younger days. I have bad experiences, and it's always in a black community. But still, even though I'm living in a white community, they still came into the community. I'm actually running from these people, and they still got me.
I don't think the black community has to be that way, and it wasn't always. You know, in the 1930s, 1940s, black employment was higher.
But they assimilated to white culture, white Christianity. Now it's like they don't want to assimilate; they want to be their own culture. That's why it's so detrimental for them.
It's the victim narrative. They've been told that they've been held down and that they're entitled to compensation, and so when they're committing crimes and trying to loot people's cars and stuff, they think that's what they're owed. And so I encourage other groups also, like this group in Freedom, Georgia. Go ahead and create your own communities. I think that's great. In Cave City, Arkansas, not too far from us, there's a black community there, and no one has a problem.
Have you heard that reasoning why they're building their own black communities? Have you heard that reasoning?
So twisted.
It's so twisted and stupid. They said because
he's got a clip.
Okay.
We are the buying power. If we can just teach each other to circulate our dollars within the community, we will solve our own problems. We are literally the answer to our own problems, but we have to change our thinking and come together.
A safe space for black people.
My name is Renee Walters, and I am the president of the just all shook us by storm. It's now time for us to get our friends and family together and build for ourselves. That's the only way we'll be safe. That's the only way that this will work. We have to start bringing each other together.
Yeah, that whole reason was there because of black men being murdered by cops.
Right.
Yeah.
She's a little confused, but she's got the spirit.
Yeah, she got the spirit, but she's definitely confused. You shouldn't be running from white folks. You should run towards white folks. I mean, the most violent areas in this country is with high density of Black Americans. And the biggest killer of Black folks is Black folks, not white folks.
Right.
What do you think about that?
Well, it's true. And everywhere around the world where there are sub-Saharan African populations, the crime rates are higher.
Yeah.
So I don't think it has to be that way forever. I mean, if you look at Europe 1,000 years ago, 1,500 years ago, it was just as violent as sub-Saharan Africa today. And we had the Catholic Church for a millennium enforce certain standards, and our legal system every year executed about 1% of the population. The most violent men were culled generation after generation. Now, that's not happening currently, but there's no reason why we couldn't build our own communities that have the right kind of incentives, where we reward hard work, we reward people who have values and good morals, and elevate that, as opposed to Black culture now, rap music, where it's I killed someone, I got a lot of money, and that makes me high status.
That's crazy, right?
That's crazy.
You know, I hate the N-word. Sometimes I use it, not the hard ER. I use it like, if I'm feeling it, I say it, but I don't really use that word too often. It just sounds funny. It just sounds funny. But the thing about Black people, when they use it, they want to set a double standard. They don't want white people to use it, right? But whenever I see a Black man or a Black woman having an argument with a white woman or a white man, the first thing they call them is the N-word. Yeah, they call them. Yeah, what you doing? It's weird.
Yeah. What do you think about the case in Cincinnati where the guy supposedly used the N-word?
Yeah.
And so they basically almost beat him to death?
You know, well, if he used the N-word, you're not entitled to jump someone and beat them up. Yeah, it's just a word. Yeah. I mean, growing up, it really hurt me, but I became an adult and it's just a word. Right. You know what I mean? It has no influence or impact on me now. Yeah. Nothing justifies what they did, but it just comes from that mindset. It's just like we have this, what's the word? Black people are so fragile because they've been raised that way by politicians and by everything they see on TV. So they think this outrage that like they showed in Cincinnati, that was justified. The actual government, local government there is calling for them to actually arrest that man who got jumped and beat up.
I saw that.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah. Which is
This guy?
yeah.
Sleeping again. Boom.
This is like a party for them. Yeah. They take pride in this. Like if the roles were reversed and that was a white, if the roles were reversed, this country would be burning down right now, literally.
Right. You're right.
I thought they got him for, I forget what they charged him with, but I definitely think that's a hate crime.
What the
way that, because I know that was racially motivated.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's because Black people in our schools, in the way the government has addressed problems in the Black community, has been catered to in the same way. If you have a problem child and you're constantly worrying about them being satisfied and them being happy and them having everything they need, they're going to think they're entitled to everything. Yeah. You know, nothing's going to satisfy them. You know, it's like reparations. I get the logic behind it. And if you're a descendant of a slave on a plantation and that plantation is known and we know where that money went, maybe in some cases, yeah, you're entitled to that money. But in general, it's like white Americans have been net taxpayers for decades, for 100 years.
Right.
And Black Americans have been net tax recipients.
Right.
So we've paid our reparations and then some.
Yeah. Thousands of white people lost their lives so I could have the freedoms that I have today. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Right.
The white men actually freed blacks here in America.
Right. And around the world. I mean, the British Empire fought wars in Africa to free Black slaves.
The Black family?
No, I don't think so. I don't think by giving people a handout that you encourage hard work. You have to teach a man to fish. It's common sense.
It make it worse. Yeah. Yeah, to give them a taste of the good life, and then when that money's all up, that wasn't enough.
Right. It's like people who win the lottery, they end up broke.
Yeah. I think overwhelming majority of them, like over 90%, winning hundreds of millions of dollars, they're broke in 7 years. It's crazy. Well, when you look at people in the NBA, the NFL, they made millions of dollars. They go broke. Yeah. They made a huge documentary about that on ESPN. They said majority of all the NFL players, basketball players, professional sports in general, like after a certain amount of time, they all broke. Like the black community, do you think that's genetic?
Well, I think everything's a combination of genes and environment and culture. So I think part of it is, but it's not immutable. I mean, genes change over time, and it depends on what the culture selects for. Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, didn't have the wheel or two-story buildings before European settlers got there. They
That's
didn't have
crazy.
writing.
What was they using? Squares?
Well, the wheel was only invented like 3000 BC. It's more recent than people think. No, but
You think they would have got around to it?
eventually, in time. No, I mean the environment was different. In Europe or East Asia, you had to survive the winter. And so you had to save seeds and you couldn't just consume you had to plan ahead. Right. And so the environment was just different in that part of the world. And so it selected for different attributes. It's not bad. It's just we have to recognize there are really deep-seated differences. But I think we have to be forward-looking. And I think part of intentional communities for me is the freedom to set your own standards and say, this is what we're trying to become. And if you don't have that intentionality in how you get together and organize, well, then anyone can come in from anywhere. And then you don't determine that culture. You don't have control over it. And it's going to be probably the least common denominator.
I just don't get how our community, they embrace like the worst things in society. I gotta think. I mean, when I listen to our music, because you go back in the past, our music was very beautiful. Yeah. Like Motown back then, and the music meant something. Like now, you listen to the music, it's just like satanic. I think it keeps getting pushed by big corporation, and nobody calls it out. And then when you try to call it out, they call you a sellout. Well, I think that's the Jewish community. I think that's the Jews, the music labels. Well, they own a majority of them, Yeah. You think the Jewish community will let like Jewish kids rap that garbage? No, and behave like that? They would never let that happen. But they'll let the black community do it. And when I say these things, the black community is like, oh, shut up. Just a sellout.
That started real early with Jewish producers, leading things in a certain direction. Tin Pan Alley, like Harlem in the early 20th century. It was Jewish producers setting a certain tone. But,
didn't know that. Wow. So, I don't believe in systemic racism the way black people twist it, like the white man's trying to keep me down. I think it's more of an environmental thing that society's created for black people, and they've accepted it because for whatever reason they haven't called out the Jewish producers or the filth that they brought in our communities. Like you go into a black neighborhood, there's liquor stores everywhere. There's Planned Parenthood. You don't see that in the upscale white community. I was in Huntington Beach. They got a liquor store on every corner. There's no crime in Huntington Beach, California. It's all white. Yeah, it's a lot of Latino, but you don't see it. But when you put it in the black community, it's just because of the music we listen to. I don't know, but the white people don't go out there. They listen to it. They'll go out and start robbing and killing everybody. But white people, they know how to turn it on and turn it off. Yeah. Blacks don't for some odd reason, which is crazy. Like, Nick Fuentes, right?
Sure, yeah.
He brought up a very interesting point. He says, blacks, I hear this argument. It's because of our music. It's because of our culture. Well, a lot of white people listen to that same music, but we don't do the things that's detriment to our communities as blacks. Yeah, white people. Yeah. That's why I say whites. I think it's a capacity thing. It's gotta be. It's like we stumbled across this word epigenetics, and I think that explains it.
Yeah.
Do you think that's we come from different environments, so we think different, we behave different. Like you see all the twerking that black women do. They've been doing that in Africa since the beginning of time. There's nothing new. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's immutable though.
Yeah.
Just like I was saying, the Germanic tribes were as violent as sub-Saharan Africa is today, 1,000 years ago. So, or 1,500 years ago. So if
So it's going to take 1,500 years to fix that.
well, I mean, we can maybe get it going a little bit faster.
Right,
No more
right.
today.
Right. Yeah, like white culture brought us the first black president in this country. He was raised by his white grandparents.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. I think that's beautiful. So I think you're absolutely right. It's not immutable. You can
Right.
change these things.
And there's some parts of what America means and what Western civilization is that are universal in a good way. It's not just of whites and for whites.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I believe there's a deep European heritage that's worth preserving, that I feel like I'm a part of, that people of European descent are a part of, and we ought to protect it. But also, like all of the science that we discovered and shared with the world, that's not just ours. We don't have some monopoly on truth.
Right.
And government and equal rights and how we can get along as a society as a whole. I don't think that, you know, whites should be in charge of that. And if whites aren't in charge, then we can't maintain it. I think America can move forward very successfully with all different groups of people, with different backgrounds, not because it's a white civilization, but because it's based on true principles of justice, you know? So I think you can have both. And this is one thing I see on the right. People try to conflate that America is all about ideas and white culture doesn't exist. Ancestry is
That's
not
such
important.
BS.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, I built my house for myself and my family. If someone puts me out of my house and takes my place, but they have the same ideas, I don't care. That's my house.
Right.
You know, so you have to care about your own, but also those ideas matter. It can be both.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I think the white people that founded this country, they had a blueprint what the family should look like. And when you see other ethnic groups like Asians or Latinos and even blacks, when they assimilate to that culture, they do great.
You thrive.
But so why don't you think like majority of blacks don't want to assimilate to the blueprint that the founding fathers of this country laid out?
I think because of this resentment that they have, that they were the victims of slavery and
Right.
the victims of segregation and Jim Crow. And so, I mean, if that's the oppressor, you don't want to identify with the oppressor. And
You don't
think
wanna
that
be
there's
like
anything
them.
good. Yeah, exactly. But there's good and bad, just like there's good and bad in the black community.
Right.
You know, like Charlie Parker was a genius. Miles Davis was a genius. I think there's a lot of good that came out of the synthesis of black American, white American culture. And we shouldn't shy away from that. But no, I mean, you have to see the good and bad in everybody. That's part of Christianity too.
Right.
It's like we're all flawed. All communities are flawed. All nations are flawed. All individuals are flawed.
Right.
You have to have hope for the future.
Yeah. I think that explains why black people came up with these ridiculous names. They don't want to go with Keith and Chris and Steve.
Michael.
So they go with
Rashonda.
they came up with these.
The danger. Fibula.
Yeah. Defibrilla. That's like a heart condition. I think it explains that. So you wouldn't call yourself a white nationalist?
No, I wouldn't. No, I think it's way past that point. America was founded by white Europeans for white Europeans, but over the last 100 years, we have invited many people from around the world into our society. We've said you'll have equality under the law. So to try to renege on that and say now you're going to be second-class citizens would be morally wrong. I would not support that. It's also not feasible. It's like there are 100 million plus non-white people in the country.
Right.
Are you going to deport 100 million people?
Right. Yeah.
How?
Yeah.
And some people have that attitude. I think it's not realistic. Maybe in some European countries where it was 99% white until a couple decades ago, repatriation is just because it was done under false pretenses. In some ways, you can make the same argument here that like my ancestors
Think like
He'll pick up a chick in his car. And if you're in it right now, you get 10.
We can go back in some cases to a tradition that was lost. You know, I went to school for European classical music. I studied European classical philosophy. Attitude, I think, is not realistic. Maybe in some European countries where it was 99% white from that. But no, I mean, you have to see the good and bad in everybody. That's part of Christianity too.
Right.
It's like we're all flawed. All communities are flawed. All nations are flawed. All individuals are flawed.
Right.
You have to have hope for the future.
Yeah. I think that explains why black people came up with these ridiculous names. They don't want to go with Keith and Chris and Steve.
Michael.
So they go with
Rashonda.
they came up with these.
Contagion. Defibrilla.
Yeah. Defibrilla. That's like a heart condition. I think it explains that. So you wouldn't call yourself a white nationalist?
No, I wouldn't. No, I think it's way past that point. America was founded by white Europeans for white Europeans, but over the last 100 years, we have invited many people from around the world into our society. We've said you'll have equality under the law. So to try to renege on that and say now you're going to be second-class citizens would be morally wrong. I would not support that. It's also not feasible. It's like there are 100 million plus non-white people in the country.
Right.
Are you going to deport 100 million people?
Right. Yeah.
How?
Yeah.
And some people have that attitude. I think it's not realistic. Maybe in some European countries where it was 99% white until a couple decades ago, repatriation is just because it was done under false pretenses. In some ways, you can make the same argument here that like my ancestors came to this country thinking it was going to be a certain way, and then that was we got rug pulled on what our country would be. But you have to balance these different interests from these different groups who are all valid and morally significant in their own right, and have compassion for one another. I also believe that there's plenty of space in America. We're a huge continental country and world superpower. And so we can still benefit from other groups thriving in our country as white Americans. And that doesn't mean that we don't thrive, but we have to get our government to recognize that like projects like mine are legitimate and are protected by our constitutional rights.
Yeah. Well, if they shut you down, they have to shut down the Jewish one. They have to shut down the black one. I don't see. I mean, it would look really bad if they come in and try to Waco y'all's community, because like you said, y'all not trying to impress anybody. You're just trying to build your own community and preserve your own culture.
Yeah, it's a positive thing. We love our own. We want our people to do well. And I think some white nationalists have this mentality that we can only thrive if we control the country top down. But it's just not the case. I mean, especially with technology today and new possibilities, we can raise our kids with information that, you know, my parents' generation didn't have. We can create more positive cultures. We can go back in some cases to a tradition that was lost. You know, I went to school for European classical music. I studied European classical philosophy. I think we can resurrect some of that stuff, which the founding fathers were into, which, you know, the Renaissance, all these high periods of Western culture, that's what the great men were paying attention to. So we can learn that. We can also use AI in new ways. There's so many new possibilities in the world today. Having this complex that I'm not going to succeed unless this other group is totally eradicated. It just is not true.
Hey, I'm Derek from Oklahoma. I just won this Ram 2500 and 10K in cash from the Hodge twins. Check out what you can win next.
If you're lucky, this F-250 King Ranch is what they call it. F-250 6.7 liter power stroke turbo diesel. That's what you call turbo diesel. Comes with a camper. My. Here's our new giveaway. Get out of the way. Woo! That's beautiful, right? Dodge Challenger, Hellcat. Look at the tires. It's a V50 in this. It's supercharged. Wide body, it means it grabs the road. You can't flip this. Look how sexy this car is. You can look like Stephen Hawking and still pick up a chick in his car. And if you enter right now, you get 10 times the interest. That's a 10x for every dollar you spend. Go to officialhodgetwins.com and hit the Evoda site. Get your automatic. And it win. Our King Ranch, Hellcat, and camper. Because we're some good guys. Yeah. You gonna say something? It's hot out here, man. No purchase necessary. Going where prohibited. See official rules for details. Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. Like when we was kids, we noticed the differences because we actually grew up in a poor white neighborhood. My parents did not want to live in the poor black neighborhood. And we noticed the differeces. Like we had white friends, we had black friends.
At 10 years old, we noticed there's a huge difference between white and black.
Yeah. Like we had our first gun put on us when we was like 11 or 12. And we was going to basketball practice on the black side of town.
The point guard pulled a gun on me. And
the point guard on the team pulled a gun on us and said, "Give me all your money." I didn't have shit. I had like a quarter.
You gave him a quarter?
Yeah, I gave it to him. He stuck the gun in my face.
A lot of money back then.
Yeah, it was a lot of money.
that
The
was
lunch money. Remember, lunch per day was like 25 cents. Yeah. So it's like I had such horrible experiences on that side of town. And it's weird. My black friends, let's go play basketball in the West End. It was the West End at the time. I sound like playing over there. And it's like, why? I was like, it's too many niggas over there for me. And it was weird that I'm saying this at like 11, 12 years old. And they started dying laughing. They thought it was the funniest thing because I'm mostly black. So, and it's like, we was hanging out with our black friends from the West End. They came to the white side. So it's just walking up and down the street. And I think this is when the whole pants thing started, like showing your ass, the pants sagging.
Sagging, yeah.
It started when we was in middle school. So we're walking with them and all of them sagging the pants. My brother's in the back like, look at these niggas. So we're just like walking down the street, it's summertime, we're out of school.
Yeah.
And then we go into this convenience store. As soon as we get in the convenience store, they like disperse like roaches when you turn the light on, like 2 o'clock in the morning. And they started stealing. And then the guy throws us out the store. And then
He's calling us all kinds of N-words.
this is the South.
He's one of those Habib guys.
Yeah, he was calling us the N-word.
It smelled like horrible in that damn 7-Eleven.
Yeah, it was just a convenience store, family-owned convenience.
Yeah, okay.
7-Eleven. But we got outside the store and they had all these snacks, and I went up to say, "Man, can I have some?" He said, "Man, go back and get your own." It was just like a weird experience. And we noticed all this when we was 10, 11, 12 years old with our black friends.
And we had white friends. The experience with them was kind of crazy, but it was totally different.
Right.
It was more wholesome though.
Yeah. I remember the first time I used to play with this, my friend I ain't gonna say his name because he's probably listening. He came to one of my comedy shows. I used to go up to the top of the hill and we used to play baseball together, right? And I started noticing, I say, "Hey, man, every time I come up here, your mama calls you in the house." I said,
Dad was totally cool.
"Yeah, Dad was cool."
Right.
And I said, why you keep going in the house? He said, "Oh, my mom doesn't want me to play with I was like, oh, damn. And then I had another white friend. His name was GB.
Why you saying his name?
This weird ass white kid, dude. We go to his house, man. He said, "Y'all want to see something cool?" I said, "Sure." Right? He calls his dog in there. He starts jerking off his dog.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, no race of people is perfect. Yeah. I'm saying.
Right. That's why I tell you that story. It was screwed up whoever we talked to.
Yeah, but we lived in a poor area.
Yeah, but
He had a dirt floor in his house. The white kid. Rural
There are
Virginia.
differences. I think the vast majority of people in all groups are good people, though. You know, they want to be.
You sure about that?
I do believe.
yeah.
Yeah.
you're
And
right.
maybe they have a bad day, and then that's what you see on YouTube, and that represents who they are as a person.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a lot of genetics, like when you're born with blue eyes, blonde hair, I think you're born a rapist, a murderer. If you just evil, I think you're born with that. I think there's not all people, but I'm thinking there's a subsection in every culture, every race that there are evil people, and it's not immutable. Like when you look at these people, these serial killers, I think you're born like that. Like my sex, I'm attracted to females, right? I'm attracted to white females, Latino females. That's my go-to, right? I think I'm born that way. Like you have certain wants
Kevin,
and likes.
you dated black chicks. You just had horrible experiences with black chicks. That's why you're not attracted to them now. They're loud,
I mean, but
and they're
my
violent.
but my preference is white and Latino.
Yeah, Latina, yeah. Latinos dudes.
I think inherently people, you have to. It takes absolutely no energy to be evil. It takes a lot of energy to be a good person, and I think for the most part, I think you're born who you are. Of course, you can change some characteristics with a good family, but I think if you're a bad seed, I don't think you can change that.
I've seen people turn around in remarkable ways, though, especially when they've been saved and start believing in Jesus and going to church and getting the right influences. It's not really up to us to decide who's lost and who's beyond salvation. I think you have to hold out that hope for everybody, even if it's not realistic. And realistically, I think you're kind of right. A certain percentage of people just get a bad.
Like I believe in the death penalty. If you intentionally take someone's life, you planned it, and the evidence is overwhelming, and we can prove that you did it, I think you should be
taken off this earth. You should be hung from a tree. Yeah, yeah. Like I see a lot of like these vicious criminals, and they give them a life sentence. That person should be taken off this planet.
Right. And then we're paying for that for the rest of their life.
Yeah. Like a perfect example up there in Cincinnati. All those people that was involved in that riot, whatever you want to call it, they shouldn't have been walking the streets. They shouldn't have been on the streets. Like, I'm a big fan of 3 strikes, you're out. And that was a thing when I was growing up. But they got rid of it. The liberals did. They said it oppressed black people. I was like, no, it oppressed evil people. Yeah, it oppresses black people because they're, well...
Repeat offenders.
Yeah, repeat offenders.
Yeah.
I think the Joe Biden, what was that? He called them super predators. Yeah, I think that is true. I think there are evil people amongst us of all races, and we give them a pass, and we put them back on the streets to repeat again. Perfect example, what happened to the couple in Cincinnati. Those people are violent criminals, multiple felonies.
Right.
And they're walking the streets, and then look at what the city government does. They don't even want to really hold those people accountable. Oh, the white guy will credit all that, like blaming the victim.
Right.
It's like weird. Like there's evil people. And I think those people in our local, they even had a pastor, a black pastor that was saying those very same things. I was like, these are some evil, wicked people that shouldn't even be elected officials in our government.
No, definitely. I think not everyone is prepared to participate in civilization, civil society as equals, but we should respect that equality under the law for those who earn it. But in all previous societies, there would be classes of people, not just slaves, but serfs, and there were different ranks that you could be at. Aristotle, his justification for slavery was that some people are by nature given foresight and others aren't. So if someone is not given an ability to foresee the future and plan ahead, they have to be cared for. Athens was a democracy, right? But only a minority of people there were citizens. Most people were slaves, or they were resident aliens who didn't have rights. So, and that's how the United States was from its inception. A minority of the people living in North America could vote for our government. And I don't know if that's exactly the kind of thing to bring back, but in the past we've had literacy tests in order to vote, or just some basic standards.
Something. You have to know the difference between a man and a woman. It's just. Yeah, I want to get to like the governor in Arkansas. She just passed some anti-Semitic laws in your state, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Unfortunately, we're one of those states. Laws like that were passed.
Yeah, why do you think Republicans have this allegiance? Well, I would say Democrats too, but Republicans are open about it. Like Democrat voters, they're totally against Israel, right? But the Democrat politicians are not.
It's growing in the conservatives. The constituency of the conservatives, we don't with it either.
Yeah. Well, 50% of us are not against it. But that's like the boomers. 50% of the Republican voters are like, they love Israel for whatever reason. This is what they passed. Using the symbols and images associated with classic anti-Semitism, claims of Jews killing Jesus or blood liable to characterize Israel or Israelis, drawing comparisons with contemporary Israeli politics due to that of the Nazis.
That's anti-Semitic.
That's anti-Semitic. So what role did they play in the death and crucifixion of Jesus? I think I know it, but I'm sure you know it.
Well, Jesus called them the synagogue of Satan. That's my view. I don't think all Jews have that kind of blood guilt because of it. But I have some views about Judaism and its origins that let me believe they're not a truth-seeking people in the way that the Greeks were, for example. Their whole religion is kind of tribal in nature, where they believe they're a special chosen people and they don't have to treat others equally. It's not a universalistic, we're going to find the one truth and share it. It's we're special because of how we were born. God just likes us for no particular reason. Like, why did he pick Abraham exactly? It's not quite explained. He was a man of faith, but for me, it's sort of like the ethos of a nomadic or hunter-gatherer tribal society versus the ethos of a civilized society. In nomadic hunter-gatherer times, you have to trust the tribe like it's everything, because you can't make it as an individual. In civilized society, like how Europe was from 7,000 years ago on, you had yeoman farmers, people who owned their own land, had to work it, had responsibilities, looked after their livestock. They weren't just kind of parasitizing their environment in the way that nomadic people do. So it looks to me like you have this kind of nomadic herder mentality that all of a sudden is put in a civilizational context where they have a lot of power and authority. So I just see it as fundamentally backward. And I think that's why Jesus repudiates that morality. And I have controversial views on the Old Testament. I don't think that most of the Old Testament reflects the true God. It's like the Gnostics believed that the God of the Old Testament was a fake demiurge, and then the true God is something else, and Jesus is a representative of that true God. I don't go that far. I think all things reflect God's providence. And so what God did through the Jews was intended. What he did through the Greeks and Greek philosophy and all these different groups, there's a purpose behind it. And I have faith in that. But this kind of irrational, like Jews are a special chosen people. They can basically do no wrong. And whatever they do to others, well, that's goyim and it doesn't count morally. There are many Jews who have that belief system. And that tendency towards parasitism also, like the occupations historically that Jews have taken on, like banking, where they're issuing loans. It's even in the Old Testament. You know, you're allowed to lend it interest to Gentiles, but not to Jews. And so, yeah, with all of that going for them, and then they crucify the incarnation of God on earth. That's not ideal. So I think everyone can be saved, though, and I don't have this animus towards Jewish people. I've had a lot of Jewish friends, but yeah, we are a product of collectively where our people has come from, not just ourselves as individuals. I think individualism has limits, and in some contexts it's important. Like in a rational scientific discourse, I listen to your ideas. Whatever you bring to the table, I'm going to engage with. I'm not going to do ad hominem, you know, where you came from, talk about your mama, whatever. That's not appropriate. But morally speaking, like we are responsible for each other. We are our brother's keeper. And so that's why I'd like to see you not join a white community, but improve the black community.
No, I gave up on the black community. Dude, that's a lost cause. No. Well, I would get killed before. Eric, that's not my hill to die on. On own. You know what I find so contradictory with Judaism and Christianity? They say they're God's chosen people, but they've denounced that God who said those things about them. Yeah, but yeah, they don't believe in that God, but that God promised them that they're the chosen people. This is their land, Israel. Yeah, which was a family. It wasn't a nation. It was a family, and their offspring of that family. That was Israel. Eric, do you think what's going on? Like me and my brother, I think there's without a doubt what they're doing to the Palestinians. I think that's genocide.
Obviously. Yeah. At least ethnic cleansing, arguably genocide.
At the least. Right. Yeah, so why do you think Christians don't see that? Atheists see that. Atheists see it, but
it's really brainwashing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's part of this movement in evangelical Christianity. The Scofield Bible was a part of it in the early 20th century, but the Catholic Church had the position that Christendom supplants Israel as the covenantal people, right? Christians are God's chosen people today, but they tried to reinterpret that and put Jews back, despite them rejecting their Messiah. They're still the chosen people somehow, and millions of Christians believe that. So this is me being a conspiracy theorist, but I think that a lot of the leadership in Christian churches is actually Jewish. They don't talk about it.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. I've met a lot of pastors, especially out in rural Republican areas where they don't seem like a Gentile.
They've been systematically put there for a reason, to brainwash people. Yeah.
Greg Locke.
Oh yeah. I've met Greg Locke. I've had him on my show. He's been here. Yeah. In the office. And he
tried to destroy the credibility of your people in Israel. But we break that spirit of propaganda on the internet that has lied and sowed discord and deception, especially to the younger generation, because we know that your word still stands. When you looked at Abraham and you said, I will bless them that bless you, and I will curse them that curse you. And God, may we be a people that will never compromise or flinch in the face.
Yeah, enough of that. He's a Christian pastor.
Mm-hmm. Doesn't sound like it.
Yeah.
Look what he tweeted.
All of Hamas must be utterly destroyed. I was like, I want to see Hamas. I mean, where? I never see Hamas.
They just say Hamas and they just mean anybody in Gaza.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then if you side with the Palestinians, they say you're a Hamas supporter. You're a terror supporter.
Yeah. The idea that Israel or the Jews or today, God's chosen people, I think people should have some like humility about making those claims. Even like Black Hebrew Israelites, they think they're the chosen people.
Oh, those are some more nuts.
Christian identity people think that whites are the real Israelites. Right. Like I take a view that I'm not an expert in all these ancient texts. I don't know exactly what started when. I started researching the archaeology of Judaism, and this is kind of interesting. A lot of their ritual practices actually didn't get started until about 150 BC. So like the ritual baths that they're mentioned in the New Testament, you know, Jesus sees some people coming out of the water and so forth. Those didn't exist in Palestine until 150 BC when the Hasmonean dynasty took over. So before that, the Greeks were in control. And then this Jewish dynasty is, they have a revolt and they're in charge for about 80 years. And it seems like during that 80-year period, a lot of the dietary laws, ritual customs, there's all of this like chalkware instead of pottery because of certain laws that are in, I don't know if it's Deuteronomy or where, but on the way that you're supposed to ritually cleanse certain materials and not others. So all of a sudden, all the actual physical culture associated with the laws of Judaism crops up for the first time. And if you go back to like 500 BC in Israel or in the Jewish community or Judean community in Egypt on the island of Elephantine, there's evidence of polytheism. So I think people should take a step back and say, like, we don't know the truth about our history. We don't even know who the true Israelites were. Genetically, that's not known because all we have is later Israelite people. And they're mixed with the local Canaanites and even the Hasmonean dynasty. They converted Edomites and other groups to Judaism, and they started all being known as Jews. So, you know, even if God did at some point in time kind of arbitrarily choose, it's this ethnic group, they're my favorite, they're the special ones, we don't really know who that group is.
Right. Like a lot of Christians here in America, I've noticed they see Jews as being white.
Yeah, right. Well, Ashkenazi Jews are approximately 50% European by ancestry.
But it's like a mulatto race, right?
Right.
The Jewish.
Yeah. And then Levantine groups are relatively closely related to European groups. So they look mostly white. I mean, there are some people from the Levant, from Syria, that look white, like Bashar al-Assad. He has blue eyes. He looks like a white guy. But yeah, I mean, I was raised around a lot of Jews. I was from the border of LA and Orange County in Southern California. I went to an arts high school that was maybe like 50% Jewish in Orange County. I liked a lot of people.
Orange County, California?
Yeah.
Yeah, we used to live out there like 15, 16 years.
Yeah, and I liked a lot of my Jewish friends. But I argued with them back then about Palestine and, you know, what they've done to those people.
Yeah, it's amazing how they cherry picked that one verse out of the Bible, which is what, 1,500 pages? It's like the rest of the Bible doesn't matter. It's just that verse. That's all that matters. That's crazy. To say that God's chosen people's, that verse was, he uttered those words, what, 3,500 years ago? Something like that? And just discount the whole entire Bible is like intellectually dishonest. I
mean, if you read the Bible, it's constantly basically the Jews making mistakes. God tells them to do one thing and they screw it up again and again. They screw up. So why do they have this mentality that now they're on the right side of history and they're not making a huge mistake now? It's like, do they read their own Bible?
This really popular YouTuber, Officer Tatum. He's a black guy. I've had him on the show, and he came out and made a post on Twitter that he's a Zionist as a black guy. What do you think about that? I think it's nuts. Zionism.
I think if you define Zionism to be the idea that Jewish people should have a state for themselves, I don't have a huge problem with that. You know, people deserve self-governance and self-respect and the ability to organize their own affairs. I think that's how you get good cultures, and not this either parasitical relationship or a relationship of resentment and feeling like you're the oppressed group. People should be left alone to do their own thing. Obviously, that's my ideology. So in that sense, you could call me a Zionist, and that Jews should be allowed to have their own communities, have their own country. I think it should be okay if white people want to have our own country.
Yeah, but the problem I have with Zionism, they've infiltrated our government, and they have a huge influence on our government. They put Israel first. That's the only problem I have with Zionism. Like your definition of Zionism, I have no problem with them having their own state, their own country. But for them to have the influence on our own government, and I don't like it. They committed genocide, and they're above reproach. Is like, it's insane to me, because what they're doing, man, they always bring up the Holocaust, what Hitler did to the Jews during World War II. Look what you're doing to the Palestinians. How is that any different? Oh, what's this? Why Christians must stand with Israel. God's covenant hasn't expired. Biblical proof. What, he put out a book or something?
It's probably like a YouTube link or something.
Yeah.
Let me see. What's his link?
But a lot of Christians don't know Judaism is not even Christianity.
Right. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. And
a lot of people are low IQ.
Yeah.
They don't read.
The thing about that word anti-Semitism, the things we say, like when I criticize Israel for the things they're doing to another Semitic group of people, they try to label you as anti-Semitic. And the same things they criticize, say, Iraq or Iran. These are Semitic people too, and they say they give them the same criticisms, but you would never hear them say, oh, you being anti-Semitic against Muslims. It's only applied when you criticize a Jewish state or a Jewish person.
Yeah, that's a strange thing, isn't it?
Yeah. And that comes from Zionism. They took control of that word.
They mess with language. And with Zionism, too, they like to do a Mott and Bailey, where on the one hand, Zionism just means we should have our own space and not be persecuted. And that's the easy, defensible position. And then when you're not looking, they retreat into, well, Zionism also means we have to go out of our way and serve the interests of Israel at all cost, because they have this kind of paranoid mentality that the world is out to get them for some reason.
Oh, man. Yeah, do you think, I've been pretty vocal on YouTube, Twitter.
Real quick, just look at that real quick.
I'm a proud Zionist. The war in Gaza made me more of a Zionist than before. I don't care if you disagree. You're entitled to your own opinion. Yeah, when I found out the war against the Palestinians, because I would always hear these Palestinians say free Palestine, I said, what are these idiots talking about? Why y'all keep picking on God's chosen people? Because I was very naive and ignorant to this whole situation. So I went on TikTok, started Googling. I found this one Jew. She said she had a Palestinian passport. It was like 1940. He said it was Muslims, it was Christians, there was Jews, and we all live amongst ourselves. And I was like, and I looked at a map, it said UK Palestine. I said, okay, this place used to be called Palestine. And then I started investigating the war, and I seen all these people getting killed, and 1948 Gaza and the West Bank. There's no grocery stores. There's no mall. I see the people walking in the streets. They don't even have shoes. The houses are literally rubble. I mean, you look at the drone footage of this place. It looks demonic, and it looks like something out of, just end of the world times. Looks dystopian. And then you look at Israel. It's not a scratch on it. It's like, how can you not call that a genocide when you got a nuclear power with these? We funded them billions of dollars. These people have absolutely nothing, no resource, anything. And you're just killing these people. They have no food, no resource, no clothes. But then you hear Republicans like whatever say, no, they're not starving. They're getting aid. I'm like, they don't have grocery stores, but you think they're not starving. Yeah, it's just stupid.
Yeah. It makes you angry. I mean, I've seen those images of children being torn apart. And I don't like looking at that stuff, and I don't like thinking about it, but it's probably the most evil thing happening in the world today.
Yeah.
And America is supporting it. And it's sad. It's because they own our politicians, because AIPAC and other Jewish lobbies are the biggest contributors to congressional campaigns. Our representatives owe more allegiance financially to them than to the American people. And they have the money. That's the problem.
Right. I think like Russia can't donate to politicians, or Iran, Iraq, they can't do that, but we give them a pass because under that hidden that word they are our biggest ally. It's all a lie.
Right. Yeah. And people believe that like Israel is doing something for us in the Middle East when we've been fighting their wars for the last 20 years.
Right. We've been losing our people to fight your war. Oh, if they wasn't our biggest ally, if we wasn't this tight with Israel, I don't think 9/11 happens. I think that's why 9/11 happens, because of what we did to all those Muslim countries in that area. It's because that's why they hate us. Like when that happened, it's like I was like, what, early 20s, and it was telling us why they did it. Oh, they don't like our freedoms. I'm just like,
they're terrorists.
They're just terrorists. They hate us. They hate our freedoms. They hate our religion. It had nothing to do with that.
No, they hate our affiliation with Israel.
Yeah.
That's the big problem.
Right. Well, I mean, 9/11 probably happened. And I don't know, but some people think it's because Mossad planned it in order to get our support to go to war with Iraq.
It's a big psyop. Yeah.
You've seen the dancing Israelis and
Damn Jews.
Sometimes I think they're worse than the blacks.
Yeah, there's a lot of Jews that support Palestine.
Come from Israel. Our people come from Israel. You have come your
Zionism is a political movement which is causing bloodshed.
That's where our family is from. I'm from Israel. How can you hold that flag?
This is because the actions of the Zionist people, they are responsible.
What are you talking about? That's where our ancestors.
We lived in a beautiful peace. We lived in a beautiful peace with Palestinian people for hundreds of years.
How can you say that you're not a Jew? You're not a Jew. How dare you?
When Zionism came out,
He is a Jew, right?
He looks like a Jew.
He looks like one of me.
How can you say that you're Jewish? How can you cheat your own people?
Who is a Jew? He was against Judaism.
We're all Jews here.
Yeah, so how are they saying that?
Because they believe in God. Jewish, I'm standing it.
I don't want
Are you believing in
God?
These are actually Christian Jews.
That is our country. How dare you say that about our own people? What's wrong with you?
Women. That's Ashkenazi Jew, right?
Oh, yeah.
They like mixed with the white Europeans in that area, huh?
Eastern Europeans. Yeah. He's probably Polish.
Looking at this woman, your society that you're building up there, it's a patriarchal society. It's not going to be like a matriarch. Like they submit to the man.
We believe in traditional gender roles.
Right.
We don't enforce it strictly. Like if you're in a household where the wife works, it's not necessarily a deal breaker.
Right.
You know, we have to be realistic with where we are in the culture too.
Yeah.
You know, people are going to have spotted track records. People are going to have issues. There are a lot of things that are just unhealthy about the way we're living, and we got bad messages from an early age.
Like
it's about looking forward, you know.
Yeah. It's just that. Well, I don't know. I think society would be a lot better off if women didn't vote. I think they should have the right to vote. I don't know. It's like they vote for abortion and they vote for the wrong things, and they want all the positions of power, like the head of the FBI, the CIA, Secret Service, but they don't want to be on a construction company. You know, they only want they just want the power. They don't want the equality.
And then when they get the authority, the decisions they make, so detrimental. And like a lot of women, it's like, I know both genders, like men and women, we have a wickedness to us. Nobody's perfect. But I always thought there was a special evil in a woman, because I think that's why we have that story in the Bible about the Garden of Eden.
what God created, and then a woman destroyed it like in seconds. You look
the next day.
Yeah, the next day. Took him 7 days, took her 2 seconds. Right? And then you look at that whole situation in Cincinnati. You look at the women that are in power, the police chief, and how they run their police departments. It's like these are wicked people. They shouldn't never even
they have
the
empathy
opportunity
for the criminals. That's why they're in the street. They're too empathetic.
Their sense of justice isn't appropriate for the public sphere. The natural domain of women is the domestic sphere. They care about care and equality. If you're managing a bunch of children, you have to really supervise them and think about their feelings and make sure that everyone's being treated, given enough resources, et cetera. Men think about hierarchy and order and purity.
Right.
And there's no reason evolutionarily speaking for women to prioritize those things. So we're putting women in a sphere or a domain that just doesn't meet their natural capacities, natural abilities. But also there is a distribution among men and women. There are some men who are very feminine and they're not going to live up to a man's virtue.
Right.
And then there are some women who are really exceptional and have made scientific discoveries and stuff like that. I don't think we should handicap or kneecap the women who want to be exceptional and have really high IQs and want to be original. But we have to also recognize there is this kind of bell curve, men and women, or same with like black people and white people. There is the real bell curve. We have different dispositions and skills on average. But that doesn't mean that like a black person can't have a prominent position in American society, or that white people can't be kind of trashy in our own right in certain cases. And some women can be exceptional, and we should respect and look up to women like that.
Yeah, what was that philosopher? Was it Socrates? He thought society should be based on how do you put it? Like to be in a position of authority, you had to pass a certain level test or something like that to be able to participate in society.
Yeah, Plato.
I think
in the Republic.
Oh, it's Plato. Yeah, so I think like you have so many people that's very low IQ, very stupid, and they're dangerous. I think you should be able to have a certain level of competency before you can actually vote in a democracy, because your decisions, your vote could ruin our society.
You should at least prove that you know about the issues that you're voting on.
Right.
Just ask some basic questions about history. Or, I mean, the bare minimum, prove that you can read the language that you're voting in.
Yeah.
We don't even do that.
Yeah, because the majority of people vote for Democrats just because they think the right is racist.
Right.
I was raised in that environment, that culture. And I used to believe it until I actually started to read a book.
Right.
And actually apply some logic. I was like, why am I voting for these? Like the Democrat Party, these people are weird. They put men and women's sports, the things that about their sense of what equality is, like affirmative action. It's just wicked reasoning. Well, affirmative action start out with good intentions. But good intentions have led to some huge atrocities. But it's like that whole DEI thing, like that police chief in Cincinnati. You can't tell me there's not a guy there that could do that job better than her. But she's got that job because she's a female. And I think that comes from feminism. I think that comes from liberalism. And you just cut all that shit out by not letting women vote. As simple as that. I'm trying to like there's exceptional women. There are. But they are not the norm. They're built a certain way. Men are built a certain way. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think women should be allowed to vote because equality under the law. I think it works, but with standards, like the founding fathers envisioned. So if a woman can pass a test of, what you're voting about, the policies, the laws, history, basic facts about the same stuff that really, like, to become a citizen of the U.S., you have to pass a test knowing certain basic things. Even if all voters had to pass that test, I think the way that people voted would be very different.
My wife became a citizen, and that test was a joke.
Well, that's true. But it's better than nothing.
Yeah, it's better than nothing, but it's next to nothing.
Yeah.
It was
Baby
a complete
steps.
joke. Then they gave her American flag. She's all waving and shit. I was like, man, I would have failed your ass. Yeah. I think a lot of it is just education. You look at our school system, man, and they teach us, they bring us up to be stupid. Because when you graduate high school, you don't know how to drive. You don't know how to fix anything. You don't know how to. You don't even know how to balance your checkbook. Like you don't know a trade or anything. It's just they teach you the bare minimum. Half the people don't even know what the Constitution exists or the capitals of every state. I mean, our school system is just like putrid. And I can speak from experience because we're originally from Virginia. I grew up in the school system out there, and then I went to military, spent some time in there. I lived in Southern California. Kids went through that school system. When I came out here to Vegas, man, the Vegas school system sucks hard. There's some areas up by Green Valley and Henderson that the school system is really good, but other than that, man, you look at the ratings of some of these schools and you see like my kids will bring home videos of what kids do in school. That's why I'm homeschooling my kids.
Right. Well, if you have universal public education, Common Core, it's politicized.
Right.
Because it's in the interest of either political party. In this case, it is the Democrats, because they're the ones who, for better or worse, took the initiative and got in and set the policy. Probably because they're more like feminine in their inclinations overall. The left is more feminine. Women are concerned about children. Men don't spend a lot of time thinking about it.
Right. Yeah. I'm horrible at that. Too busy working.
Yeah.
Trying to make money. Yeah.
Well, so you can't leave public education to one centralized government department that's going to politicize it, that's going to make it push people in a certain direction. You're not going to prioritize those basic skills that if you had a voucher system and let more private schools compete or, incentivized homeschooling, then parents would obviously have a direct interest in preparing their kids for life instead of indoctrinating them to vote a certain way.
Right.
They wouldn't spend however many hours teaching about the Holocaust. They would teach how to fix your car and how to balance your checkbook and all of that. And there are voucher systems, and I think actually the Republican Party has moved in the right direction on that issue in recent years. It's just not far enough. But ultimately, it's on parents. Like in most U.S. states, at least, it is reasonably easy to homeschool. And if you can't afford a private school, maybe you make some sacrifices and your wife stays home and you take control over what your kids are being exposed to. Because you're trusting your whole future, your child's future, 8 hours a day, 9 hours a day to government employees who have their own interests.
Their own agenda.
Right. So it's irresponsible. So that's why in our community, we only homeschool or we send our kids to private schools.
What you sneaking up on me like that for? Hey man, I got some bad news. I got thick blood. That's what Doc says. I was like, thick blood? What the hell's that? Pretty much told me I got glue in my veins. No shit, I got it too with twins, you dumbass. Why didn't you tell me about it? You think you got thick blood and I don't have it? You got thick blood, why didn't you tell me? We just walking around with thick blood about to drop dead and you don't tell me about it? Like, I already got it fixed. Relax. Well, what is that? Got this nitric oxide booster right here. The white people at the warehouse got this for us. It's like they knew that we needed it or something. What does it help my blood flow? Yeah, it helps blood flow. It's got arginine, got beetroot powder, got citrulline, it's got all the good. Oh, it's got pine extract in it too. That's real good. That good blood flow helps your brain, helps your, helps your breathing, your anxiety, helps all that. Well, if anybody would know, it'd be white people. Thanks, white people. Go ahead and take one of these right now. Oh, damn, I can feel it kicking in. My mushroom tip is swelling. Oh man, I can feel it. Ah! Yeah, I can feel it in my veins. I feel like, I don't know what I feel like, but I feel better. Thick blood or not, this some damn good nitric oxide boost. Go to officialhartstwins.com. Yeah, get that blood flowing. Get your own. It's mine. You get your own. How do you, where do you get the money to fund that operation? It's like 150 acres?
Yeah, about 160 acres in between. So all the people who initially came together, we self-funded this purchase.
Okay.
The way it got together in the first place, I've been advocating for this for years, like a decade online. And so I made a video kind of talking about how beneficial a network of intentional communities could be, not just for our kids and ourselves, but also kind of politically speaking. It's like before you change the culture, you have to have that foundational lifestyle change. Like you as an individual, you're preoccupied by things. You're not meeting up with like-minded people. You're having to censor yourself at work. Well, if we start living differently, then we're going to think differently. We'll meet with each other. I'm a big believer in discourse and dialogue. And right now we have these echo chambers, or people are anon. And if you just get in person, you're forced to start thinking more realistically. You don't have these kind of abstract ideological concerns. You start thinking about how can we look after our kids, grandkids? How can we, put our priorities in order? So they came down, the guys who co-founded this, to help me develop something in Southern Missouri on my land. I wanted to run a media center and a camp, just start that way, a school. And then I was going to help them find land nearby because some of them did want to move down. Ultimately, though, the energy was there, just getting together with people who believed in making that real lifestyle change, living in a different way. It was so powerful that we decided to throw everything. So I don't know, 8, 9, 10 of us, I forget the exact number. We pooled resources. We set a budget. And luckily, we had this guy, Peter Siri, who's now our secretary, who came up from South America. He ran intentional communities in South America, in Ecuador. It was like a vegan-based thing. Actually, it was only eating fruit. So it was fruitarian.
Oh, wow. That's very restrictive.
Yeah. So eventually, though, he started eating meat and his political views changed.
That's the diet. He had to be a Democrat eating only fruit.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's the diet of a monkey, just eating fruit and bananas. I tried the whole vegan thing for a while, but man.
But he gained a lot of skills down there.
Yeah.
He's the one who came up with the majority of our legal system for actually making this work. He has experience in construction, and he's a licensed contractor. So he came to the table. Other people with resources came to the table. We just got lucky, basically. I was trying to push it online for a long time. I didn't have the resources or the know-how. I had kind of big ideas, but that was it. But it's a beautiful thing about the internet. You connect with so many people who otherwise you would never know.
Right.
That's also why I have a belief in the success of intentional communities for all groups going forward. Because, maybe you don't want to try to save the ghetto blacks, but you can find some people who are like-minded, and have something.
Our culture is really like the black culture. Like it's very strong. It's like you can have a good black family, and that black culture that they see online and all the other black kids live in, it like metastasizes in getting your kids. I had a tough time like talking to my kids politically and getting all that victimization bullshit out of their head because of how they see other black people behaving. That culture is strong.
Other black kids, as soon as you, like my kid, when we came here to Vegas, my boy
turned into a sub-Saharan. Full blown.
He turned into a full blown sub-Saharan overnight.
He kept saying bro over and over. I was like, why are you talking like that? I said, stop talking like that. You got a brain, use it. Be articulate when you speak. Don't try to sound or try to replicate these other black kids. I said, majority of these kids going to be dead or in jail within the next 5 years. And a majority of them are in jail already. And we speak from experience.
A lot of this is Pastor Manning. Eric, you got here, Pastor Manning. Start it over, Joe.
Ask God to help us, because only God can help black people where they are. Black people had Africa, that big old continent over there. They never built one boat that was seaworthy. Not one. There's not one monument in Africa, in all of Africa. I know you're talking about Egypt. Egypt is not Africa. There are no great cities that were built. Even before the first colonization of white people coming to the shores of Africa or the slave ships, black men built nothing. No sewer system, no houses above one level, and none of them made out of stone. All of them made out of grass and wood. Black men, before the white man ever got to Africa. The worst thing that could ever happen to South Africa was when they gave it to Nelson Mandela and black folk. That was a great nation. Now, notwithstanding apartheid was wrong, we all know it's wrong. I'm against it. There should have been some other resolution, though, than turning it over to Nelson Mandela. Disease, AIDS, and crime is running wild in Johannesburg. They're killing one another over there. They're dying of sickness. The government is mismanaged. The people who ran the nation are now leaving the nation because black folk don't know how to run no nation. They don't know how, and we need to admit it. I know you don't like it, but you need to stop shucking and jiving. We got a problem. Nigeria produces oil oil every year, yet the children over there are hungry and pot-bellied and walking barefoot. We got a problem. You talk about the Hutus and the Tutsis. Look what's going on in Zimbabwe now with Mugabe. We got a problem, black folk. And forget about Zimbabwe and South Africa, Nigeria. Look at what y'all have done in Harlem. You can't even hold on to Harlem. We got a problem. Black folk don't understand the world. You can get mad with me all you want. You can say what you want, but you can't prove me wrong. Now, I'm not saying this because I hate black folk. I'm saying it because I love you enough to tell the truth. And the only person going to ever help us get out of the situation is going to be God. There's something wrong with the black man's mind. There's something wrong with his mind. He does not understand the world. He doesn't. I don't care if he learned medicine. He doesn't understand the world. He can't even hold on to Harlem. When he was here, he moved out. We got to talk to the Lord. People, we got to talk to God. And black women. Shirley Chisholm, Harriet Tubman, Coretta King, one of her boys. Yeah, okay, then we got a black president. But you black women, what's wrong with y'all? Y'all gonna let that white woman? What's wrong with you black women voting for Barack? Don't you understand? It should have been a black womb if you're gonna have a black president. What's wrong with you? Y'all ain't got no sense, you black women. Your men treat you like the dogs, like your dogs. They walk all over you. They make you pay the bills at home, and then the preachers pimp you in the churches and make you pay the bills. Y'all crazy black women buying these black men private jets, the tune of $50 million for a ride around in a private jet. And you talking about, look at our pastor. What's wrong with y'all women? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? And what's wrong with a black man that would take that kind of money out of a poor neighborhood and buy himself a private jet? What's wrong with y'all niggas? What's wrong with you?
Wow.
He was going off. I tell you what. I think
agree or disagree.
I think black people, that's tough love. You got yeah, I'm with it.
Yeah. It's about taking responsibility for yourself, not blaming others. I don't think it has to be this way.
It doesn't have to be.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. It don't.
That's why I believe in intentional communities, because it takes a village to raise a child. And there have been studies, with like good kids and bad kids and who influences whom. Turns out the bad kids influence the good kids, like basically every time.
Yeah.
So you have to control your environment for your kids, your communities. You know about in evolutionary theory, RK selection theory? You heard about that? Okay, so some animals, their strategy is R selective, which means they have a bunch of kids and they don't take care of them. They just send them out there, see who makes it. And then other animals, they're K selected, and they have a few kids, they invest a lot of care in those few kids. Now, in a chaotic environment where there aren't strict rules, it's just every man for himself, the R selective strategy wins out. K selective strategies only work when you have borders, rules, and people are held to certain standards.
Right.
So that's why I believe in intentional communities. If you want values, you have to have borders where those values are protected. Because
So
the broader culture.
Black community's kind of doing that R thing, having all these kids out of wedlock. The dad's not around. So
kinda
black
what they
people, we behave like dogs and cats. What? No. Like, you ever see the dog, how many pups they're born at one time? And a cat? We behave like dogs and cats. Yeah. There's no decision behind how many kids you're going to have. You're just having the little kids, and
you're just having a bunch of kids. You're not taking, birth control, and
which is a lot of truth to that, because you look at the majority of black people's families, there's no father.
Yeah, and
that father has kids with several different women. It's just a destructive culture.
Yeah,
and correct me if I'm wrong. A majority of the men, white, black, Latino, doesn't really matter their ethnicity. Majority of those men have no fathers, right?
Is that true?
Yeah, it's a strong correlation. Just from what I read,
what
the majority of men, regardless of your race, majority of those men are in prison for violent and criminal acts because they have no father.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you left it out.
It's more prevalent in black communities.
Yeah.
But if you look at the white and you look at the Asian, the majority of those people, not all of them, but a majority of them, they come from broken homes.
Right.
No father.
Interestingly, when the mother's missing, it's a single father household, those kids do all right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Because I see a lot of, I think that's a great explanation for the black community, because there's no father around, and you got these young men who never learned how to be a man from their father, and they were raised by these loud, obnoxious black women.
And they're
very
like women.
feminine.
They behave like women.
And they're very violent like women. It's a weird thing.
Yeah. Now, men and women are different. I think it's sort of related to the RK selective theory as well. So you mentioned Socrates, Plato before. There's this idea that some things are in the column of the limit, and then other things are in the column of the unlimited. And it affects all sorts of different things in society. He believes in the forms. Well, above the forms, there's the monad, which is a source of limitation. It's the masculine principle. It's the source of essence. So what something is in a fixed way, that comes from what unifies it, what makes it one thing. And then there's the indefinite dyad, the unlimited. That's the principle of femininity and also of energy and procession and proliferation and all of that. And both are necessary. But if you have a context where the monad doesn't preside over and limit the indefinite dyad, it's chaos.
Right.
And the masculine has to positively assert itself to have that role of leading the feminine. And that's on us as white civilization. We let our women go.
The Garden of Eden.
Yeah. No, it all goes back to the same kind of core principle.
So what's your end game with this community you started? Where do you see this going?
I'd like to see a network of white American communities, communities for people of European descent who decide positively, this is worth preserving. You know, if someone's a civic nationalist and they care about the values of America and they don't care about their race, that's okay. But I think in this day and age, with the problems in the wider society, and I don't think it's going to turn around. I think a lot of these things are baked into the cake, and America's going to get worse over time. It's going to get more dangerous. And so if you want to take responsibility, you better have some kind of community. You know, if race is not the thing for you, religion's not the thing for you, find something that defines you and gives you an identity. I'm for identitarian, intentional communities just because the world's going to hell.
Yeah.
You know? So I think all groups should do that. And I think if enough groups do it and actually make those lifestyle changes, because we are where we are because of all of our collective sin and laziness and bad habits and drug use. And it's not just like we had a couple bad presidents. It's not just the Jews. It's not just anybody else. It's us making bad decisions. And to turn that around, we have to change the way we live. And a lot of how you live flows from how your cities are organized, how your kids are educated, stuff that really comes down to how are you forming your communities. And right now the market decides that. You know, people with money who are trying to make money build these developments. They put all these appealing businesses and big colorful signs all around us, try to make us spend money and care about money. And then we ignore deeper values that are actually foundational. So I think intentional communities are the way to solve that, not building around commerce and profit, but building around identity and values. And if we get a big network, you know, I want to work with Black intentional communities and Jewish intentional communities and other groups who want to do similar things, and then secure our collective rights to do that, and maybe even get the government to help us do that. If you think about it, like our community, we're building our own roads. That's work that the government doesn't have to do for us. We can do a lot of things for ourselves and save the government money. So actually America could be stronger if it incentivized in some ways communities like ours.
Yeah, old liberal idea. What was that? Do what you can. What did JFK say?
You're gonna butcher the hell out of that. You're gonna butcher the hell out of that.
Ask not what your country can do for you, but what your country can do. What you can do for your country.
Right.
Yeah, JFK.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so
it's a great principle to live by.
Yeah, so if you have this success with white communities, you was thinking maybe starting Black-only communities that have the same values as your community?
Well, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to start those communities, but I think we should have an association, like a you could political action conference or something like that. Some body that spread the best practices for legally organizing private communities like this. It's a place to share knowledge, share legal research, and then ultimately lobby government, just like Israel lobbies government for its interest. I think intentional communities, it's good for the government. It's good for us, culturally speaking. It's a way of healing our broken people, like how many men are committing suicide, how many women are on OnlyFans. There's so many systemic problems in our population in all races. I think this is potentially a political way forward, right? Elon Musk, interestingly, is very big on intentional communities too. More from this like techno-futurist perspective, where they're going to be domed and robots everywhere.
Yeah, you got to be an android to live in this community. Have robot.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah,
But
some a lot of people think he's the Antichrist.
I don't know.
I don't think so. I don't think he's the Antichrist. We're doing about 20 years.
I still like Elon.
Yeah, I like him. I do too. Yeah, he did a lot of good, especially his last election. What do you think the job Trump is doing? You think he's doing a good job or overall, or?
I didn't expect much. I mean, I'm happy that we got $46.5 billion for a border wall.
Yeah.
That's a big thing.
Immigration's down to zero too.
Yeah, the foreign-born population has decreased. We're not getting mass deportations, but I didn't really think we would. I'm concerned about the whole Epstein thing. He's obviously protecting, if not himself, a network that is so deeply entrenched.
I think he's protecting Israel.
Yeah. And I wonder, what do they have on him? Is it just that so many of his family members are married to Jews, or?
Probably. That's got something to do with it. When he dropped that bomb on Iran, I was like, and the things he's doing at these colleges about anti-Semitism, they actually tried to deport this one guy. I forget his name. Who was here illegally on a visa. He's going to school. I think he's trying to get his PhD. So it's a good dude. And they actually tried to deport him because they said he was pro-Hamas, which nobody defends terrorism. But that's that old whistle anti-Semitism. Oh, you support Hamas, or you a terrorist sympathizer. It's like, all that BS is all. They actually tried to deport that guy who was here on a visa trying to get his PhD.
Well, isn't he trying to make it where you can deport citizens, like immigrants who've naturalized?
Yeah, he said that. Yeah, if they came in under a false pretense. Yeah, but that's always been the law. But he's kind of pushing it. Like I wonder how many Jews have been deported from America. Yeah, like
ever? I don't know.
Ever.
Right.
I don't think. It's probably the last 10, 20, 30 years. I think it's zero. I guarantee you it's zero. Yeah. That's how much influence they have on the government. You're not going to deport a Jew from America back to Israel. Come on. Right.
Yeah. I mean, the hard thing, though, is not just having this reactionary, resentful attitude towards Jews. Just like the black community often has resentment towards the white community. White identitarians, white nationalists have resentment towards Jews.
Sometimes I gotta control myself because I got a lot of prejudice I need to work on. Yeah, and go ahead. Yeah, it's just that I guess they have a huge influence on our country. We can't, like, I'm America first. You cannot be American first when you have all this influence from Israel. I have nothing against a Jewish state. Them having their own communities, I'm totally fine with that. It's that it's spread into this influence on our country. Zionism and genocide. That's what I don't like.
Right.
And I know it's a double standard. I know they deport Muslims, people from Iran, but I guarantee you they're not deporting any Jewish people here illegally.
Right. Well, there too, it's just like women voting. Like, I think set universal standards that fix these issues. Don't look for what group can we deport or persecute, especially
for political reasons. Yeah.
But just get rid of foreign influence on our politicians in general, and that issue will be taken care of.
Yeah. Right.
Look for justice and truth and right law.
Yeah.
Everything else.
I mean, we hold all these other countries accountable, but we don't hold Israel accountable. Because what Israel does affects us greatly, because our reputation with Israel and the things they're doing overseas, it affects our reputation. A majority of other countries outside the United States actually recognize Palestine as a state.
Yeah.
And that's true. America and Israel is the only two countries, I think, that recognize Israel.
That
doesn't recognize Palestine. Canada just came out and recognized Palestine as a state. Yep. And Trump threatened Canada, okay, I can't do any foreign trade, well, I'm gonna raise the tariffs up. Yeah. I was like, that's not America first. You're punishing American businesses at that point because you're putting Israel's wants and interests before Americans. That's not America first.
Right. I mean, people will try to argue that it is in our best interest to make a strong Israel in the Middle East so that we can pivot to China. That's what Nick Fuentes likes to say. J.D. Vance represents that camp. And then there are stronger neoconservatives who want to have American dominance in the region and basically fight Israel's war for them, so that American empire is it's one and the same, like the Jewish and American force. Yeah. I think that idea of giving Israel independence over the Middle East is very reckless, because they're not the most pacific, peace-loving, fair, equitable hegemon, historically speaking. Like, as far as world politics, I think a strong America is good unequivocally.
Right.
I don't want China to dominate the world. I don't want any other power. I trust us more than anyone else. I don't exactly trust Israel. And if they're at the center of this supercontinent, it's like Brzezinski and all these theorists in the 90s argued for why America should take a strong stance in the Near East, because it's the center of this grand chessboard, and you have to have control over the trade routes there if you want to maintain a kind of global empire and win the war for this supercontinent. And some of those geopolitical concerns, they're real. And it'd be nice if Israel was a reliable ally, and it was what people thought it was.
Right.
But in light of that, or in lieu of that, if Israel is not a reliable ally, then what are we doing in the Middle East? And there are a lot of unanswered questions, and I think they get glossed over. Like, when you want to blame the Jews for things, okay, but then what happens with Israel? What happens with the Jews? And it's this kind of question mark or elephant in the room. It's like, is there a final solution to these questions that's peaceful and good for everyone? I would like to think so. But then I also look at it where I feel like we're just headed towards revelation and all of that.
That's why I see it going. Yeah, like when they say Israel has a right to defend themselves, when they say that before they struck Iran. I never believed that, because I was thinking, okay, they saying they're developing a nuclear weapon to strike Israel, but I'm thinking, who the hell creates a nuclear weapon, a nuclear arsenal to start a nuclear war with two nuclear superpowers? It doesn't make sense. I think that whole talking point that Israel has the right to defend themselves, I didn't buy into it. I just think Israel is slapping around Iran. That's what I think
want
it
power.
is. They want more power. Yeah.
Yeah. And if they get it, what does that look like exactly? And how does the grand chessboard respond? And what role do we have relative to them? And do we maintain? I don't think you can just totally ignore it or say we need them totally out of our politics, in the sense that we don't negotiate with them or try to look for what is the modus vivendi or way of getting along for these major powers in the world. Israel's unequivocally part of that. They have to be. But then how do you negotiate with them when you're not even allowed to say certain things? There are laws in Arkansas. I can't even legally say some things about Israel I might want to.
Right.
So it's tough. I think opening up on social media, the discourse, and people like Fuentes breaking through and bringing a lot of facts to light, that's opening new possibilities. But I'm not the best at foreseeing the future. I think very few people are good at that. It's just it's sort of worrying, what is Israel ultimately aiming for? Like, what do they want? Because in America, I think they've pushed, obviously, multiracialism, multiculturalism to destroy the white majority so that they can rise to power. It's not just them. Other groups do the same thing. It's what the ancient Assyrians and Babylonians did too. When they took control over an area, they would disperse the people. That's why the Jews were expelled from Palestine, brought into these different places. So if we are surrounded by foreigners and no one can trust each other, then the top-down state authority, that's everything. So if that's how they've influenced American politics, then when they're in that position of global leadership that supposedly they want, what happens? And do they want to answer that question? It's like Tikkun Olam, right? That's their making the world better kind of ideology thing. It's what's the plan there? What do they want?
I think they just want to take over the whole region. Yeah. That's what I think.
Do they stop there?
Israel. No, I don't think they ever stop. It's never going to stop. Yeah. I already think we're a United States of Israel. I think they pull on all our strings. The only reason why there's Israel is because of our economic influence and our weaponry. You take that away, there's no Israel. So I think from the very soon as they created that Jewish state, they've been pulling our strings and they've been manipulating us ever since. And I think it's a lot of things about World War II that they lied to us about.
All right, there you
I'm
go.
not going to go too deep
All right.
because I'm not coming up missing. But I think World War II was a big lie. They keep saying it was a Holocaust, but in my opinion, whenever you look at a war, it's a war against humanity. We dropped a bomb on Japan. We killed hundreds of thousands of, and why is that okay? And another thing is perfectly fine.
Yeah.
It's like, I think it's all BS.
Or millions of Germans died in concentration camps after the war in Germany.
Right.
And we're not taught about that.
Right.
Yeah. So,
and I think a lot of people have touched on to Nazism, and they're presenting it as if it was some white racist organization. Man, there was like other countries, non-white, participating with Hitler in Germany. But you see these other people, they call themselves neo-American Nazis, and they're presenting Hitler in a light that I can't find anywhere in history where he was saying these things that they're sharing here in
Japan
America.
was an ally, right?
right.
Yeah. Yeah. For Germany, yeah.
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 I think a lot of what major powers around the world do today is actually emulating a lot of what Nazi Germany did, their financial policies, like the mixed economy that made Germany great kind of became the standard in even our financial system.
Yeah.
But of course, it's not under their authority. When it comes to the racial science, they were in some ways very far ahead of their time. In some ways, they were wrong. You know, they made mistakes. I wouldn't say Hitler did nothing wrong. But I think you should have a balanced take of all of these, you know, different historical events. There's been no perfect country. Everyone has issues. But yeah, I guess with...
it's hard to go down that rabbit hole.
Yeah, you can only say certain things.
Yeah. You have to censor yourself.
You do. Right. But I think more is coming to light. We can discuss more. And I think opening the conversation up is the best thing for Jews themselves. I think the Jewish people is subject in some ways to more brainwashing than anyone else. That's why they have this insane paranoia that people are out to get them, because that's what they're taught. Like the Holocaust education, it's not just for the Goyim, it's also for them to believe in, so that it motivates them to have a certain kind of...
To victimize themselves. And they see what's going on in Palestine is A-okay.
Right.
It's like the black community. Victimize themselves.
Right. So I'm not for a special hatred of any other group.
Yeah, me neither.
You know?
Yeah.
I think...
I talk trash about them, though.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Like, when I ever bring up the Jewish state of Israel, it's nothing about them having their own land. Stay the hell away from me. It's just what you're doing influences Americans.
Yeah, it's their government.
Yeah,
Nothing against the Jews.
I'm criticizing the government, not that people, because we just saw a video of Jews. They're totally against Zionism. They're totally against their government, what they're doing to the Palestinians. You know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll talk to any rabbi who wants to discuss these issues.
Right.
I think we should keep it open.
Yeah.
Right,
You know?
right.
Man, you know what? This has been a damn good show.
Where can people find you and keep track of what you're doing and support you?
Sure. Yeah. I'm on X at Arvoll, AARVOLL_. You can look into the association at returntotheland.org. Like I said in my reply to your tweet, you probably won't get into the community, but the house next door is for sale. So.
I would have lost, if you just said I could join your community, I'd have lost all respect for you.
Oh, yeah?
I was like, no, this guy, you're not fit for the job. So Twitter is the best bet to keep track of you?
I'm on YouTube too. I talk about I teach courses on Platonism. So.
Oh, okay. What's your YouTube channel?
At Eric Orwell.
Okay.
Or just search Arvoll on YouTube. You find that too. I talk about Atlantis and all sorts of
really?
stuff too.
Okay, I'll have to check that out.
Yeah.
Hey, it's been a pleasure, brother.
Yeah, of course.
Thanks for coming. Nice to meet you, bro.
Man, that was a damn good show.
Need more